Chapter 1710. My lord, although true origin was surging out of his body, Wuxia did not feel safe at all. His voice was trembling as he spoke to the air. His body was trembling uncontrollably as well. He was terrified. When one's cultivation base had reached his level, it was extremely difficult for one to make a breakthrough. The gap between one's strength was huge as well. Even if one was at the same stage, the gap between one's strength was like a chasm, let alone the gap between two major stages. Although there was only a fine line between the peak of the pristine saint stage and the early refined saint stage, the gap between their strength was like heaven and earth. Due to this reason, Wuxia was extremely anxious when he saw the refined saint stage powerhouse hiding in the dark, especially since the powerhouse seemed to be dissatisfied with his previous actions. Humph. A cold snort sounded and interrupted Wuxia's words rudely. In the next instant, the hoarse voice resonated again from all directions. I can't tolerate sand in my eyes. This Bai Lihong is Duan Lingtian's senior brother. If he's tortured to death by all of you, Duan Lingtian will definitely raise his guard and hide even deeper. It might even be impossible for him to return to the capital of Windfall Nation. The Devil Seal Tablet is something that I must obtain no matter what. Your Windfall Nation's imperial family's actions have angered me. When the hoarse voice reached this part of the sentence, the group of people, including Wuxia, finally understood everything. Only now did they realize the saint stage powerhouse hiding in the dark was not Bai Lihong's friend. Instead, he was a powerhouse who wanted to obtain the Devil Seal Tablet. The reason he saved Bai Lihong was because Bai Lihong was related to Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian was the person who had disappeared with the Devil Seal Tablet. My lord, your strength is profound. You'll definitely be able to obtain the Devil Seal Tablet in the future. Wuxia quickly flattered him, hoping the powerhouse hiding in the dark would shift his attention elsewhere. It would be fine as long as he did not stare at him. Unfortunately, he was destined to be dreaming. If the person hiding in the dark was really someone like he had said, perhaps he would not be so calculative with Wuxia at this moment. However, the person hiding in the dark was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was Bai Lihong's junior brother. At the same time, he also regarded the clan leader of Situ clan and his son as his friends. When he found out that Bai Lihong was taken away by Wuxia and that the clan leader of Situ clan and his son were injured by Wuxia, he had already sentenced Wuxia to death in his heart. Therefore, no matter how much Wuxia flattered him, it was useless. Of course, Wuxia was unaware of all this. If he had known, he wouldn't have admitted defeat and flattered him. Instead, he would have fled as far as he could, even if he didn't think that he could escape from Duan Lingtian, who was hiding in the dark. Because that was his last life-saving straw. Even if that straw was not very sturdy, he had no other choice. You, Wuxia, are just the beginning. Duan Lingtian pretended to be hoarse as his voice reverberated in the air again. The moment his words left his mouth, the hearts of the people present on the scene jolted. Horror dawned on Wuxia's face as the true origin on the surface of his body spread out in an attempt to consolidate his territory. Unfortunately, before he could consolidate his territory, a sword ray that was even faster than the previous golden sword ray appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! Before he could react, the sword ray pierced through the space between his brows, leaving behind a terrifying bloody hole. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Wuxia fell. When he fell, a horrified expression was still plastered on his face. Wuxia, the strongest person below the refined saint stage in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, a powerhouse at the peak of the pristine saint stage, had died in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, although the revered elders of the Windfall Nation's imperial family who were present on the scene were not sad about Wuxia's death, they could not help but grieve for him. Even Wuxia, who was more powerful than them, had died in just a blink of an eye. Their strength was nothing in the eyes of that powerhouse. Run. If we don't run, we'll die. While many people were still in shock from Wuxia's death, someone cried out. His voice was filled with terror and despair. The moment this voice rang in the air, despair spread and shrouded everyone's hearts. In the next instant, nobody knew who took the lead, but the group of revered elders of the Windfall Nation's imperial family began to flee in all directions. Naturally, not all of them fled. Some of the revered elders remained on the spot. Their legs seemed to be filled with lead, and they could not move at all. These people were more rational people. After witnessing the strength of the powerhouse who was hiding in the dark, they did not dare to think about fleeing at all since they knew it was impossible for them to do so. However, when they saw the powerhouse who was hiding in the dark did not make a move even though many of them had fled, their minds instantly became active. Soon after, they joined the ranks of those who fled. Soon after, all of the revered elders of the Windfall Nation's imperial family had fled. Only a group of Imperial Palace's imperial guards with low cultivation bases remained. They looked at each other and did not make a move for a long time. It was only when someone took the lead that they gradually dispersed. Nobody knew when, but Bai Li Hong was the only one left. To be more precise, there were only 2 people left. Apart from Bai Li Hong, there was also Duan Ling Tian who was hiding in the dark. Senior brother, continue to walk out. Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Bai Li Hong in a timely manner. If Duan Ling Tian intended to stop the group of people who had fled earlier, with his current strength, none of them would have been able to escape. The reason they were able to escape was because Duan Ling Tian did not intend to make a fuss about it. To him, those people were merely bait. He had let them go so he could catch a bigger fish. Yes. It was only when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission that Bai Li Hong finally snapped back to his senses. The scene of Hua Jin being killed earlier had also shocked him. 2 months ago, Hua Jin had brought his men to the Sidu clan to kidnap him. How domineering was he? Relying on his cultivation base, he was fearless. When he faced Bai Li Hong, he even looked at him condescendingly. However, today, such a person was killed in just a blink of an eye. Where did junior brother find such a helper? Bai Li Hong was shocked. He did not expect his junior brother to know a refined Saint Stage powerhouse. Although the refined Saint Stage powerhouse had said that he had saved him because he was afraid his junior brother would be scared out of his wits if he died, it was just a perfunctory remark. But he knew that it was only perfunctory words. If that person really wanted his junior brother's Devil Seal tablet, then that person would have made a move to seize it long ago. Why would that person help his junior brother and save him? After witnessing the strength of that powerhouse, Bai Li Hong's confidence was boosted. He continued to walk toward the entrance of the Imperial Palace without any fear. Fortunately, Bai Li Hong still did not know his junior brother was the powerhouse who killed Hua Jin. Otherwise, who knew how frightened he would be? Although Bai Li Hong knew Duan Lingtian's innate talent was monstrous, it did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian's current strength was comparable to a refined Saint Stage powerhouse. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian was not afraid of the few refined Saint Stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family and the powerhouse at the peak of the refined Saint Stage who had an extraordinary origin. While Bai Li Hong continued to walk out, the news of Hua Jin's death finally reached the ears of the Windfall Nation's emperor. The Windfall Nation's emperor was a middle-aged man who wore a dragon robe. There was an awe-inspiring look on his face. Hua Jin is dead? The moment the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan, heard the news of Hua Jin's death, his expression turned grave immediately. Cold killing intent could be seen in his eyes as he asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" Hua Jin was not only the revered elder of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, but he was also Zhu Yuan's right-hand man. There were many things that he had to rely on Hua Jin to do. Killing Hua Jin was no different from severing his right-hand man. How could he not be enraged? At the same time, the dragon robe on Zhu Yuan's body fluttered in the wind. The divine dragons embroidered on it seemed to have come alive at this moment as they bared their fangs and brandished their claws majestically. At the same time, the aura of a powerhouse swept out from Zhu Yuan's body, causing the revered elder who came to report the news to take a few steps back. This revered elder was an early pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator, but he was forced to take a few steps back by Zhu Yuan's aura. One could just imagine Zhu Yuan's strength. The Windfall Nation was a sixth-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was a sixth-rate saint nation. A country like this was completely different from some countries on the mortal continent. Those who could become the emperor were all outstanding people in the imperial family without exception. As the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan was one of the few refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Not only that, but he was also the youngest refined saint stage powerhouse in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. It was only natural that an ordinary early pristine saint stage martial cultivator would not be able to withstand his aura. It's an unknown powerhouse who killed revered elder Hua without even showing himself. The imperial family's revered elder did not dare to hesitate and quickly answered Zhu Yuan's question. Killed Hua Jin without even showing himself? Refined saint stage powerhouse? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuan's expression turned even graver. He's at least at the refined saint stage. Moreover, it seems like he's not an ordinary refined saint stage powerhouse. Under the circumstances where he didn't show himself, he killed revered elder Hua with just one strike. The imperial family's revered elder began to sweat again when he recalled the scene earlier. What? The moment these words left his mouth, Zhu Yuan's expression changed immediately. He was confident he could kill Hua Jin without even showing himself. However, he did not have the strength to kill Hua Jin with just one strike when he did not show himself and Hua Jin was already prepared. Such strength. He's at least at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. The moment Zhu Yuan thought of this, his heart jolted. In fact, even the Windfall Nation's imperial family only had one intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse. He was also the strongest powerhouse in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. What's so special about that person's attack? Could it be Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect? Zhu Yuan asked in a deep voice. Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, was also the only person in Windfall Nation who was on par with the strongest powerhouse in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. I don't think it's sect leader Zi Yun. Based on that person's attack, he should be a sword cultivator. Sword cultivator? Yes. Did that person say anything? Chapter 17:11. The big fish had finally taken the bait. Duan Lingtian, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the two people who were blocking Bai Li Hong's path calmly. One of the two people was wearing a dragon robe. His identity was obvious. He was none other than the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan. Although this was also Duan Lingtian's first time meeting Zhu Yuan, he could guess his identity based on his attire. After all, the dragon robe was the emperor's exclusive attire. Although this was his first time meeting Zhu Yuan, it did not mean Duan Lingtian did not know him. Not only that, when he was still a revered elder of Sita clan, he had heard of Zhu Yuan, the Windfall Nation's emperor, more than once. He knew he was one of the most powerful people in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, a refined saint stage powerhouse. The other person was a middle-aged man with a curly beard. Coupled with his messy long hair, he looked like a human-shaped lion from afar. Since he's standing next to Zhu Yuan, this person must be one of the refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. While Duan Lingtian was speculating, Zhu Yuan and the other person who blocked Bai Li Hong's path did not make things difficult for him. Instead, they looked around as though they were looking for something. After a while, Zhu Yuan opened his mouth and said, "Friend, I'm the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan. There seems to be some misunderstanding between you and the Windfall Nation's imperial family. I wonder if you can come out for a chat." Zhu Yuan's tone was very polite. He did not seem like the emperor of a sixth-rate saint nation at all. The Windfall Nation's emperor? At the same time, when Bai Li Hong heard Zhu Yuan's self-introduction and saw the dragon robe he was wearing, he immediately regained his senses. The person who was blocking his path was actually the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan. However, he was only slightly surprised when he found out the other person was the Windfall Nation's emperor. He did not feel anything else. So what if he was the Windfall Nation's emperor? Behind him was a powerhouse who was not afraid of Master Yun, who was treated as a VIP by the Windfall Nation's imperial family. That was his junior brother's friend. Let's talk about it when everyone's here. Duan Ling Tian, who was hiding in the dark, said faintly. His voice was still pretending to be hoarse, and no one could associate this voice with his real self. The voices came from all directions and entered the Zhu Yuan duo's ears, causing them to involuntarily frown. Wait until everyone is here? What did he mean? Soon after, a middle-aged man and an old man appeared. Zhu Yuan and the curly-bearded man beside him finally reacted and understood what the hidden powerhouse meant. Master Yun. Uncle. After the middle-aged man and the old man appeared, Zhu Yuan and the curly-bearded man beside him hurriedly bowed. The first person they bowed to was not the old man, but the middle-aged man. After bowing to the middle-aged man, they bowed to the old man. Although the old man was an elder of the Zhu Yuan duo, he did not dare to overstep his boundaries in front of the middle-aged man. Therefore, when the old man saw the two of them greet the middle-aged man first, not only was the old man not angry, he even felt that it was normal. In fact, this person was a powerhouse from a quasi-third-rate force. Although his strength was nothing in a quasi-third-rate force, he was almost invincible in Windfall Nation. The peak of the refined saint stage. In the history of Windfall Nation, perhaps there were powerhouses who had broken through to this stage, but there was almost no one who stayed in Windfall Nation after breaking through to this stage. Yes. The middle-aged man merely responded indifferently when Zhu Yuan and the curly-bearded man bowed to him. On the other hand, the old man responded with a smile. However, when the old man's gaze landed on Bai Li Hong, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced with a grave expression. You're Bai Li Hong? When Bai Li Hong heard Zhu Yuan addressing the old man as uncle, he could already guess his identity. In the Windfall Nation's imperial family, there was only one person who was addressed as uncle by the Windfall Nation's emperor. He was none other than Zhu Muxia, the strongest powerhouse in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, whose cultivation base was at the intermediate refined saint stage. Faced with Zhu Muxi's condescending question, Bai Li Hong frowned but did not reply. Although Zhu Muxia was very strong and could easily kill him, Bai Li Hong was not someone who was afraid of death. Naturally, he would not bow before Zhu Muxia. Moreover, he had a backer, so there was no need for him to be afraid of Zhu Muxia. Huh? Zhu Muxi's expression turned grave when he saw Bai Li Hong merely glanced at him indifferently after hearing his words before ignoring him. As the strongest powerhouse in Windfall Nation and the imperial uncle of the Windfall Nation's emperor, put aside the fact that he had a transcendent position in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, even outside the Windfall Nation's people who knew about his identity were both respectful and fearful of him. However, today, he was ignored by an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator. This was undoubtedly a form of humiliation to him. How dare you? When Zhu Muxi's expression turned grave, two loud voices resonated in unison. It was none other than the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan, and the curly-bearded man next to him who were glaring at Bai Li Hong. Their words were filled with rage. In the Windfall Nation's imperial family, not only was Zhu Muxia the strongest powerhouse, but he was also the pillar of support for the Windfall Nation's imperial family. In Zhu Yuan and the curly-bearded man's eyes, Zhu Muxia was not only the guardian of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, but he was also their senior. A large part of the reason why they could achieve their current cultivation was because of Zhu Muxi's unstinting guidance. A teacher was like a father. In their hearts, Zhu Muxia had long been their father. However, someone actually dared to ignore their father. Moreover, this person was only an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator. How could they not be furious? Zhu Lai, kill him. Zhu Muxi's eyes gleamed sharply as he shouted coldly. Yes, Imperial Uncle. The person whom Zhu Muxia addressed as Zhu Lai was the curly-bearded man next to Zhu Yuan. When he heard Zhu Muxi's words, he immediately flew out and dove toward Bai Li Hong. He was like a goshawk that saw Bai Li Hong as its prey. No matter what, Zhu Lai was an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. The moment he made his move, Bai Li Hong felt pressured, causing him to feel a little suffocated. Even his waist, which was as straight as the shaft of a spear, was gradually bending down. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort resonated in the air as a golden sword ray flashed across the sky. It appeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye before disappearing in just a blink of an eye. In just a blink of an eye, Zhu Lai, who was originally charging toward Bai Li Hong, retreated in a wretched manner. What a fast sword! After retreating, Zhu Lai only felt that his back was full of cold sweat. Just now, that golden sword light had almost brushed past his head. Fortunately, he did not unleash his full strength when he attacked Bai Li Hong earlier, so he managed to stop himself in time. If he had unleashed his full strength, he would not have been able to stop himself due to the inertia. If that was the case, he would have definitely died. Swoosh. 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 At the same time, whether it was Zhu Lai, Zhu Yuan, Zhu Mu Ci, or Master Yun, all four of them were looking at Bai Li Hong in unison. Naturally, they were not looking at Bai Li Hong. Instead, they were looking at a young man who appeared after the golden sword ray appeared. The young man had an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, other than Master Yun, who claimed to be from a quasi-third-rate force, who was looking at the young man with disdain, Zhu Mu Ci and the other two had a solemn expression on their faces. This was because they knew this ordinary-looking young man's cultivation base was at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. In the Windfall Nation's imperial family, only Zhu Mu Ci was a match for someone whose cultivation base was at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. However, faced with this expressionless young man, Zhu Mu Ci did not feel confident at all. Even he could clearly feel the threat contained in the golden sword light that flashed by just now. When one's cultivation base reached his level, one would have a particularly sharp sense of smell in many aspects. This ordinary-looking young man before him gave him a dangerous feeling. Humph. A refined saint stage martial cultivator from the Windfall Nation's imperial family actually dares to kill a pristine saint stage martial cultivator? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? Finally, the young man Duan Lingtian disguised as spoke. His voice was still hoarse. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhu Lai's expression turned grave. That's only if you can leave the palace alive and spread the news. Zhu Mu Ci sneered. You're that intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator from the Windfall Nation's imperial family? Duan Lingtian asked as he glanced at Zhu Mu Ci indifferently. So what if I am? Zhu Mu Ci continued to sneer. If it was said that he was still wary of Duan Lingtian in the beginning, after he obtained the support of the middle-aged man next to him, he no longer treated Duan Lingtian as a threat. Perhaps this young man was stronger than him, but he could not be compared to the person next to him at all. The person next to him was a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. Moreover, the person next to him had even transmitted his voice to him earlier, saying he was confident he could deal with this young man. For this reason, he was not worried at all. It seems like you've taken him as your backer? Earlier, he had seen the hint of fear in Zhu Mu Ci's eyes when he looked at him. That was the behavior of a weakling. At the very least, Zhu Mu Ci had admitted he was no match for him. However, Zhu Mu Ci had acted out of character. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could guess why Zhu Mu Ci acted out of character. It was most likely related to the middle-aged man next to him. Moreover, the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan, and Zhu Lai had addressed this middle-aged man as Master Yun. The middle-aged man was none other than the martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. He was also the guest of honor of the Windfall Nation's imperial family and the person who severely injured Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. Chapter 1712. Zi Yun was Tian Wu's master. She was also his senior. The reason Zi Yun was heavily injured was because she had helped Duan Lingtian's senior brother out of the predicament for Tian Wu. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian owed Zi Yun a favor. So what if I am? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhu Mu Xi smirked. He looked as though he was certain he had Duan Lingtian under his control. Although you're not related to Duan Lingtian, you shouldn't have coveted the Devil Seal Tablet. In fact, the Devil Seal Tablet is something that our Master Yun is determined to obtain. In terms of strength, Master Yun is a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. You're no match for him at all. In terms of the force behind him, Master Yun is from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. In the Debussyi Subterranean, a quasi-third-rate force is the top first-rate force. It's not something the force behind you can compare to. When Zhu Mu Xi reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It's important to know one's own strength. You might be strong, but you're still lacking if you want to get your hands on the Devil Seal Tablet. Zhu Mu Xi had heard about Duan Lingtian's objective before he came here. Naturally, what he knew was made up by Duan Lingtian. A quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Upon hearing Zhu Mu Xi's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. Then, he began to size up the middle-aged man, Master Yun, next to Zhu Mu Xi. You're from a quasi-third-rate force? Humph. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, the middle-aged man raised his head proudly and looked down at Duan Lingtian condescendingly. I'm Yun Kuan, a disciple of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Yun Kuan's tone was filled with arrogance. This was his pride as a disciple of a quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. If it was the Azure Cloud Mansion in the past, although it was also a quasi-third-rate force, its deterrence in the Debussyi Subterranean was limited. After all, there was still a certain distance between quasi-third-rate forces. In the past, the Azure Cloud Mansion could only be considered as the weakest among quasi-third-rate forces. However, ever since the Azure Cloud Mansion had a new mansion master, it began to prosper. Currently, it had even become a giant in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At this moment, Yun Kuan, naturally, did not expect the young man standing in front of him was none other than the young mansion master of their Azure Cloud Mansion. He was also the only son of Duan Rufeng, the mansion master who was revered by everyone in the Azure Cloud Mansion. It was all because of Duan Rufeng that the Azure Cloud Mansion was able to achieve its current status in the Debussyi Subterranean. If Yun Kuan knew Duan Lingtian's true identity, he would have been scared out of his wits. In fact, in the eyes of the Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples, Duan Rufeng was a godlike existence. He was supreme and inviolable. However, Yun Kuan was unaware of Duan Lingtian's identity. Similarly, Duan Lingtian was unaware of his own identity as well. Although he knew his father was in the Dao Martial Saint Land and had recruited some powerhouses, it did not cross his mind that his father was the leader of a quasi-third-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, his father was the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion that had risen to prominence in recent years. In the Debussyi Subterranean, the only quasi-third-rate force that could contend with the Azure Cloud Mansion was the Mountainshade Black Market. Even the quasi-third-rate force, the Mystical Sky Mansion, that Duan Lingtian planned to join, was slightly weaker in comparison. Naturally, the difference was not that big. Perhaps, the Azure Cloud Mansion could annihilate the Mystical Sky Mansion if they fought. However, in this battle, the Azure Cloud Mansion would definitely lose more than 80% of their strength. Due to this reason, even the Azure Cloud Mansion would not rashly provoke the Mystical Sky Mansion. If they really fought, the result would be a loss of 800 of their own men. Even if they managed to annihilate the Mystical Sky Mansion, the Azure Cloud Mansion whose strength was greatly reduced would still fall. As the saying went, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Put aside the other quasi-third-rate forces, as the archenemy of the Azure Cloud Mansion, the Mountainshade Black Market would definitely not let go of any opportunity to strike the Azure Cloud Mansion when it was down. Naturally, it was a little far-fetched to talk about this now. Don't tell me you think you're the only disciple from a quasi-third-rate force? Duan Lingtian glanced at Yun Kuan indifferently and smirked. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, not only was Yun Kuan stunned, but even Zhu Muxiai, Zhu Yuan, and Zhu Lai were stunned as well. Could it be that this ordinary-looking young man with extraordinary strength was also a disciple from a quasi-third-rate force? You're a disciple from a quasi-third-rate force as well? Yun Kuan raised an eyebrow and asked nonchalantly. Although he was polite, he could not hide his arrogance. The Azure Cloud Mansion was an outstanding quasi-third-rate force. Unless they were the juniors of some high-ranking officials in the quasi-third-rate forces, he did not take any disciples from other quasi-third-rate forces seriously. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? The sneer on Duan Lingtian's face deepened as a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. How dare you trick Master Yun? Zhu Muxiai was the first to regain his senses when he saw the mockery in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a monster. He did not expect this fellow to be so daring. After finding out Yun Kuan was a disciple from a quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion, he still dared to tease and provoke Yun Kuan. Was he really not afraid of death? Or did he think he was a match for Yun Kuan? Although Zhu Muxiai was filled with righteous indignation, a hint of schadenfreude could be seen in his eyes. He was happy to see this scene unfold before his eyes. As for Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai, they were also rejoicing in Duan Lingtian's misfortune when they looked at him. The young man in front of them was so powerful that their Windfall Nation's imperial family could not do anything to him at all. However, they were unwilling to let him go just like that. No matter what, he had killed more than 10 people from the Windfall Nation's imperial family. They could not wait to kill him. I sent this junior brother? At the same time, Bai Lihong finally regained his senses. When Duan Lingtian appeared and spoke in a hoarse voice, he could tell it was the voice of the powerhouse who was hiding in the dark. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian had found a helper. It did not cross his mind that it was Duan Lingtian himself. It has only been slightly more than a year, but junior brother's strength has already risen to such a level. No matter what, Hua Jin was at the peak of the pristine saint stage, but he was instantly killed by him. How did his cultivation base rise in this 1 year? When Bai Lihong realized his junior brother's strength had already reached the refined saint stage after more than a year, he felt as though he was struck by lightning. However, he regained his senses quickly this time. Brat, you're seeking death. The thing that caused Bai Lihong to regain his senses was Yun Kuan's angry shout. At this moment, Yun Kuan finally regained his senses. When he regained his senses, he was, naturally, furious. He could not suppress his anger at all. His robe fluttered, and the aura of a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage was completely released. In an instant, with him as the center, the space within 100 meters of him shook. Wave-like ripples spread out, like a stone falling into a calm lake, setting off waves of ripples. Yun Kuan's territory quickly consolidated. When the 3 men from the Windfall Nation's imperial family and the Zhu clan saw this, a cruel smile appeared on their faces. In their opinion, since Yun Kuan had made his move, this young man would definitely die. Junior brother. Bai Lihong's expression changed drastically as uneasiness rose in his heart. At this moment, he had completely forgotten that he was here to be the bait under Duan Lingtian's instructions. If Duan Lingtian was not confident, would he have asked him to do this? Naturally, the reason Bai Lihong did not think of this was because he was concerned about Duan Lingtian. As the saying went, the more concerned one is, the more confused one becomes. This was exactly what Bai Lihong meant. Faced with Yun Kuan who had consolidated his territory, a sword suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a sword that looked very ordinary and plain. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. At this moment, the sun true origin in his body began to stir. It flowed through his 99 saint veins and gathered in his hand that was holding the sword in just a blink of an eye. It continued to surge into the sword, causing the originally plain sword to emit a dazzling golden radiance. Whoosh! The radiance grew brighter and brighter. In the end, it looked like a blazing sun hanging in the sky. It's that sword. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was the Jasper Celestial Sword. Apart from him, Bai Li Hong could also recognize it. Even Bai Li Hong did not know why, but when he saw the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand, the restlessness in his heart was strangely suppressed. He calmed down as well. After he calmed down, he recalled the reason he was here. Junior brother. Is he confident he can defeat Yin Kuan? Although Bai Li Hong also felt that it was somewhat inconceivable, a trace of longing rose in his heart. Bai Li Hong's eyes were completely focused on the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Although the sword was shrouded in a dazzling golden radiance, one could still see its outline. Bai Li Hong still remembered the first time he saw this sword. It was in the Moon Illumination sect. He would never forget the scene that happened at that time. His junior brother used this sword with his cultivation base at the Saint Rudiment stage and killed a pristine Saint stage Supreme Elder from the Moon Illumination sect with just one slash. More than a year ago, during the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lin Dong from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's Lin clan, although he did not see it clearly, he was certain it had something to do with this sword. You don't even need to use your territory, and you want to fight me, Yun Kuan, with just a lousy sword? You're seeking death. After Yin Kuan's territory was formed, he noticed Duan Ling Tian had only taken out a sword and did not have any intention of forming a territory. He could not help but have a mocking expression on his face as he sneered. Why would I need a territory to kill you? Duan Ling Tian said indifferently in the face of Yin Kuan's mockery. Based on his words, it was as though he was certain Yin Kuan would win. Duan Lingtian's words entered Yin Kuan's ears. When Yin Kuan saw Duan Lingtian's indifference, it was undoubtedly a blatant provocation. You're seeking death. Chapter 1713. Zhu Mu Xi, Zhu Yuan, and Zhu Lai smiled when they saw Yin Kuan making his move. At this moment, it was as though they could already see the scene of the young man being killed. However, their smiles froze soon after. From the moment they started laughing to the moment their smiles froze, everything happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that ordinary people could not even react in time. The reason their smiles froze was because the scene before their eyes was completely out of their expectations. Yin Kuan made his move furiously. His speed was so fast that even the three of them could not catch a glimpse of it. However, in just a blink of an eye, Yin Kuan's figure that had disappeared from their sight appeared again as a sword cry reverberated in the air. However, Yin Kuan's figure appeared in a different way. To be more precise, Yin Kuan's body that appeared before their eyes was split into two from top to bottom. After a while, a dazzling stream of blood spurted out. Upon seeing this, Zhu Mu Xi and the other two were dumbfounded. Yin Kuan, who was extremely powerful in their eyes, was killed in just one move. At the same time, Bai Li Hong could not help but sigh in relief when he saw Yin Kuan was dead. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. The progress of his junior brother's cultivation base was so fast that he was almost numb to it. A powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage was killed by him in just one move. In other words, with the help of that powerful sword, his junior brother's attack was comparable to the attack of a great saint stage powerhouse. Only an eminent saint stage powerhouse would be able to kill Yin Kuan, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, in just one move. In fact, Yin Kuan was a disciple from a quasi-third-rate force. Apart from having a powerful cultivation base, his technique was definitely not simple. He might not be the best among the martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the refined saint stage, but he was definitely stronger than many people. However, such a person was instantly killed by his junior brother with just one move. He did not know when his junior brother made his move. He did not even hear the sword cry. Naturally, he knew the sword cry must have been there. However, it was too short, and his cultivation base was too low. He did not hear it at all. As it turned out, Bai Li Hong was right. He did not hear the sword cry, but Zhu Mu Xi and the other two whose cultivation bases were at the refined saint stage heard it. Naturally, Zhu Mu Xi's cultivation base was the highest, so she could hear it the clearest. It was precisely because of this that Zhu Mu Si's face instantly turned ghastly pale when she saw Yun Kuan's corpse falling from the sky. Her body started to tremble involuntarily. Yun Kuan's death was something he had never expected. His heart trembled when he recalled how he had used his connections to provoke the young man in front of him. If the heavens gave him another chance, even if he was given 100 guts, he would not dare to provoke this young man like before. Damn it. It was all Yun Kuan's fault. If he hadn't sworn that he could take care of the other party, I wouldn't have provoked him like that. Thinking of this, Zhu Mu Si looked at Yun Kuan's body that had been split into two and gnashed her teeth in hatred. I can't believe I'll be able to cast such a powerful sword strike when I activate the Jasper Celestial Sword with my current Sun True Origin. No matter what, Yun Kuan was a disciple from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. His cultivation base was at the peak of the refined saint stage, but he was killed by me in just one strike. Unknowingly, the dazzling golden light on the Jasper Celestial Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand had completely vanished. Duan Lingtian reached out to stroke the Jasper Celestial Sword gently as he muttered to himself. Swoosh! After Duan Lingtian took Yun Kuan's spatial ring, he shot out like a cannonball and appeared in front of Zhu Mu Si, Zhu Yuan, and Zhu Lai in just a flash. At this moment, the three of them had a grave expression on their faces. Fear and terror could be seen in their eyes. Why? Are you scared now? When Duan Lingtian saw their expressions and gazes, a devilish smile crept up on the corner of his mouth as he mocked them. My lord, I, Zhu Mu Si, have eyes but failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive me, my lord. With your strength, the Devil Seal tablet will definitely be yours in the end. What a joke. That Yun Kuan really thought he was invincible just because he was a disciple from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Little did he know there's a reclusive expert like you in this world, my lord. Zhu Mu Si said to Duan Lingtian with a flattering expression on his face after he took a deep breath. At this moment, he no longer looked as majestic as before. He looked like a street boy now. When Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai saw the expression on Zhu Mu Si's face, they could not help but be stunned. This was their first time seeing their imperial uncle lose his composure like this. It was as though he was a completely different person. However, they did not know Zhu Mu Si was scared out of his wits. If he did not mock the young man in front of him earlier, perhaps the young man would not have bothered with him with his strength. However, the problem was he had mocked the young man earlier. He knew if he was in the young man's shoes, he would not let him go so easily. In fact, after killing Yun Kuan, Duan Lingtian did not plan to do anything to Zhu Mu Si and the other two. Moreover, he did not take Zhu Mu Si's words to heart at all. It was as though he was walking on the street and a dog barked at him. He could not possibly run over and kill it, right? However, when Duan Lingtian saw Zhu Mu Si's flattering expression, he could not help but feel disgusted. He raised his hand and casually swung his sword. A sword ray swept across the sky and killed Zhu Mu Si before he could even react. Yun Kuan, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, was killed by his Jasper Celestial Sword. Let alone an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. Although he had only casually swung his sword earlier, and the force was far from the sword that killed Yun Kuan, it was still not something Zhu Mu Si could block or react to. Imperial Uncle. When Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai saw Zhu Mu Si had died just like that, horror dawned on them as they cried out in grief. However, their eyes were bloodshot, and they did not dare to show any signs of hatred. Who knew if this young man in front of them would also kill them and eliminate them when they were filled with hatred? Although they really wanted to kill him, they knew they did not have the ability to do so. The only thing they could do now was to try their best not to provoke him. Perhaps, they might be able to save their lives that way. However, Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai at all. Although it was as easy as pie for him to kill Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai, both of them were refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family after all. If both of them and Zhu Mu Si died, the Windfall Nation's imperial family that no longer had any powerhouses to restrain them would fall into chaos. If the Windfall Nation's imperial family was in chaos, the complicated relationships would spread out. The entire capital and the entire Windfall Nation would be in chaos. At that time, the clan leader of Sita clan and his son, who were relatives of the imperial family, would definitely be implicated, and the Sita clan would be affected as well. The Sita clan was where his family and friends lived. Naturally, he did not want anything to happen to the Sita clan. For this reason, he did not kill Zhu Yuan and Zhu Li. I'm determined to get the Devil Seal tablet. If I find out that the Windfall Nation's imperial family has made a move on Duan Lingtian's companions and alerted him, I'll definitely kill both of you. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhu Yuan and Zhu Li coldly before vanishing into thin air before their eyes. As for Bai Li Hong, he did not bring him away. With his disguise, he was a stranger to Bai Li Hong. They did not have much interaction, so it was not appropriate for him to bring Bai Li Hong away. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew very well that although he had left Bai Li Hong behind, as long as Zhu Yuan, the Windfall Nation's emperor, was smart, he would not make things difficult for Bai Li Hong anymore. The truth was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Bai Li Hong did not encounter any obstructions when he left the imperial palace. He returned to the Sita clan without a hitch. The entire Sita clan was in an uproar when they saw Bai Li Hong, who was abducted by the imperial family's revered elder 2 months ago, had returned. In fact, nobody thought Bai Li Hong would be able to return. Bai Li Hong could either obediently become the exclusive saint inscription master of the Windfall Nation's imperial family or die. In their opinion, Bai Li Hong only had 2 choices. However, it did not cross their minds that Bai Li Hong would actually return. This was akin to a sheep escaping from a tiger's den. Master Bai Li. When the clan leader of Sita clan and his son learned of Bai Li Hong's return, they personally came out to welcome him. Apart from the joy on their faces, there was also a hint of guilt on their faces. They felt guilty for being unable to stop the imperial family from taking Bai Li Hong away. This was especially true for Situ Hang, the young master of Sita clan. When he saw Bai Li Hong had returned, he heaved a long sigh of relief. He still remembered Master Duan had specifically asked him to take good care of his family and friends before he left. When Bai Li Hong was taken away, he felt very sorry for Master Duan. He even punished himself by kneeling in front of the wall for more than a month. Now that he saw Bai Li Hong was fine and had even returned to the Sita clan, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, after the pleasant surprise, everyone in Sita clan, including the clan leader of Sita clan, was curious about Bai Li Hong's experience. In their opinion, it was impossible for the Windfall Nation's imperial family to let go of a 4-star saint inscription master so easily. This could be seen from the fact that Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, was severely injured when she went to the imperial palace to ask for Bai Li Hong. It's a powerhouse who saved me. Naturally, Bai Li Hong would not tell them the truth. This was also what his junior brother, Duan Lingtian, had told him. That powerhouse was interested in the Devil Seal tablet in my junior brother's possession. However, he was afraid that if something happened to me after I was abducted and tortured by the people from the imperial palace, my junior brother would be even more cautious and hide himself even deeper. For this reason, he saved me and warned the Windfall Nation's emperor not to have any ideas about me. Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Situ Hao, Situ Heng, and the others were shocked. Even that was possible? What an eccentric powerhouse. However, it's fortunate that you met this powerhouse, Master Bai Li, otherwise, it's impossible for you to return so quickly. One of the Situ clan's elders sighed emotionally. It was impossible for him to return so quickly. Chapter 1714. If not for the appearance of his junior brother, not only would he not have been able to return so quickly, he would not have been able to return at all. Perhaps one day, he would have died in that prison. Master Bai Li, it's said that the Windfall Nation's imperial family has a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage as their backer. When that powerhouse saved you, the powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage from the Windfall Nation's imperial family didn't make a move, right? One of the Siddha clan's elders could not help but ask. Everyone from the Siddha clan, including Siddhu Hao, Siddhu Heng, and the others, looked at Bai Li Hong. They were also curious about this. The powerhouse who was treated as an honored guest by the Windfall Nation's imperial family was a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. Even Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, was heavily injured by him. He probably didn't do anything. Otherwise, the expert who saved Master Bailey might not have succeeded. Before Bai Li Hong could speak, another Siddhu clan's elder guessed. That's true. After all, he's a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. If he really wants to stop us, not everyone would be able to save Master Bai Li, another person said. If there was really an unknown expert who had saved him, Bai Li Hong would only laugh it off when he heard these words. He would not explain it at all. However, it was precisely because he knew that the person who saved him was not an expert of unknown origin, but his junior brother, that he could not bear to hear these people belittling his junior brother. Are you talking about that Yin Kuan? Not only is his cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage, but his origin is not simple as well. He's from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. What? Someone from the quasi-third-rate force, Azure Cloud Mansion? My goodness. The Windfall Nation's imperial family actually managed to latch onto the Azure Cloud Mansion? The Azure Cloud Mansion. It's said that this force is one of the two strongest quasi-third-rate forces. The group of people from Siddhu clan was shocked and they found out Yun Kuan, who was treated as a distinguished guest by the Windfall Nation's imperial family, was actually from the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion. The Siddha clan was merely a seventh-rate force. On the other hand, the Azure Cloud Mansion was a quasi-third-rate force. Any powerhouse from a force like that could easily annihilate the Siddha clan. So what if they're from the Azure Cloud Mansion? In the end, he still died. Bai Li Hong said disdainfully. It must be said that when Bai Li Hong's words entered the ears of the people from the Siddha clan, it was like a bolt from the blue. They could not regain their senses for a long time. After regaining their senses, no one spoke for a long time. Instead, they looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. That Yin Kuan is dead? Someone actually dares to kill the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion? Is he not afraid of death? The people from the Siddha clan did not doubt Bai Li Hong's words because this matter was like a ball of fire that could not be contained with paper. Even if Bai Li Hong did not say anything, they would definitely find out later. However, what shocked them the most was not the fact that Yun Kuan was from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Instead, it was the fact that someone dared to kill someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Was he not afraid of the Azure Cloud Mansion's revenge? The Azure Cloud Mansion was a powerful force that stood at the peak of the Debussy subterranean. Soon after, many Siddhu clan's elders asked about the incident. That powerhouse only used one sword to slash Yun Kuan into two. Although I'm at the early pristine saint stage, I didn't even catch the sound of the sword whistling from the beginning until the end. Based on this, one can see how fast that sword was. Bai Li Hong said again. Yun Kuan, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, was instantly killed with just one sword? The group of Siddha clan's members, including Siddhu Hao and Siddhu Heng, were shocked again. Bai Li Hong casually said a few more words to the Siddha clan's members before he bade farewell and returned to his residence. Before this, Feng Wu Dao, Sima Chang Feng, and the others were still unaware of what had happened. However, since Duan Ling Tian had said Bai Li Hong would return today before he left, they did not leave immediately and waited in the courtyard of Bai Li Hong's residence. All of you, the moment Bai Li Hong entered the courtyard, he saw Feng Wu Dao and the others were all there. All of them had a worried expression on their faces, and he was instantly touched. Master Bai Li. When Feng Wu Dao and the others saw Bai Li Hong had really returned, they were pleasantly surprised. What? Don't tell me all of you didn't believe my words before this? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had also returned. After he returned, he removed his disguise and revealed his true appearance. When Bai Li Hong saw the familiar figure in front of him and the familiar face after his disguise, he could not help but feel excited. He walked up and patted Duan Lingtian's shoulder before he sighed emotionally. "Junior brother, I can't believe you've already attained the strength of the eminent saint stage after more than a year." The strength of the eminent saint stage. When Feng Wudao, Sima Chang Feng, and the others heard Bai Li Hong's words, they were dumbfounded. Eminent saint stage? Currently, they were no longer the hotheads who had just arrived at the Dao Martial Saint land. Naturally, they knew what the three words eminent saint stage meant. The eminent saint stage was also one of the cultivation stages in the saint stage. Entering the saint stage from the saint rudiment stage was the pristine saint stage. After the pristine saint stage was the refined saint stage. After the refined saint stage was the eminent saint stage. Master Bai Li, you're not joking, right? You're saying Duan Lingtian is an eminent saint stage powerhouse? Chen Xiao Shui gasped as he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. He looked at him as though he was looking at a monster. Duan Lingtian, you've really broken through to the eminent saint stage? Nangong Yi gulped. He could not help but ask after a long while. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, apart from Bai Li Hong who seemed to be deep in thought, Feng Wudao, Sima Chang Feng, and the others sighed in relief. So Master Bai Li is really joking. Master Bai Li, please don't joke about this in the future. My little heart can't take it. Nangong Yi said with a bitter expression. You're saying your little heart is dirty? Who are you trying to fool? Chen Xiao Shui said disdainfully. When Bai Li Hong saw that the atmosphere had become lively again, he shook his head and did not say anything else. I haven't broken through to the eminent saint stage yet, but due to certain reasons, I can cast an attack that's comparable to an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Of course, it's only limited to an ordinary eminent saint stage powerhouse. When Bai Li Hong did not intend to explain, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in the air again. Apart from Bai Li Hong who had an expression of realization, Feng Wudao, Sima Chang Feng, and the others were dumbstruck again. They only regained their senses after a long time. Monster. Freak. Nangong Yi and Chen Xiao Shui looked at Duan Lingtian and only managed to squeeze out two words after a long time. In this case, Duan Lingtian, you're the one who personally rescued Master Bai Li? Chen Xiao Shui asked again. Let me tell you. Bai Li Hong took over the conversation and recounted the whole story. Although he was only recounting what had happened, Bai Li Hong felt as though he was in the same situation as Bai Li Hong. Master Bai Li, aren't you too amazing? You actually swaggered out of the Imperial Palace from the depths of the Imperial Palace. Although I wasn't there at that time, I can see the expression on the faces of those fellows in the Imperial Palace. Chen Xiao Shui and Nangong Yi sighed emotionally. However, their gazes quickly shifted to Duan Lingtian just like Feng Wudao and the others. What shocked them the most was Duan Lingtian's strength. Yun Kuan, the disciple of the quasi-third-rate Force Azure Cloud Mansion, whose cultivation base was at the peak of the refined saint stage, was killed by him with just a strike of his sword. Ling Tian boy, no matter what, Yun Kuan is still a disciple of the quasi-third-rate Force Azure Cloud Mansion. I wondered if he's an important figure in the Azure Cloud Mansion. If he is, I'm afraid the Azure Cloud Mansion won't let this matter go so easily. Feng Wudao said solemnly. Upon hearing his words, Sima Chang Feng and the others broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. So what if the Azure Cloud Mansion won't let this matter go so easily? Don't forget that I didn't use Duan Lingtian's true appearance to kill him. If the Azure Cloud Mansion wants to find the murderer, they'll have to find him first. Unlike Feng Wudao and the others who were worried, Duan Lingtian, the person involved, was not worried at all. Instead, he was very calm. Feng Wudao and the others were also worried. When they heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were instantly enlightened and relaxed. Uncle Feng, I've already learned about Tian Wu's departure. However, she didn't look for me. May I know if she's returned recently? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Feng Wudao. She hasn't. Feng Wudao shook his head. Although he knew his daughter was protected by a powerhouse, he could not help but feel worried. Perhaps that powerhouse was considered a powerhouse in Windfall Nation. However, he was nothing in the outside world. Duan Lingtian nodded and said, "Don't tell anyone about my return. With the words I've said in the Windfall Nation's Imperial Palace, the Windfall Nation's Imperial family won't dare to make things difficult for all of you anymore. All of you stay in the Sida clan properly. When I'm strong enough in the future, I'll come and take all of you away. Don't slack off on your cultivation." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Li Hong and the others knew Duan Lingtian was going to leave. For a moment, they were very reluctant to see him leave. However, they also knew the Windfall Nation was not Duan Lingtian's stage. The sea was wide, and the sky was wide, and the sky was wide. The outside world was the most suitable stage for a monstrous martial Dao genius like Duan Lingtian. After leaving the Sida clan in the capital of Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian went to the Drift Blaze sect. When he arrived at the Drift Blaze sect, he learned sect leader Ziyun was in closed-door cultivation to recuperate. He instantly realized sect leader Ziyun's injuries were not light. "Tell sect leader Ziyun that I've avenged her." Since sect leader Ziyun was in closed-door cultivation to recuperate, Duan Lingtian, naturally, did not disturb her. He asked one of her direct disciples to pass the message on his behalf. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, sect leader Ziyun's direct disciple scoffed. She knew who the person who injured her master was. Although this gigolo whom her junior sister had taken a fancy to had a good innate talent and strength, how could he possibly be capable of dealing with a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage? Duan Lingtian could see the other party's disbelief, but he did not bother to explain. He believed the news would spread to the Drift Blaze sect from the capital in 2 days at most. "It's time for me to go to the mystical sky mansion now." Chapter 17-15. Duan Lingtian had given it a lot of thought before he asked Ziyun's direct disciple to pass on the message that he had avenged Ziyun. Although he had a different face and identity when he made his move in the Windfall Nation's Imperial Palace, Duan Lingtian did not plan to hide it from Ziyun since she was Feng Tianwu's master. As for the direct disciple who passed on the message, when he met Tianwu in the Drift Blaze sect, he found out from Tianwu that this senior sister of hers was an orphan that her master had adopted since she was young. She treated her master like her own mother and always took care of her. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was not worried that she would leak this matter out. Naturally, not many people would believe her even if she leaked this matter out. When he made his move in the Windfall Nation's Imperial Palace and killed Yunkuan and Zhu Mu Ci, Duan Lingtian had used a different face. He had used the disguising secret tactic that Hualao had passed on to him. Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai, who were present at that time, had also used their divine consciousness to examine him. They would definitely know that his face was not fake. How miraculous was the disguising secret tactic? Even in the entire Dao Martial Saint land, there might not be a second person who knew about it. Other people would not even think that such a miraculous disguising secret tactic existed in this world. Due to this reason, Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai would be the first to jump out and clear Duan Lingtian's name when the time came. After leaving the Drift Blaze sect, Duan Lingtian left the Windfall Nation and did not return to the capital of Windfall Nation. I wonder where Tianwu is. Until now, there's still no news from father and mother. If I didn't destroy the jade token in the exquisite jade box, I'm afraid I would have reunited with them by now. Little Fei was actually taken away by father's people. I wonder how father found out that little Fei is in the Greenwave Han mansion. After leaving the Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian's emotions began to drift away. His heart was filled with longing. There's also Kerr. I wonder how she's doing now. Is our child safe or not? When Duan Lingtian learned that Li Fei had been taken away by his cheapskate father's people, he immediately felt relieved. However, compared to Li Fei's safety, Ker's situation was still a mystery. Due to this reason, he was very worried. After leaving the Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian did not go to the Greenwave Han Mansion. Instead, he went directly to the Mystical Sky Mansion. As one of the quasi-third-rate forces in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Mystical Sky Mansion was located in the north of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even if Duan Lingtian traveled at his current speed, it would still take him almost a month to reach there. Naturally, with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base, it was fine even if he did not sleep or rest. Due to this reason, in less than a month's time, he entered the area where the Mystical Sky Mansion was located. This place was also known as the Mystical Sky Territory. The Mystical Sky Territory was so vast that it encompassed two great fourth-rate forces. One of the fourth-rate forces was not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. It was the fourth-rate force, the Raging Wave Mansion. Lu Hongguang, the second elder of the Raging Wave Mansion, was one of the two hosts of the Rising Sky Ranking Battle in the Rising Sky Ranking District. Initially, he planned to join either the Raging Wave Mansion or the Sky Hurdle Mansion. However, when he heard the news of the Mystical Sky Mansion recruiting disciples, he quickly changed his mind and stood Lu Hongguang and Ren Zhong up. Ren Zhong was the vice mansion master of the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel guilty about this. If he had the chance, he would definitely return the favor to Lu Hongguang and Ren Zhong. After entering the Mystical Sky Territory, Duan Lingtian randomly found a city to settle down in. He even found a restaurant to sit down. Before Duan Lingtian could even warm his seat, two voices entered his ears. "Hey! Did you hear? The young mansion master of the fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, is dead. Moreover, he was killed by someone during the Rising Sky Ranking Battle. I've heard about this as well. It said that a monstrous Sectless cultivator appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district some time ago. Moreover, he was chosen by both the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion at the same time. However, that Sectless cultivator is really something as well. He actually stood up the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion and the second Elder of Raging Wave Mansion. Actually, this is understandable. With his innate talent and strength, let alone a fourth-rate force, even a quasi-third-rate force would fight to recruit him. Moreover, it just so happens that the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial's secret zone is going to open soon. Not only that, but they're also recruiting Saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40. That person's decision to join the Mystical Sky Mansion was the right choice. I don't think he stood up because of the Mystical Sky Mansion. As far as I know, before the Rising Sky Ranking Battle began, the news of the Mystical Sky Mansion recruiting Saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40 had yet to spread to the Rising Sky Mansion's district. The two of them discussed animatedly. When their words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile. It did not cross his mind that the matter he did in the Rising Sky Mansion's district had spread to the Mystical Sky Mansion's district. Not only that, but his name, Li Feng, had also attracted many people's attention. It said that the Mystical Sky Mansion recently announced that if Li Feng, the person ranked first on the Rising Sky ranking, is willing to join the Mystical Sky Mansion, the Mystical Sky Mansion will directly give him a spot to enter the St. Martial's secret zone. There's no need for him to compete with the others. Moreover, the Mystical Sky Mansion will spare no effort in nurturing him. The Mystical Sky Mansion is really generous. However, this also shows how desperate the Mystical Sky Mansion is for talented people. That Li Feng has a cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage before the age of 40. Even if the Mystical Sky Mansion doesn't directly give him a spot to enter the St. Martial's secret zone, with his strength, won't it be a piece of cake for him to obtain a spot? Due to this reason, the Mystical Sky Mansion's promise is useless to Li Feng. Perhaps, Li Feng doesn't care about this promise. However, the Mystical Sky Mansion has already announced that as long as he's willing to join the Mystical Sky Mansion, they'll spare no effort in nurturing him. With the mystical Sky Mansion's resources, with Li Feng's innate talent, he'll definitely improve even faster. I'm afraid it won't be long before he becomes a pillar in the mystical Sky Mansion. That's right. I really didn't expect such a monstrous genius like Li Feng would appear in our Debussy Subterranean. It's said that not only the mystical Sky Mansion, but the other quasi-third-rate forces have also extended an olive branch to Li Feng. With Li Feng's innate talent, no matter which third-rate force he joins, he'll definitely be able to receive the best nurturing. Although I've never been to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, in my opinion, even those young geniuses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land might not be a match for Li Feng. Unfortunately, ever since the Rising Sky ranking battle ended, Li Feng seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. That Rising Sky Mansion has racked their brains to look for him and avenge their young mansion master, but to no avail. Someone said that a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land took a liking to Li Feng and brought him to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. There's also someone who said that Li Feng was originally a genius martial cultivator from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, and he came to the lower province to train. As for the Rising Sky ranking battle, it was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. Duan Lingtian noticed that most of the customers in the surroundings were talking about him. Naturally, he knew this was because the news about the Rising Sky ranking battle had just spread to the mystical Sky Mansion not long ago. After a while, this topic would naturally die down. However, even so, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh emotionally. He did not expect that he had unexpectedly become a celebrity by participating in the Rising Sky ranking battle for Xuanai. Moreover, a few quasi-third-rate forces had even extended an olive branch to him. Why don't I just join the mystical Sky Mansion as Li Feng? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. However, he dismissed this thought as soon as he thought about it. With my current strength, even if I don't join the mystical Sky Mansion as Li Feng, I'll still be qualified to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. As long as I display enough innate talent and value, the cultivation resources in the mystical Sky Mansion will naturally lean toward me. Most importantly, if I join the mystical Sky Mansion as Li Feng, Tian Wu definitely won't know I'm in the mystical Sky Mansion. For this reason, it's better for me to use the name Ling Tian. With Tian Wu's intelligence, even if she's not certain Ling Tian is me, Duan Ling Tian, she'll definitely come and investigate. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he made up his mind and entered the mystical Sky Mansion as Ling Tian. However, there were still 10 months before the mystical Sky Mansion would recruit disciples. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian was not in a hurry. He found a remote mountain nearby and dug a small hole that would not be exposed to wind and rain before placing the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda inside. Soon after, he entered the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought. 10 months in the outside world would be more than 4 years in the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Even if Duan Lingtian did not have time to go to the mystical Sky Mansion, he would still be able to stay in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda for about 4 years. During this period of time, his cultivation base would definitely improve. He was confident he would be able to raise his cultivation base to the peak of the pristine saint stage. For this reason, Duan Lingtian completely immersed himself in his cultivation. Naturally, apart from cultivating, he did not forget to hug the Jasper Celestial Sword and further comprehend the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Duan Lingtian had already witnessed the might of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Due to this reason, he decided to fully immerse himself in the Sovereign Heart Sword and no longer study or cultivate other martial tactics. After all, the other martial tactics in the Dao Martial Saint Land were nothing compared to the Sovereign Heart Sword. There was no need for him to neglect the essentials. Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in his cultivation, was, naturally, unaware that a few months later, Han Xuanai's master had returned to the Greenwave Han Mansion and brought Han Xuanai and the 3 little fellows away. Brother Lingtian, Han Xuanai, who was heading to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, turned around and looked into the distance with a gloomy expression on her face. Chapter 17-16. In the deepest part of the mountain range behind the clouds, there were 4 steep mountains standing there. They were like 4 pillars that pierced through the clouds. If one looked closely at the sky above the 4 mountains, one would see a huge island hovering in midair after the clouds drifted to the side with the wind. The island was shrouded in clouds and mist, making it look like a celestial island. The island did not have any support, and it just hovered in the air. With just a glance, it was visually stunning. That island. It's actually hovering in the air? Goodness. How did they do it? Many people were gathered near one of the steep mountains. Some of them had a shocked expression on their faces as they stared at the island hovering behind the clouds. In their opinion, this hovering island seemed to defy common sense. Naturally, there were also many people who remained calm. Some of them could not help but mock, "What a bunch of country bumpkins. Don't you know that a powerful formation can support an island to hover in the air for a long time? This is the mystical Sky Mansion's estate after all. It's not strange for such a formation to appear here." The formation was supporting the island. In the crowd, Duan Ling Tian, who had changed his name to Ling Tian, was also looking at the hovering island. The island floating in the air gave him a visual shock. How strong is the array formation to hold up such a huge island? Not only that, but the number of saint stones required to support the operation of the formation must be an astronomical figure as well. Duan Ling Tian had a certain level of understanding of formations. Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in the crowd, had disguised himself as a handsome young man. He was dressed in green, and his arms were wrapped around a simple and unadorned sword that looked extremely ordinary. This sword was none other than the Jasper Celestial Sword. Due to the fact that today was the day the quasi-third-rate force, the mystical Sky Mansion, recruited saint stage geniuses below the age of 40, Duan Ling Tian had also awakened from his closed-door cultivation and made his way to the mystical Sky Mansion's estate in time. Naturally, the mystical Sky Mansion's estate was not open to the public, so it was difficult for ordinary people to enter. Today, due to the fact that the mystical Sky Mansion was recruiting saint stage geniuses below the age of 40, the mystical Sky Mansion's estate was also open to the public. Not only could saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 enter, but their friends and family could also enter. Naturally, the entrance was limited to the foot of the mountain in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. The mystical Sky Mansion's estate was divided into 5 locations. One of the locations was the floating island where the high-ranking officials of the mystical Sky Mansion usually stayed. The cultivation environment there was much better than the other 4 locations as well. The other 4 were the 4 steep mountains that were like pillars that supported the heavens. On top of each steep mountain, there was a hall. The mystical Sky Mansion was divided into the Heaven Palace, Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace. Between each palace, there was also a competitive relationship. For example, the saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 that the mystical Sky Mansion was going to recruit would be divided among the 4 palaces. As for the saint stage geniuses who were divided up, they would have to fight for the qualification to enter the Saint Martial's secret zone in their respective palaces. The quota for entering the Saint Martial's secret zone was the same for every palace. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something as he raised his head abruptly. With just a glance, he saw a familiar figure walking in the air from afar. Behind this person were 2 young men. Based on the faint aura they emitted, it was obvious they were at the saint stage or above as well. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man. He was none other than the second elder of the Raging Wave Mansion, Lu Hongguang. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian participated in the Rising Sky ranking battle, Lu Hongguang was one of the hosts, and he took good care of him. At that time, Lu Hongguang and Ren Zhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, both of them wanted to recruit him into their respective forces. In the end, when Duan Ling Tian found out the mystical Sky Mansion was recruiting saint stage geniuses below the age of 40, he stood Lu Hongguang and Ren Zhong up. Now that Duan Ling Tian saw one of the people involved, he could not help but feel his cheeks burning even though he had disguised himself. It seems like the temptation of the Saint Martial's secret zone is so great that even Elder Lu has brought people here. The two people behind him must be at the pristine saint stage or above as well. Judging by their ages, they're not even 40 years old yet. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the two people behind Lu Hongguang. It's Elder Lu from the Raging Wave Mansion. Lu Hongguang's appearance quickly attracted many people's attention. No matter what, the Raging Wave Mansion was still a fourth-rate force in the mystical sky region. As the second elder of the Raging Wave Mansion, it was only natural that many people recognized Lu Hongguang. Many of them even stepped forward to greet him. The Raging Wave Mansion is the first fourth-rate force to come today. If I'm not mistaken, the two young men following behind Elder Lu should be the two most outstanding people among the younger generation in the Raging Wave Mansion. They're called Lu Jian and Li En respectively. I've heard of Lu Jian before. He's Elder Lu's nephew. Not only is his innate talent high, but due to the fact that Elder Lu has spared no effort in guiding him, he can be considered as one of the most outstanding people among the younger generation in the Raging Wave Mansion. Li En is not simple as well. Although he's a rising star, his innate talent is not inferior to Lu Jian at all. Although he's not as strong as Lu Jian now, it's only because he's younger than Lu Jian. These two people are also saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40 in the Raging Wave Mansion. I'm sure they followed Elder Lu here for the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial's secret zone. Of course. Even a fourth-rate force would be tempted by the St. Martial's secret zone. As the crowd discussed among themselves, another person from a fourth-rate force appeared. This fourth-rate force was another fourth-rate force in the Mystical Sky Mansion. It was called the Tyrannical Saber Mansion. There were a total of 3 people from the Tyrannical Saber Mansion who came. The person in the lead was a burly man with a curly beard who looked similar to Lu Hongguang. However, he was much taller than Lu Hongguang. He was a head taller. The most impressive thing about him was the wide saber on his back. The saber was 3 meters long. It hung on his back, looking majestic and domineering. Elder Lu, the Raging Wave Mansion is really early. The moment the burly man with a curly beard who carried a 3-meter-long saber on his back appeared, he looked at Lu Hongguang and laughed heartily. It was obvious he was familiar with Lu Hongguang. Elder Lin. When Lu Hongguang saw the burly man with a curly beard, he did not hesitate and greeted him with a smile. Elder Lin? At this moment, someone exclaimed in a low voice, "Don't tell me it's the third elder of the Tyrannical Saber Mansion, Heaven-Splitting Saber Lin Kuang? It must be him." Although Elder Lu is only the second elder of the Raging Wave Mansion, his strength is in no way inferior to the Grand Elder of the Raging Wave Mansion. I'm afraid Lin Kuang is the only elder with the surname Lin in the Tyrannical Saber Mansion who can make him treat him so politely. Although Lin Kuang is only the third elder of the Tyrannical Saber Mansion, even the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Tyrannical Saber Mansion don't dare to take his heaven-splitting saber head-on. That's right. I've long heard that the Tyrannical Saber Mansion's third elder, Lin Kuang's strength is in no way inferior to the Raging Wave Mansion's second elder, Lu Hongguang. Judging by Elder Lu's attitude, his strength must be as strong as the rumors say. Otherwise, Elder Lu wouldn't treat him so politely. Many people began to talk about the curly-bearded burly man, Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang was also the Tyrannical Saber Mansion's third elder. Behind Lin Kuei, there were 2 young men and a young woman. The 2 young men were still fine. Their bodies were sturdy like Lin Kuang, and they were filled with masculine energy. On the other hand, the young woman at the back was not delicate like an ordinary woman. Her body was hot, and she exuded masculine energy that only men should have. With just a glance, one could tell she was a heroine. Most importantly, she had a devilish face. Her willowy eyebrows twitched as though they could speak. The Tyrannical Saber Mansion actually has 3 saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40? In the distance, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel surprised. In fact, even the Raging Wave Mansion only had 2 saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40. Since it was not his first day in the Mystical Sky Mansion, Duan Lingtian also knew about the Tyrannical Saber Mansion. He knew the tyrannical Saber Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion were fourth-rate forces in the mystical sky region. They were also the only two fourth-rate forces in the mystical sky region. This woman, soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered there was a woman among the three young men from the tyrannical Saber Mansion. The woman's appearance was so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of a nation. Coupled with her devilish figure, she attracted the attention of all the young men the moment she appeared. Since the mystical sky mansion was recruiting saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40, there were a lot of young people. Most of them were young men. It's really a small world. With a raised brow, Duan Lingtian's gaze inadvertently swept across the distance. He saw another familiar figure leading two people in the air. In just a blink of an eye, they had already arrived near Lu Hongguang and the other people from the Raging Wave Mansion. The person leading the three people was none other than Renzhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. Behind Renzhong, there were two handsome young men. As they stood there seemed to be an invisible aura emanating from them. It felt as though a gentle breeze was caressing one's face. It's the people from the Sky Hurdle Mansion. The person leading them is the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, Renzhong. Soon after, someone recognized Renzhong. As time passed by, more and more people from fourth-rate forces arrived. They were all led by a high-ranking official from their respective forces. Usually, there would be 2 or 3 saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40 who came. Naturally, there were also some fourth-rate forces that had 4 saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40 who came. As time passed by, noon gradually arrived. It's time. The people from the mystical sky mansion should be here soon. All of a sudden, someone said, "That's right." Chapter 17:17. There were a total of 8 people who appeared before everyone's eyes. Among the 8 people, 4 of them were in the lead. These 4 people were either middle-aged men or old men. The other 4 people standing behind them were all young men. I'm the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace. I'm the Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace. I'm the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace. I'm the Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace. Under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, the 4 people in the lead introduced themselves one after another. The sound of heavy breathing instantly reverberated in the air. As everyone knew, as a quasi-third-rate force, the mystical sky mansion was divided into 4 palaces. The 4 palaces complemented each other and competed with each other. Among the 4 palaces, the palace master was the leader, followed by the vice palace masters. Currently, the appearance of the vice palace masters of Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow palaces in Mystical Sky Mansion naturally shocked the people present on the scene. This was because the scene was just too grand. All saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40 float in the air. Everyone else, stand on the ground. The vice palace master of Heaven Palace, an old man, said in a deep voice as he swept his gaze across the people present on the scene. At once, many young figures rose into the air, including Duan Lingtian. As for the others, they remained on the ground obediently. Including Duan Lingtian, there were a total of 37 people who rose into the air. All of them were saint-stage martial and Tao cultivators below the age of 40. Even in the mystical sky mansion, such geniuses could be considered as top-notch geniuses. There's a total of 37 people. My Heaven Palace wants 10 people, and each of your palaces wants 9 people each. What do you think? At this moment, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace looked at the other 3 Vice Palace Masters and asked. The Heaven Palace was the most powerful palace in the mystical sky mansion. It was even stronger than the other 3 palaces. Due to this reason, although the other 3 Vice Palace Masters were dissatisfied with the domineering attitude of the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, they could only nod their heads in agreement. In that case, we'll follow the old rules. Each palace will pick one person and will take turns to pick. The Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace continued to say, however, since my Heaven Palace wants an extra person this time, the selection will start from the earth, mystical, and yellow palaces. My heaven palace will be the last one. The other 3 vice palace masters of the heaven palace had no objections. Each hall will pick one person and take turns to choose. When Duan Lingtian and the others heard the deputy hall master's words, they could not help but be stunned. After a while, everyone was curious about how the mystical Sky Mansion's 4th palace would select them. Just as they were feeling extremely perplexed, they suddenly felt a powerful and majestic pressure coming from above their heads and pressing down on their bodies, causing their scalps to go numb. At the same time, the powerful pressure seemed to want to completely suppress them. However, in the face of this pressure, everyone used their true essence, and the pressure was greatly reduced. Is this the way to select people? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he felt the pressure continue to increase. However, this little bit of pressure was nothing to him. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even frown. What happened? This pressure seems to be increasing. If this goes on, even if our strength is not bad, we will still be suppressed. It seems that this pressure is a test. At that time, they'll definitely prioritize those who are not afraid of this pressure. One had to admit that there were still many smart people who could guess the reason for the sudden appearance of the pressure. They gritted their teeth and held on. However, even if they gritted their teeth and gave it their all, many people were still crushed and fell from the sky in a wretched manner. The pressure was still increasing. Gradually, only a few people, including Duan Lingtian, remained on the spot without moving at all. What surprised Duan Lingtian was the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion actually managed to hold on until now. Moreover, it seemed like she still had some energy left. Not bad. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but praise the female disciple in his heart when he saw how relaxed she was. It seems like there are some good seedlings this time. The Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace looked at Duan Lingtian and the others who were still standing there. His eyes suddenly lit up as he glanced back and forth between Duan Lingtian and the others. It was as though he was considering who he should select. Soon after, someone could not withstand the pressure anymore. At this moment, there were only 3 people, including Duan Lingtian, who were still standing on the spot. Other than Duan Lingtian and the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion, there was still a sectless cultivator with an ordinary appearance and a medium build. This sectless cultivator was the kind who would not stand out if he was thrown into a crowd. However, the fact that he could still stand until now was enough to show that he was not simple. That female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion is so tenacious. She actually managed to hold on until now. At the same time, many people's gazes landed on the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion. They did not expect that the last 3 people standing would be a lady. Moreover, it was the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion. In fact, the other 2 male disciples from the tyrannical saber mansion had already fallen from the sky in a wretched manner. Only this female disciple managed to hold on until now. Who said that women were inferior to men? This female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion proudly proved this to everyone. When the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace saw that Duan Lingtian, the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion, and the sectless cultivator did not show any signs of falling, he could not help but frown slightly. Currently, there were 3 people who were the most outstanding. However, he had announced earlier that the Heaven Palace would be the last to pick. Due to this reason, the most outstanding 3 people were destined to have no fate with the Heaven Palace. Time continued to pass by quietly. The pressure continued to increase with every passing moment. Very soon, the sectless cultivator could no longer hold on and fell from the sky. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion were left. Up until now, Duan Lingtian still acted as though nothing had happened. It was as though he could not feel the pressure at all. On the other hand, the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion was already sweating profusely. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. At this critical moment, the pressure suddenly disappeared. It disappeared as quickly as it came. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed the pressure had disappeared. Of course, disappearing or not disappearing didn't mean much to the current him. Earlier, the pressure continued to increase. However, when it landed on his body, it felt like a tickle. Putting aside his current cultivation base, just the strength of his physical body alone was not something that could be affected by the pressure. In fact, the strength of his physical body was even more terrifying than a six-clawed divine dragon with the same cultivation base. You come to our Earth Palace. The Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace, a middle-aged man, said with a smile as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Humph. What's so good about the Earth Palace? Little fellow, it's better for you to come to our mystical palace. Chapter 17-18. The Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace was an old man with a white beard. Coupled with his long white hair and white eyebrows, he looked like a celestial being. Presently, when he looked at Duan Ling Tian, his childlike face revealed a wisp of an amiable smile. Based on the pressure test earlier, it was obvious Duan Ling Tian was the most outstanding saint stage genius below the age of 40. Naturally, he had to fight for such a genius. Old man Tian, what do you mean by this? When the Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace saw the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace interfering, he felt slightly embarrassed. He said with dissatisfaction, "Don't forget that according to the order, the Earth Palace is the first to pick a disciple. As for the Mystical Palace, you'll have to wait until the Earth Palace picks a disciple before you can pick another one." I know. The Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace was called Tian Ji. When he saw the dissatisfaction on the Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace's face, not only did he not feel apologetic, but he even said with a smile, "Indeed, the Earth Palace has the right to pick first. According to the rules, it's also before the Mystical Palace. However, he can still reject you when you pick a disciple, right? If he rejects you, you won't be able to pick him anymore. You'll have to pick another disciple. When it's the Mystical Palace's turn, as long as he's willing, the Mystical Palace can also take him in." Tian Ji smiled. The moment Tian Ji's words left his mouth, the Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace was rendered speechless. There was no way he could refute this. Haha. Tian Ji is right. At this moment, the Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace also spoke up. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a smile, "Young man, what's your name?" Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian did not expect he would attract the attention of the three palace masters of Mystical Sky Mansion even though he did not do anything special. He was rendered speechless. However, in the face of the Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace's question, he still told him his current name. Ling Tian was his current alias. As for his face, it was also disguised. Although he was still handsome, it was not his original face. Due to the ingenuity of his disguising secret tactic, other people would not be able to see through his disguise at all. Ling Tian, what a good name. The Vice Palace Master of the Yellow Palace was a middle-aged man with a medium build. He nodded at Duan Ling Tian and continued to say, "Ling Tian, as long as you reject the invitation from the first two palaces and enter my Yellow Palace, Sun Lin, promise you that you won't have to compete for a spot to enter the St. Martial's secret zone 3 months later. I can represent the Yellow Palace to give you a spot." Although the voice of the Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace, Sun Lin, was not loud, due to the quiet environment, his words were easily heard by everyone present. Even the group of people standing on the ground could hear Sun Lin's voice. The Vice Palace Master of the Mystical Sky Mansion's Yellow Palace actually thinks so highly of that young man called Ling Tian. He hasn't even joined the Mystical Sky Mansion, but he already promised him a spot to enter the St. Martial's secret zone. Yeah, it's really surprising. Humph. I noticed that Ling Tian was one of the two people who didn't feel pressured from the beginning until the end. Even the female disciple from the tyrannical Saber Mansion began to tremble in the end. He was the only one who didn't move at all. It was as though he wasn't affected at all. To be able to do that, he must be the strongest among the 36 saint stage geniuses below the age of 40. With such a strong strength, even if he participates in the competition for the spot to enter the St. Martial's secret zone, he'll definitely be able to get a spot. The Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace's promise may sound good, but he's just doing him a favor. That's indeed the case. The group of people discussed among themselves. However, the way they looked at Duan Lingtian had also changed. The fact that this young man was fought over by the 3 Vice Palace Masters of the mystical Sky Mansion was enough to show his value. He would definitely have a bright future in the mystical Sky Mansion in the future. Ren Zhong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion, looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. If Li Feng, the person who stood them up, the strongest person on the Rising Sky ranking, appeared here today, he would definitely receive the same treatment as Ling Tian. They were almost certain about this. Unfortunately, Li Feng did not seem to be interested in the recruitment of disciples in the mystical Sky Mansion, so he was not present. Perhaps, he's really a sectless cultivator from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He must have taken a stroll in the Debussy subterranean and returned because he was bored. This was what the two of them thought. However, whether it was Ren Zhong or Lu Hongguang, both of them would never have imagined that the Saint Stage genius, Ling Tian, who was surrounded by the 3 great Vice Palace Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion, was actually Li Feng. Both of them were the same person. Put aside how shocked the others were, even the group of Saint Stage geniuses who were suppressed by the pressure looked at Duan Lingtian with envy and jealousy. Who did not want their value to be recognized? This was especially true for people like them who had entered the Saint Stage before the age of 40. Each of them was a prodigy. However, when they gathered together, they felt that they were so ordinary. Under such circumstances, Ling Tian's appearance made them feel ashamed of their inferiority. This was the first time a sense of defeat rose from the bottom of their hearts. Humph. Sun Lin, I thought you were going to make a promise. Our Earth Palace can also agree to this promise. The Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace snorted coldly before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Ling Tian, as long as you're willing to join our Earth Palace, not only will we give you the qualification to enter the St. Martial's secret zone directly, but we'll also provide you with the best cultivation environment and resources. Moreover, there are many powerhouses in our Earth Palace who can guide you in your cultivation. If you're willing, I, Zhang Qing, the Vice Palace Master of the Earth Palace, am willing to recommend you to become a disciple of the Earth Palace Master. As long as the Earth Palace Master takes a fancy to you, it's not impossible for you to become his direct disciple. It was obvious Zhang Qing was anxious when he saw how popular Duan Lingtian was. Zhang Qing's promise, naturally, shocked many people. They did not expect a young man who had yet to enter the mystical Sky Mansion would be so popular. The female disciple from the tyrannical Saber Mansion stood at the side. From the beginning until the end, her eyes never left Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was definitely the most outstanding person of the same age as her that she had ever seen. In the past, whether it was in the tyrannical Saber Mansion or outside, she had never seen any martial or Dao cultivators below the age of 40 who could compare to her. Moreover, before she came to the mystical Sky Mansion, she did not think there was anyone who could compare to her. Unless Li Feng from the Rising Sky Mansion's district had come as well. Li Feng was a sectless cultivator who had appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. The moment he appeared, he immediately charged to the top of the Rising Sky ranking and killed Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. It was said that Li Feng was a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. If there was anyone among the younger generation that she was completely convinced by, it would definitely be Li Feng. In fact, even she was only at the early refined saint stage and was close to the intermediate refined saint stage. However, when she saw Ling Tian today, she realized she was just a frog in a well. As it turned out, in the Debussy subterranean, apart from Li Feng, there were other people of the same age who could surpass her in terms of innate talent and strength. Earlier, during the pressure test, both she and Ling Tian had persevered until the end. However, at that time, she was already close to her limit. On the other hand, Ling Tian still had a calm expression on his face as though he did not feel any pressure at all. It was obvious who was stronger between them. At that moment, a sense of defeat rose in her heart. Due to this reason, she was very interested in this person of the same age who was stronger than her. In fact, as an outstanding woman, she had always been proud and arrogant. Although there was no lack of suitors among the younger generation of male disciples in the tyrannical Saber Mansion, she did not take any of them seriously at all. In her opinion, only a man who was stronger than her was qualified to be with her. In fact, Duan Lingtian had long noticed the gaze of this female disciple from the tyrannical Saber Mansion. However, he could only pretend he did not see it. What else could he do? Look at her and tell her to back off? However, this female disciple from the tyrannical Saber Mansion was obviously not a shy little girl. If he really looked into her eyes, it would most likely backfire. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian chose to ignore her. What an interesting man. If you're outstanding enough, I, Wang Fei Xian, don't mind taking the initiative to pursue you. Wang Fei Xian was the name of this female disciple from the tyrannical Saber Mansion. At the same time, she had another identity. The current mansion master of the tyrannical Saber Mansion was her biological grandfather. The reason she found Duan Lingtian interesting was because this was the first time Wang Fei Xian had seen a man from the same generation as her who could ignore her. It was as though her charm was completely overshadowed by this man. Duan Lingtian was unaware of Wang Fei Xian's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been shocked and would have kept a respectful distance from her. Although Wang Fei Xian was extremely attractive to men, as a man with two devastatingly beautiful fiancées and a devastatingly beautiful confidant, he had a certain degree of immunity to her beauty. Whether it was Ke, Li Fei, or Feng Tianwu, in terms of beauty, none of them were inferior to Wang Fei Xian. Tian Ji, the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace, and Sun Lin, the Vice Palace Master of Yellow Palace, were dumbfounded when they saw Zhang Qing, the Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace, making such a heavy promise. Since Zhang Qing had already made such a promise, what else could they take out to compete with him for Ling Tian? At most, the things they could take out were on par with Zhang Qing's. Ling Tian, with your innate talent, I think it's best for you to stay in the Heaven Palace. Just when most people thought Duan Lingtian would accept Vice Palace Master Zhang Qing's invitation, a voice resonated in the air and attracted everyone's attention. The person who spoke was none other than the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace. Chapter 1719. The Heaven Palace is the head palace in the mystical Sky Mansion. It's not appropriate for me to promise you too much now that you've come to the Heaven Palace. However, if you're able to stand out in the Heaven Palace, I guarantee you'll be able to obtain much more than the other palaces. I believe that the other three Vice Palace Masters will not deny this. After the Vice Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace finished speaking to Duan Lingtian, he glanced at the other three Vice Palace Masters. The three Vice Palace Masters smiled wryly when they saw the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace had spoken. Tian Ji, the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace, could not help but ridicule, "Old Shao, you're not being kind. It's one thing for the Heaven Palace to ask for 10 spots, but now, you want to monopolize the most outstanding saint stage genius as well?" In the mystical Sky Mansion, the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces were led by the Heaven Palace. The Sky Palace had the most experts and the cultivation resources they possessed were also the best. Therefore, in many aspects, the other three palaces were inferior to the Heavenly Palace. Of course, although the Sky Palace was good, the competition was even greater. Perhaps, with one's strength and talent, one might not be able to enjoy the best treatment in the Sky Palace, but one would be able to enjoy the best treatment in the other three palaces. Therefore, to those who were confident, the Heavenly Hall was undoubtedly the best choice. For ordinary people, the other three palaces were the best choices. If you are willing to give Ling Tian and her to my Heavenly Palace, I will give the others to you. The vice palace master of the heavenly palace glanced at Duan Lingtian before shifting his gaze to the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion. He then shifted his gaze to the lone cultivator who was eliminated by the pressure. The three people he named were undoubtedly the most outstanding among the 37 saint stage geniuses this time. Thus, after the vice palace master of the heavenly palace said those words, the other three vice palace masters all shut their mouths and did not respond. What a joke! If they could recruit these three most outstanding geniuses under their wing, they would be willing to only have 3 spots. In fact, Duan Lingtian was already tempted when the vice palace master of the heavenly palace spoke. The heavenly hall was indeed his best choice. Vice palace master Zhang, my apologies. Therefore, Duan Lingtian could only apologize to Zhang Qing. It doesn't matter. Even if you didn't come to the Earth Palace, as long as you've entered the mystical Sky Mansion, you're still one of us. 5style_txt, faced with a saint stage genius like Duan Lingtian, even though Zhang Qing was the vice palace master of the Earth Palace, he did not dare to be careless. With this Ling Tian's innate talent and strength, as long as he did not die prematurely, he would definitely become one of the mystical Sky Mansion's pillars in the future. It would not be impossible for him to become the mansion master in the future. As for becoming one of the palace masters of the heaven, earth, mystical, and yellow palaces, as long as he could maintain his innate talent, it would not be a problem at all. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had expressed his intention to enter the Sky Hall, the 2 vice hall masters of the Xian Hall and the Yellow Hall could not help but smile bitterly. Only the vice hall master of the Sky Hall had a smile on his face. Since Duan Lingtian was out of the question, Zhang Qing could only set his sights on the female disciple from the tyrannical saber mansion. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the little granddaughter of the mansion master of tyrannic saber mansion, Wang Fei Xian, right? Zhang Qing asked. Yes. Upon hearing Zhang Qing's voice, Wang Fei Xian guiltily withdrew her gaze from Duan Lingtian and turned to look at Zhang Qing. I've long heard about you. A smile appeared on Zhang Qing's face. Speaking of which, your grandfather and I are quite close. Why don't you come to my Earth Palace? In Zhang Qing's opinion, since he had already said so much, Wang Fei Xian would definitely be willing to go to the Earth Palace. However, the moment his words left his mouth, before Wang Fei Xian could reply, the Vice Palace Master of Mystical Palace, Tian Ji, began to poach her again. Girl, in terms of friendship with your grandfather, this Zhang Qing can't compare to me at all. I believe your grandfather must have mentioned me to you before, right? Vice Palace Master Tian Ji, my grandfather often talks about you as well. Wang Fei Xian nodded. Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Tian Ji laughed out loud as though he had expected it. If that's the case, then come to my Earth Palace. With your innate talent and strength, in addition to your grandfather's face, I'll definitely not treat you unfairly. Old man Tian, aren't you going a little overboard? Zhang Qing frowned in dissatisfaction. In terms of friendship, he had only met the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion once. However, Tian Ji could be considered as a friend of the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion. In this regard, he really did not have any advantage. Hee. Upon seeing Zhang Qing's dissatisfied expression, Tian Ji did not feel apologetic at all. Instead, he chuckled. However, the smile on his face quickly froze. This was because Wang Fei Xian's voice resonated in his ears. Vice Palace Master Tian, originally, based on your friendship with my grandfather, I should have chosen the Mystical Palace. I would have been able to receive more care there. However, I have a choice now, and it's not the Mystical Palace. I'm sorry. Not the Mystical Palace. When these 4 words entered Tian Ji's ears, it was no different from a bolt from the blue. When Zhang Qing saw Tian Ji was stunned, he could not help but laugh out loud. Old man Tian, are you dumbfounded? This girl from the Wang clan is an honest person. I invited her first, but she still gave up on your Mystical Palace and came to our Earth Palace. Humph. Tianji glanced at Zhang Qing indifferently and snorted. Zhang Qing's action was no different from rubbing salt on his wound. Vice Palace Master Zhang, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I don't intend to go to the Earth Palace. I want to go to the Heaven Palace. When Wang Fei Xian reached the end of her sentence, she glanced at Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian's scalp to go numb. Could it be that this valiant young miss followed him to the Heaven Palace because he was going to the Heaven Palace? It was no wonder Duan Lingtian had such doubts. When Wang Fei Xian made this decision, she had been looking at him from the beginning until the end. Even the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Wang Fei Xian, did not look at him at all. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Qing, little Wang doesn't want to go to your Earth Palace. Aren't you being too full of yourself earlier? Why didn't I realize you're so thick-skinned before this? This time, it was Tianji's turn to laugh. Zhang Qing, on the other hand, had an awkward expression on his face. Earlier, when he saw Wang Fei Xian had rejected Tianji, he thought Wang Fei Xian wanted to come to his Earth Palace. It did not cross his mind that he had misjudged her. The Heaven Palace welcomes you. When the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace saw Wang Fei Xian had taken the initiative to join the Heaven Palace, he smiled. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. He could see Wang Fei Xian seemed to be interested in this saint-stage genius named Lingtian. He had heard of Wang Fei Xian before this. Although she was young, she was already an early refined saint-stage martial cultivator. She was not far away from breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage. With such innate talent, she could be ranked in the top 10 among the younger generation in the Heaven Palace. That Ling Tian is even stronger than Wang Fei Xian. His cultivation base is at least at the intermediate refined saint stage. There are only 3 intermediate refined saint stage powerhouses below the age of 40 in our mystical sky mansion. He can be considered as the 4th one. The Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace thought to himself as he glanced at Duan Lingtian. The depressed Vice Palace Master of Earth Palace, Zhang Qing, shifted his gaze to the sexless young man who was eliminated in the end. Don't tell me you're thinking of going to the Heaven Palace as well? Although the Heaven Palace is good, I think the Earth Palace is more suitable for me. Although the sexless young man had an ordinary appearance, he was very good-looking when he smiled. It was as though he was bathing in the spring breeze. In his opinion, with his innate talent and strength, although he would receive more resources if he entered the Heaven Palace, it would definitely not be as exaggerated as Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian. He still understood the saying, it's better to be the head of a lion than the tail of a phoenix. Ha! Great! The Earth Palace welcomes you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing immediately laughed out loud. At the same time, he looked at Tianji provocatively. Although the latter was extremely annoyed, he could not be bothered with Zhang Qing when he noticed Zhang Qing's gaze. Unlike Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian, and the sexless young man, the remaining 34 saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 were randomly divided among the 4 palaces. Huh! Duan Lingtian stood behind the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace with Wang Fei Xian by his side. He looked around and saw 2 familiar faces among the 10 people from the Heaven Palace. One of them was none other than Lu Jian, the disciple of Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. The other person came with the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. He was a young genius from Sky Hurdle Mansion. If there's a chance, I'll help them out. Consider this as returning a favor to Vice Mansion Master Ren and Elder Lu, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He still felt guilty when he thought about the incident where he stood them up. Whether it was Ren Zhong or Lu Hongguang, both of them had taken care of him during the Rising Sky ranking battle. He owed them a favor, and that was why he felt guilty. Disciples of the various palaces, please follow the Vice Palace Masters of the various palaces back to their respective palaces. As for the others, please leave the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. After 15 minutes, there will be patrolling disciples chasing you away. Please leave as soon as you can, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace said as he glanced at the group of people on the ground. The group of people on the ground was here to accompany the Saint Stage geniuses. They were basically the friends and family of the Saint Stage geniuses. When they heard the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace's words, they immediately turned around and left. Hey! Ling Tian, are you a Seckless cultivator? Why don't I see your friends and family? Suddenly, a soft voice resonated by Duan Lingtian's ears. A fragrance wafted into his ears, causing Duan Lingtian to feel a little restless. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard Wang Fei Xian's voice. Seckless cultivators are really amazing. First, there's Li Feng, and now, there's a freak like you. I really don't know how seckless cultivators like you manage to cultivate to this stage without any support. Wang Fei Xian sighed emotionally. Li Feng? Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. What? Don't tell me you don't know Li Feng? Wang Fei Xian asked. Of course, I know him. Speaking of which, he's my friend. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. What? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Fei Xian's eyes widened as she said in disbelief, Why you said Li Feng is your friend? That's right. Is there a problem? Duan Lingtian nodded as a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Li Feng's friend? Chapter 1720. Li Feng. Naturally, this name was not unfamiliar to the people present on the scene. The battle in the Rising Sky ranking battle had made Li Feng famous. Ever since that battle, not only did Li Feng's name sweep through the entire Rising Sky Mansions district, but it even affected the surrounding districts as well. Currently, in the entire Debussy subterranean, as long as it was not in a remote place, most people would know about Li Feng. It was precisely because of this that many quasi-third-rate forces extended an olive branch to Li Feng. Unfortunately, ever since the Rising Sky ranking battle, Li Feng had completely vanished without a trace. It was as though he had completely vanished before the eyes of the world. However, today, someone actually said Li Feng was his friend. If this person was just an ordinary person, the people present on the scene would not take his words to heart at all. However, the problem was this person was also a young genius martial cultivator with monstrous innate talent and strength. He was not even 40 years old, but his cultivation base was suspected to be at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. You really know Li Feng? Is Li Feng really your friend? Wang Fei Xian asked skeptically as she sized up Duan Lingtian with her bright eyes. Why would I pretend to be Li Feng's friend for no reason? Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly. When this smile entered the eyes of the people present on the scene, it seemed even more unfathomable. I'm just wondering how Li Feng got to know a friend like you when he's so strong. Wang Fei Xian blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a smile. Although Li Feng is strong, it doesn't mean I'm weak. Duan Lingtian's smile did not fade as he said nonchalantly. Don't tell me your strength is comparable to Li Feng's? He's not even 40 years old, but he's already at the peak of the refined saint stage. Don't tell me your cultivation base is also at the peak of the refined saint stage like Li Feng's? When Wang Fei Xian reached the end of her sentence, she began to laugh. Wang Fei Xian's laughter was so charming that it seemed to make everything in the surroundings pale in comparison. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but be dazed for a moment. In terms of appearance, Wang Fei Xian was absolutely devastatingly beautiful. Coupled with her seductive figure, she was not inferior to his fiancée, Li Fei. Although Duan Lingtian was only dazed for a moment, Wang Fei Xian still noticed it. Wang Fei Xian immediately had a smile on her face. At this moment, she finally did not have to doubt her own charm. Let alone the peak of the refined saint stage, I haven't even entered the mastery refined saint stage or the intermediate refined saint stage. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and said with a faint smile. He hasn't even entered the intermediate refined saint stage? Who are you kidding? Wang Fei Xian glared at Duan Lingtian. However, this appearance was more like the flirting between lovers. Wang Fei Xian, who had regained her senses, could not help but reveal an alluring blush on her beautiful face. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Seeing that Wang Fei Xian didn't believe him, Duan Lingtian shrugged and said indifferently, although my cultivation is low, my strength is comparable to Li Feng's. With my current strength, even defeating Li Feng wouldn't be a problem. When Duan Lingtian's words entered the ears of the crowd, including Shao Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, it sounded like he was boasting shamelessly. Fortunately, those who heard Duan Lingtian's words were those who had entered the Heaven Palace. Otherwise, if the people from the other 3 palaces heard it, they would most likely mock Duan Lingtian. At some point, Shao Yi had begun to frown as well. He hasn't entered the intermediate refined saint stage. His strength surpasses Li Feng's. This Ling Tian's innate talent and strength are not bad. It's just that he's boasting a little too much. However, it's understandable that young people like to show off in front of the opposite sex. However, I'm afraid it's impossible for Wang Fei Xian to believe him since he's boasting so much. As someone who had been through this, Shao Yi could understand Duan Lingtian's current state. At the same time, he felt Duan Lingtian's words were not true. If his cultivation base had not entered the intermediate refined saint stage, how could he be so calm during the pressure test? In fact, the pressure that appeared during the pressure test was personally controlled by him. Unless it was a powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage or above, it was impossible for those below the intermediate refined saint stage to remain calm until the end as though they did not feel any pressure at all. Due to this reason, he was almost certain Duan Lingtian was at the intermediate refined saint stage or above. As for Duan Lingtian's claim that he had not even entered the intermediate refined saint stage, he did not believe it at all. As for Duan Lingtian's claim that he knew Li Feng, although he did not doubt it, he still had his reservations. He felt Duan Lingtian might be making things up. The reason Shao Yi had such thoughts was, naturally, because he did not know Duan Lingtian well. Currently, not only had Duan Lingtian's cultivation base not entered the intermediate refined saint stage, but it was also quite far away from the early refined saint stage. Although it was not far away, he would still need to put in some effort and look for an opportunity to make a breakthrough. However, although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not high, due to the existence of the Sun True Origin, his strength was extraordinary compared to ordinary people. With his current cultivation base at the peak of the pristine saint stage, coupled with his powerful body, he was invincible below the eminent saint stage even without the help of the Jasper Celestial Sword. Even an ordinary early eminent saint stage martial or Dao cultivator might not be a match for him. Naturally, he was not making things up when he said he could defeat Li Feng. This was because Li Feng was him, and he was Li Feng. The Li Feng everyone knew was still the him from a year ago. His cultivation base was only at the intermediate pristine saint stage. Currently, his cultivation base had broken through to the peak of the pristine saint stage. Naturally, his strength was no longer the same as before. Currently, he would be able to defeat the Duan Lingtian from a year ago with just one blow. Naturally, nobody believed Duan Lingtian when he said he was telling the truth. I can't believe that a person like you who looks decent and has good strength and innate talent actually likes to boast so much. Wang Fei Xian wrinkled her nose and said snappily. Nowadays, nobody believes the truth anymore. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed softly. It seemed like he was telling the truth. However, due to the fact that his words were too exaggerated, the group of people, including Shao Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, did not believe him at all. To think that I really thought you're Li Feng's friend. I can't believe you're just boasting. Wang Fei Xian said in disappointment. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Duan Lingtian said casually. It seemed like he did not care at all. What else could he do? Say he was Li Feng? Let's go. Follow me to the Heaven Palace. At this moment, Shao Yi opened his mouth and ordered Duan Lingtian and the others to head to the steep mountain in the east. The Heaven Palace stood there. When they got close to the mountain, Duan Lingtian could see the sparse buildings on the mountain. From afar, it looked like the estate of an independent force. However, this was not an independent force. It was the Heaven Palace, one of the quasi-third-rate forces in the mystical Sky Mansion. Wang Pai, take them to get their identity medallions. Tell them about the other things as well. When they arrived at the mountainside of the steep mountain, Xiao Yi said to the young man following behind him. Duan Lingtian had long noticed this young man. When Xiao Yi appeared, he had been following closely behind Xiao Yi. The other 3 vice palace masters also had a young man following behind them. However, from the beginning until the end, the 4 young men did not say anything at all. When the young man heard Xiao Yi's words, he nodded immediately. Yes, master. Master. One must admit that the moment the young man, Wang Pai, left his mouth, Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian, and the others in a daze. This Wang Pai who had not spoken at all was actually the disciple of Vice Palace Master Xiao Yi. The 10 of you will follow Wang Pai to collect your identity tokens. As for the other matters, Wang Pai will tell all of you in one go. After Xiao Yi instructed everyone, he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Lingtian, since you rejected the other 3 palaces and joined the Heaven Palace, I won't treat you badly. After you collect your identity token, follow Wang Pai to the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. I hope you'll have a breakthrough there. Spirit pool? When Duan Lingtian heard Xiao Yi's words, he could not help but be stunned. A confused expression appeared on his face. This was the first time he had heard of this term. However, Duan Lingtian soon discovered that everyone, including Wang Pai and Wang Fei Xian, was looking at him enviously. How could I have forgotten about the spirit pool? If I didn't join the Heaven Palace and joined the Earth Palace or the Mystical Palace instead, I'd definitely be able to enter their spirit pool. Although their spirit pool is not as good as the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, it's still better than nothing. At least it's better than me not being able to enter the spirit pool now. While Wang Fei Xian was feeling regretful, she glared at Duan Lingtian angrily. In her opinion, if it was not for the fact that Lingtian had ignored her charm, she would not have joined the Heaven Palace due to her desire to excel. Duan Lingtian was unaware of Wang Fei Xian's current thoughts. Otherwise, he would feel even more wronged than Do Yi. After all, he had been shot even though he was lying down. After informing Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yi left. Senior brother Wang Pai, what's the spirit pool? After Xiao Yi left, Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Pai and asked curiously. Although Wang Pai had the appearance of a young man, Duan Lingtian could sense that he was not young. Moreover, he could even faintly sense the aura of an eminent saint-staged powerhouse from Wang Pai. In other words, Wang Pai was most likely a powerhouse at the eminent saint stage. You don't know about the spirit pool? Wang Pai, who was originally looking at Duan Lingtian with an envious expression, was rendered speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It seemed like this guy still did not know what kind of benefit he was about to receive. The 9 people, including Wang Fei Xian, also looked at each other speechlessly when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. After a long while, they finally looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. Chapter 1721. The Spirit Pool is the source of the spring in the quasi-third grade Saint Stone Reserve. Every 6 months, it'll be filled with heaven and earth spirit energy. If you can cultivate in it, you'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Naturally, the Spirit Pool is only beneficial to martial and Dao cultivators below the Eminent Saint stage. Those above the Eminent Saint stage won't benefit at all. For this reason, our mystical Sky Mansion Spirit Pool usually doesn't allow powerhouses above the Eminent Saint stage to enter. Wang Pai explained patiently. Naturally, although people above the Eminent Saint stage don't fight for the Spirit Pool, it doesn't mean anyone below the Eminent Saint stage can enter the Spirit Pool. There's a total of 4 Spirit Pools in the mystical Sky Mansion. They're in the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces respectively. Moreover, only one person can enter to cultivate every 6 months. Therefore, unless one's innate talent and strength have reached a certain level, it's impossible for one to enter the spirit pool. Wang Pai continued to explain. A spring formed from a quasi-grade 3 Saint Stone reserve? It'll be filled with heaven and earth spirit energy in half a year? Upon hearing Wang Pai's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Although the cultivation environment in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was better with each level, there was still a gap between the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the spirit pool formed from a quasi-grade 3 Saint Stone reserve. I was just wondering when I'll be able to break through to the refined saint stage when Vice Palace Master Shao Yi gave me such a good fortune. Perhaps, I'll be able to break through to the early refined saint stage with the baptism of the spirit pool this time. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was, naturally, excited. At this moment, he finally understood why Wang Fei Xian and the others were looking at him with envy. With the preciousness of the spirit pool, it was indeed worthy of their jealousy. You're really lucky. The spirit pool can only be formed from quasi-grade 3 Saint Stone reserves. In the Debussy subterranean, only quasi-third-rate forces have quasi-grade 3 Saint Stone reserves. Wang Fei Xian looked at Duan Lingtian and said sourly. However, as she finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something. Her beautiful eyes abruptly lit up as she leaned forward and approached Duan Lingtian. I say. Why don't you give me your chance to enter the spirit pool this time? As long as you're willing, I'll give you a chance to pursue me. How about it? If it were any other man, they would probably be very excited to hear Wang Fei Xian's words. However, to Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian was far less attractive than the spiritual pond. His two fiancées, Ke, Li Fei, and his confidant, Feng Tianwu, were not inferior to Wang Fei Xian. Not interested. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian only replied indifferently when faced with Wang Fei Xian's temptation. Wang Fei Xian did not expect Duan Lingtian would reject her so straightforwardly. She glared at Duan Lingtian angrily as she began to doubt her own charm. No. There's no problem with me. It must be him. He definitely doesn't like women. The moment Wang Fei Xian thought of this, she felt goosebumps all over her body. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian did not know what Wang Fei Xian was thinking at this moment. Otherwise, he would have slapped her immediately. This woman actually doubted his sexual orientation. Let's go. I'll bring all of you to collect your identity tokens first. From today onward, all of you are Heaven Palace's disciples. In the mystical Sky Mansion, all of you can compete with the other Heaven Palace's disciples and the disciples from the other 3 palaces. However, when you're outside, I hope all of you will remember that all of you are mystical Sky Mansion's disciples and must stick together. Wang Pai said solemnly as he led Duan Lingtian and the others up into the air. Duan Lingtian and the others nodded their heads to show they understood. Under Wang Pai's lead, they quickly collected their identity tokens. After collecting their identity tokens, Wang Pai brought Duan Lingtian and the others to their residence. It was a row of independent courtyards halfway up the mountain. There was a house in each courtyard and an empty space outside the house. It was more than enough for them to cultivate their martial techniques. Lingtian, the next opening of the spirit pool will be in 10 days. At that time, I'll come and look for you. After making arrangements for Wang Fei Xian and the others and Duan Lingtian, Wang Pai said to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian replied before sending Wang Pai off with his eyes. When Wang Pai's silhouette disappeared from his sight, he turned around and entered his room in the courtyard. As soon as he entered his room, before he could even close the door, Duan Lingtian's ears twitched slightly as he heard footsteps coming from behind him. He could tell who the person was just by the sound of the footsteps. Such light footsteps, it was obvious it belonged to a woman. The woman who came to look for him at this time could only be the great miss of the tyrannical Saber Mansion, Wang Fei Xian. Great Miss Wang, are you looking for me? Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Wang Fei Xian with a frown on his face. Although Wang Fei Xian was a beauty, he was annoyed by how she kept sticking to him. Name a price. Wang Fei Xian reached out and brushed her long hair behind her back before she said to Duan Lingtian. What price? Duan Lingtian was stunned. The spirit pool. Wang Fei Xian reminded him. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian finally understood. It turned out this great Miss Wang was still thinking about the spirit pool. She was even willing to ask him to name a price as long as he was willing to let her have the spirit pool. Great Miss Wang, I must go to the spirit pool myself. If there's nothing else, please leave. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened as he sent her off. Wang Fei Xian did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so difficult to talk to. She had already said so much, but he still did not give her any face. She instantly became angry. Lingtian, you bastard. As soon as Wang Fei Xian finished speaking, she turned around and left in a huff. Bastard? When Duan Lingtian heard Wang Fei Xian's words, he could not help but smile. He was a bastard just because he did not give the spirit pool to her? Then, what was her attitude of forcing him to give her the spirit pool? Duan Lingtian shook his head and no longer bothered with Wang Fei Xian. He closed the door and entered the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 10 days in the outside world was equivalent to 50 days in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Almost 2 months was enough for Duan Lingtian to raise his cultivation base to the next level. In that case, it would be helpful for him to undergo a qualitative change in the spirit pool. With the rich heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool, as long as my current cultivation base improves, it's not impossible for me to break through to the refined saint stage with the help of the spirit pool's energy. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he immersed himself in his cultivation. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in his cultivation, did not know the news of him obtaining the opportunity to enter the Heaven Palace's spirit pool in 10 days had already spread throughout the entire Heaven Palace. The spirit pool was a very sensitive place in the Heaven Palace. This was because all of the Heaven Palace's disciples below the eminent saint stage wanted to enter the spirit pool. Due to this reason, the opportunity to enter the spirit pool would be decided through competition every 6 months. This time, many people were eager to compete for the opportunity to enter the spirit pool in 10 days. However, it did not cross their minds that someone would appear out of nowhere and forcefully snatch the opportunity to enter the spirit pool away. Moreover, it was a new disciple who had just entered the mystical sky mansion. For a time, complaints could be heard everywhere in the Heaven Palace. He's just a disciple who has just entered the Heaven Palace. What did he do to obtain the opportunity to enter the spirit pool? Many of the Heaven Palace's disciples sounded jealous. It said that he's the most outstanding among the 37 saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 who joined our mystical sky mansion this time. Since he chose our Heaven Palace, Vice Palace Master Shao gave him the opportunity to enter the spirit pool. So it's Vice Palace Master Zhao's decision. Humph. So what if it's Vice Palace Master Zhao's decision? He's just a rookie who has just entered the mystical sky mansion. He doesn't even know how strong he is and whether he's qualified to enter the spirit pool or not. What? Don't tell me you want to snatch the opportunity to enter the spirit pool? Let me tell you, that's Vice Palace Master Zhao's decision. It's impossible to change it unless he gives up the spirit pool on his own accord. Otherwise, whoever dares to snatch the opportunity will definitely infuriate Vice Palace Master Shao. It's not a good thing to infuriate Vice Palace Master Shao. Hee hee. Since Vice Palace Master Shao has already spoken, naturally, I don't dare to think about snatching the opportunity to enter the spirit pool. However, since we're curious about the strength of this genius who's treated so well by Vice Palace Master Shao, it shouldn't be a problem for us to spar with him, right? You can even think of something like this. You're too ruthless. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the Heaven Palace. Some of the Heaven Palace's disciples at the Mastery Refined Saint stage and the peak of the Refined Saint stage were even eager to see the strength of the genius martial cultivator, Ling Tian, who had snatched the spirit pool away. However, after cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for a month, Duan Lingtian woke up when he felt his cultivation base had improved slightly. Who's there? The commotion outside was so loud that even Duan Lingtian, who was in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, could hear some of it. In my opinion, we should just break down the door and enter. It's not a good idea to just wait here. That's right. In a few days, senior brother Wang Pai will be here to bring him to the spirit pool. At that time, what's done can't be undone. Even if we teach him a lesson, it won't be enough to vent the anger in my heart. That's right. If we teach him a lesson after he enjoys the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool, he won't feel any pain at all. In fact, he might become even more arrogant. The voices clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears one after another. Duan Lingtian instantly understood what was going on. It was none other than those refined Saint Stage Heaven Palace's disciples who were unhappy that he had obtained the opportunity to enter the spirit pool. They were blocking his door and wanted to teach him a lesson. Teach me a lesson? This was because only martial and Tao cultivators below the eminent saint stage would be able to improve their strength after entering the spirit pool. For this reason, those who wanted to stop him and teach him a lesson were definitely below the eminent saint stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Since he knew what was going on, Duan Lingtian left the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and opened his door. Chapter 1722. Senior brothers, is there anything I can help you with? Duan Lingtian asked with a faint smile on his face as he narrowed his eyes and looked at the few people who had taken a few steps back. He's that Lingtian? At the same time, the group of Heaven Palace's disciples outside Duan Lingtian's room also shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. He's actually so young. It's not a big deal that he's young. The most important thing is that he's not even 40 years old yet. He's suspected to have entered the intermediate refined saint stage before the age of 40. How strong is his innate talent? In fact, there are only a few people in the mystical sky mansion who have broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage before the age of 40. Those few people are the most outstanding people among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion. Now, there's another one. Hermf. He's given the opportunity to cultivate in the spirit pool as soon as he entered the Heaven Palace. Vice Palace Master Shao thinks highly of him. The group of Heaven Palace's disciples whispered among themselves, but their eyes never left Duan Lingtian. It was obvious that they were interested in Duan Lingtian, the saint stage genius who had obtained the opportunity to cultivate in the spirit pool as soon as he entered the Heaven Palace. You're Lingtian? The three Heaven Palace's disciples who initially wanted to break in and took a few steps back when Duan Lingtian opened the door regained their senses at this moment. They looked at Duan Lingtian with hostility in their eyes. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he looked calm on the surface, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in the depth of his eyes. These few fellows actually wanted to break in earlier. In his opinion, this was extremely rude. Lingtian, I heard you're the most outstanding saint stage genius who has entered the mystical sky mansion this time. I'm here today because I want to spar with you. What do you think? Do you dare to accept my challenge? One of the three men stepped forward and stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. This was a middle-aged man with a medium build. There seemed to be a haze between his eyebrows at all times. His eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian, and his fighting spirit soared. Of course, behind this rising battle intent was provocation, naked provocation. Spar? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Not bad. The middle-aged man nodded and continued to say, Don't worry, my cultivation base is only at the intermediate refined saint stage as well. I heard that you're also at the intermediate refined saint stage, so you won't be at a disadvantage if we fight. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, before Duan Lingtian could say anything, the gazes of the other Heavenly Palace's disciples turned strange. The middle-aged man was no stranger to them. Although the middle-aged man was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator, he had been at the intermediate refined saint stage for many years. He could break through to the mastery refined saint stage at any time. His strength could be considered as above average among the intermediate refined saint stage powerhouses in the Heaven Palace. It was precisely because of this that the gazes of the other Heavenly Palace's disciples became so strange upon hearing his words. After all, in their opinion, even if both of them were at the intermediate refined saint stage, this was not a fair fight since the middle-aged man had a greater advantage. At a corner where nobody noticed, a charming figure stood there. This woman had a devilish figure and an angelic face. At this moment, she was looking at Duan Ling Tian, who was facing off against the three Heaven Palace's disciples from afar. A faint smile could be seen on the corner of her mouth. "Humph. Who told you not to transfer the opportunity to enter the spirit pool to me? Do you like this gift from me?" Based on her muttering, it was obvious she was Wang Fei Xian. She was also the most beloved granddaughter of the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion. Originally, although Duan Ling Tian had obtained the opportunity to enter the spirit pool, most people did not dare to voice their displeasure since it was Vice Palace Master Xiao who had spoken up. However, with Wang Fei Xian's secret encouragement, many people began to make a move. This was how a group of refined saint stage Heaven Palace's disciples blocked Duan Ling Tian's entrance. "You're right." Naturally, Duan Ling Tian noticed the strange gazes from the group of Heaven Palace's disciples. However, he did not care about it. As the saying went, everyone is the only one awake. Currently, this was exactly what he felt. In fact, when he had just left the spirit pool, he had already activated the secret tactic, the divine eye, that Hualao had passed to him. Before the three Heaven Palace's disciples could react, he had already probed their cultivation bases. All three of them were at the intermediate refined saint stage. Let alone three, Duan Ling Tian was not afraid even if there were 30 or even 300 intermediate refined saint stage powerhouses. For this reason, when he heard the words of the Heaven Palace's disciple, he also said that he was not at a disadvantage. "In that case, please make your move, junior brother Ling Tian." The Heaven Palace's disciple standing in front of Duan Ling Tian said confidently. It was obvious he felt it was not a big deal even if Duan Ling Tian made his move first. He would definitely win in the end. "Senior brother, are you sure you want me to make my move first?" Duan Ling Tian asked with narrowed eyes when he heard the provocation from the Heaven Palace's disciple. "Of course. I, Huang Ji, am a man of my word." The Heaven Palace's disciple said matter-of-factly. "In that case, please enlighten me, senior brother." Duan Ling Tian cupped his hands slightly before his eyes narrowed. His body suddenly moved. At this moment, a faint golden radiance appeared on the surface of Duan Ling Tian's body as he pounced toward Huang Ji like an agile leopard. Naturally, it was impossible for him to unleash his full strength now. If he unleashed his full strength, he would definitely be able to defeat and kill Huang Ji before anyone could react. However, if he did that, he would appear to be too high profile. Moreover, if he did that, he would expose his son's true origin. At that time, someone would definitely link him to Li Feng. Even if his disguising secret skill was flawless, and no one would think he was Li Feng, the trouble that Li Feng caused would definitely fall on him. Although he was not afraid, he would still choose to avoid it if he could. Even if he would still be exposed in the end, that would be a matter for the future. As for the fact that he told Wang Fei Xian that he was Li Feng's friend, he did not expect anyone to believe him. In fact, it was true that no one believed him. However, if he used the same true origin as Li Feng, there would definitely be people who would link him to Li Feng. After all, his true origin was too rare. It was different from an ordinary person's true origin. An ordinary person's true origin was a very common true origin. Good timing. Faced with Duan Ling Tian who was charging at him like a leopard, Huang Ji narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. In the next instant, the true origin in his body began to stir and appeared on the surface of his body. It was a flame-like true origin. It was none other than the fire attribute true origin. Blazing flame heaven covering palm. Huang Ji suddenly shouted as he raised his hand. His true origin surged and transformed into a gigantic palm print that was the size of a cattail leaf fan. He slapped it at Duan Lingtian, who was charging at him. The moment he slapped his palm out, the air trembled. It was as though a blazing flame had broken through the sky, blotting out the sun. Wherever the palm passed, the air would be scorching hot due to the friction. At the same time, a sneer appeared on the corner of Huang Ji's mouth. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being flustered. Although he did not use his full strength, he had used 80% of his strength. An ordinary refined saint stage martial cultivator would not be able to withstand his palm strike at all. In his opinion, with Duan Lingtian's age, even if he was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator, he must have just broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage not long ago. His strength was limited. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's figure had disappeared and his palm strike had missed, the smile on Huang Ji's face froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. How's this possible? Huang Ji, be careful. He's behind you. At the same time, a voice rang behind Huang Ji. Huang Ji shuddered and was about to turn around when he felt a chill on his head. It was as though a sharp weapon was pressed against his head, causing his body to stiffen. He did not dare to move at all. At the same time, Huang Ji's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even his back was drenched in cold sweat. From the beginning until the end, he did not even notice how the other party had appeared behind him. In other words, the other party's speed was so fast that he could not catch up to him at all. How's this possible? Don't tell me a young man who's not even 40 years old is a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse. The moment Huang Ji thought of this, he found it hard to believe. In fact, before this, there was no mastery refined saint stage powerhouse below the age of 40 in the mystical sky mansion. If he's not a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse, how can he be so fast? Huang Ji could not figure it out. Pfft! Huang Ji only regained his senses when he heard a laughter that sounded like a silver bell. At this time, he also noticed that the sharp weapon that was pressing against his head was no longer there. However, for some reason, he still felt a chill on his head. At the same time, Huang Ji turned around and saw Ling Tian standing near him. He was looking at him with a faint smile on his face. Huang Ji's face turned grave immediately. Although he was unwilling to admit defeat, he knew he was not a match for the other party. Soon after, Huang Ji noticed the atmosphere was a little strange. Each and every one of the Heaven Palace's disciples was looking at him strangely. Moreover, these people's gazes were all fixed on his head. Huang Ji subconsciously raised his hand to touch his head. In an instant, his face turned completely pale, deathly pale. At this moment, Huang Ji discovered the hair on his head had completely disappeared. He had no idea where it had gone. No wonder he felt a chill on his head earlier. As it turned out, he had become bald. Huang Ji was not angry or humiliated by the fact that he had become bald. Instead, he felt lucky. If the other party had moved a little lower, would his head not have been cut open like a watermelon? Thank you for showing mercy. Huang Ji's face turned pale as he cupped his hands together at Duan Lingtian. Feeling ashamed, he soared into the sky and left. What a useless fellow. Chapter 1723. When the remaining Heaven Palace's disciples saw the bald Huang Ji leaving with a gloomy face, they could not help but feel embarrassed. Naturally, most of the Heaven Palace's disciples knew their limits. For example, the two Sky Palace's disciples who wanted to break through the door with Huang Ji earlier knew that their strength was at most on par with Huang Ji's. Even Huang Ji had been oppressed just now. If they went up, they would definitely end up in the same situation. I just remembered that I have something to do. One of them slapped the back of his head and left in a hurry. It was as though he really had something important to do. When the other Heaven Palace's disciple saw the person beside him leaving with an excuse, it was naturally inappropriate for him to leave as well. However, he still retreated to the side with a flushed face and stood with the other Heaven Palace's disciples. This Ling Tian is so strong. Earlier, I didn't notice any changes in his true origin, but his speed suddenly soared. I wonder how he did it. I'm afraid this Ling Tian is not just an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. He's most likely at the mastery refined saint stage. Mastery refined saint stage? Is that possible? He's not even 40 years old yet. I find it unbelievable as well. However, the truth is right in front of our eyes. We have no choice but to believe it. The group of Heaven Palace's disciples whispered among themselves. When most of them looked at Duan Ling Tian again, there was a hint of respect in their eyes. A mastery refined saint stage powerhouse who was not even 40 years old. In the history of the mystical Sky Mansion, there were only a few people like this. Those few people, without exception, had all become influential figures in the Debussy subterranean. In the end, they all went to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land where there were many powerhouses. Mastery refined saint stage. Wang Fei Xian, who was walking over from afar, regained her senses. She looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze. Is there any other senior brother who wants to spar with me? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile as he swept his gaze across the crowd. He looked very polite, causing many of the Heaven Palace's disciples to have a good impression of him. After all, there weren't many people who could still be so good-tempered when their doorstep was blocked. Through his divine eye, Duan Ling Tian discovered the strongest among the Heaven Palace's disciples present on the scene was only at the mastery refined saint stage, and there were only 4 of them. As for the Heaven Palace's disciples at the peak of the refined saint stage, there was not even one of them. It was not that the Heaven Palace's disciple at the peak of the refined saint stage did not want to look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian. It was just that he felt it would be akin to bullying the weak. If news of this reached Vice Palace Master Zhao's ears, he would definitely offend him. With his cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage, even if he defeated Ling Tian, the saint stage genius who had just entered the mystical Sky Mansion, there was nothing to be proud of. Instead, he would be mocked for bullying the weak. Due to this reason, the group of Heaven Palace's disciples who came to stop Duan Ling Tian were all at the intermediate and mastery refined saint stage. Now that they saw Duan Ling Tian asking if there was anyone else who wanted to give them some pointers, all of the Heavenly Palace's disciples focused their gazes on one person. This person was a young man with an ordinary appearance. He had a solemn expression. With just one look, one could tell he was an old-fashioned person. It seems like this person is the strongest one among them. When Duan Ling Tian noticed the group of Heaven Palace's disciples were looking at this person, it was easy for him to figure this out. However, he was not afraid since this person was only at the mastery refined saint stage. His name is Guolu. His strength is ranked in the top 3 among all the mastery refined saint stage disciples in Heaven Palace. At this moment, a familiar voice resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. The owner of this voice was none other than Wang Fei Xian. Why are you so kind as to remind me? Duan Ling Tian asked through voice transmission as he glanced at Wang Fei Xian indifferently. When Wang Fei Xian laughed earlier, he had already noticed her. He also knew she had been watching the show from the side. Unfortunately, it was destined that she would not be able to watch the show. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, Wang Fei Xian must be disappointed that he had defeated Wang Fei Xian. However, he did not expect Wang Fei Xian would take the initiative to remind him of Guolu's background at this moment. Humph. Do I look like such a narrow-minded person? Wang Fei Xian said snappily. You don't? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. At least you have good taste. Wang Fei Xian smiled. What's the rush? I haven't finished speaking. You don't look like one because you are. Duan Ling Tian added, causing Wang Fei Xian to explode. Hey! Ling, I'm reminding you out of goodwill, and this is how you treat me? I'd like to see if you'll end up worse than Huang Ji after you're defeated by Guolu. Huang Ji was the Heavenly Palace's disciple who had challenged Duan Lingtian and was shaved bald by Duan Lingtian. You don't have to worry about that because I won't lose. Duan Lingtian continued to transmit his voice. His tone was calm but filled with confidence. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian did not reply Duan Lingtian. She did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so calm after knowing Guo Lu's background. Naturally, the reason she reminded Duan Lingtian about Guo Lu's background was not out of goodwill. Instead, she wanted to see if Duan Lingtian would be frightened to the point of turning pale after knowing Guo Lu's background. However, she did not expect the outcome to be completely different from what she had imagined. After learning about Guo Lu's background, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. Instead, he displayed great confidence as though he was not afraid of Guo Lu at all. Don't tell me he can really defeat Guo Lu. This thought suddenly appeared in Wang Fei Xian's mind. It was completely out of the blue. Impossible. However, Wang Fei Xian quickly suppressed this thought. She looked at Duan Lingtian and muttered to herself angrily, he's not even 40 years old yet. It's impossible for him to have the strength to defeat Guo Lu. Otherwise, he's not much weaker than Li Feng. Wang Fei Xian did not know Ling Tian and Li Feng were the same person. Otherwise, she would not have such thoughts. Under the watchful eyes of the group of Heaven Palace's disciples, Guo Lu finally walked out. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and nodded. Junior brother Ling Tian, it's admirable that you're able to break through to the mastery refined saint stage when you're not even 40 years old. We've underestimated you previously. Now, I finally know why Vice Palace Master Shao treats you so well. With your innate talent and strength, no matter which palace you join, they'll definitely give you the opportunity to enter the spirit pool. Although the opportunity to enter the spirit pool was given to you by Vice Palace Master Shao without any competition, I think you deserve it. The moment Guo Lu opened his mouth, he expressed his admiration for Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, he did not think Duan Lingtian's strength would be able to defeat him. However, how old was Duan Lingtian compared to him? He admired Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart for being able to achieve so much at such a young age. Senior brother Guo Lu, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. His impression of Guo Lu had improved greatly. On the other hand, Wang Fei Xian, who was standing at the side, was slightly displeased. Not only did the hostility she expected did not appear, but the scene seemed to be very harmonious instead. However, as everyone expects, I still want to spar with you, junior brother Ling Tian. Of course, we'll stop when it's appropriate. When Guo Lu looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were filled with battle intent. Faced with a saint stage genius like Duan Lingtian, even he could not help but feel excited. He believed as long as the news of Duan Lingtian possessing a cultivation base at the mastery refined saint stage before the age of 40 spread out, he would definitely be crowned as the strongest person among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion. Naturally, he would be excited to spar with such a genius. Senior brother Guo Lu, please. Duan Lingtian nodded and gestured for Guo Lu to make the first move. Upon seeing this, Wang Fei Xian could not help but snort softly. This fellow is really arrogant. He actually asked Guo Lu to make the first move. Guo Lu's strength is not something that useless fellow can compare to. In fact, it was not only Wang Fei Xian who felt Duan Lingtian was arrogant, even the other Heaven Palace's disciples felt the same way as well. Who was Guo Lu? He was ranked in the top 3 among the mastery refined saint stage powerhouses in the Heaven Palace. He was one of the best among the mastery refined saint stage powerhouses. It would be difficult for an ordinary mastery refined saint stage powerhouse to survive more than 10 moves from him. However, this new disciple who had just entered the mystical sky mansion a few days ago actually asked Guo Lu to make the first move. Was he not looking for a beating? Although the group of Heaven Palace's disciples knew Duan Lingtian was a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator, they did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Guo Lu. Guo Lu's reputation in the Heaven Palace was built from his punches and kicks. It was not an undeserved reputation. However, to their surprise, Guolu did not reject Duan Lingtian's modesty. When Guolu first interacted with Duan Lingtian, he did not feel anything. However, when he was facing Duan Lingtian, he did not know where to start. Although the person in front of him was young, the feeling he gave off was much more terrifying than the opponents he had faced before. I really wonder how he cultivates. Guolu sucked in a breath of cold air and sighed inwardly. Due to this reason, Guolu did not reject Duan Lingtian's modesty. Instead, his expression was solemn as he made his move step by step. What happened next stunned everyone present on the scene. This was because Duan Lingtian actually managed to deal with Guolu's attacks with ease. In the end, he was evenly matched with Guolu. Half an hour later, both of them stopped and ended up in a draw. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had intended for this to happen. He had a good impression of Guolu, so he did not embarrass him in front of everyone. They actually ended up in a draw? The group of Heaven Palace's disciples, including Wang Fei Xian, were dumbfounded. It did not cross their minds that this would happen. This result was completely out of their expectations. Compared to the group of Heaven Palace's disciples who were shocked, Guolu was even more shocked. This was because he could feel his opponent was still able to deal with his attacks with ease even when he had unleashed his full strength. Moreover, he could feel his opponent was holding back most of the time. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. Due to this reason, he was shocked. Chapter 1724. Junior brother Ling Tian, your strength is truly admirable. Naturally, Guolu knew Duan Lingtian did not want to embarrass him in public. That was why he fought to a draw with him. Due to this reason, when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of gratitude could be seen in his eyes. Senior brother Guolu, you're very strong as well. We can spar more in the future. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled in a refined and courteous manner. The farce had come to an end along with Duan Lingtian and Guolu ending in a tie. Although this was the result of Duan Lingtian holding back, apart from Guolu, nobody knew the truth. Even so, this news still shocked the entire Heaven Palace and the entire mystical Sky Mansion. A mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator below the age of 40. In the history of the mystical Sky Mansion, there were only a few people like this. Naturally, with Duan Lingtian in the mystical Sky Mansion, it also meant that such a peerless genius had appeared in the current generation. The group of Heaven Palace's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with respect in their eyes before they left with Guolu in an orderly manner. When they came, they were still filled with resentment. They felt Duan Lingtian was lucky enough to be baptized in the spirit pool in a few days since Vice Palace Master Xiao took care of him. However, now that they had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, they were completely convinced and felt that the opportunity to be baptized in the spirit pool should be given to Duan Lingtian. In this world where the strong were respected, the strong would be respected no matter where they went. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was a young man who was not even 40 years old yet. He was not even 40 years old, but his cultivation base had already entered the mastery refined saint stage. As long as he was given enough time, he would definitely become one of the pillars of the mystical Sky Mansion in the future. As long as his innate talent did not diminish, it was not impossible for him to become the supreme mansion master of the mystical Sky Mansion. After the group of Heaven Palace's disciples left, only 2 people were left on the scene. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian was there as well. Wang Fei Xian stared at Duan Lingtian for a long time without shifting her gaze. The young man in front of her had given her a huge shock. Even Guolu, who was ranked in the top 3 among all the mastery refined saint stage powerhouses in the Heaven Palace, could not defeat him and ended in a draw with him. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian's heart was filled with a sense of defeat. In the past, she thought that Li Feng was the only person in the younger generation whom she could look up to. However, it seemed like there was another person like her. Perhaps this man was not as strong as Li Feng, but compared to her, he was much stronger. Are you done looking at me? Wang Fei Xian only regained her senses when a voice resonated in the air. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian who frowned when he realized Wang Fei Xian was staring at him. Bah! Who's looking at you? Wang Fei Xian snapped back to her senses. Her beautiful face flushed red as she spat on the ground. I'm just asking if you're done looking at me. I didn't say you were looking at me, did I? Are you admitting that you're looking at me? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow as he tried to hold back the smile on his face. He did not expect this great young Miss Wang, who had always been rude and unreasonable in front of him, would have such a shy side to her. Compared to before, she was much cuter now. When Duan Ling Tian saw Wang Fei Xian's face was turning redder, he turned around and returned to his room before closing the door behind him. Bang! Wang Fei Xian only snapped back to her senses when she heard the sound of the door closing. She clenched her fists angrily and muttered, "What an unromantic fellow." Unromantic? Duan Ling Tian, who had just entered the room, naturally heard Wang Fei Xian's words. He could not help but smile bitterly. He could naturally feel Wang Fei Xian's interest in him. Perhaps Wang Fei Xian's current interest in him was only limited to his innate talent and strength, but who knew if it would change into something else as time passed. Putting aside the fact that he already had 2 fiancées and a confidant, his fiancée, Kerr, was still in danger. He was not in the mood to flirt with other women. Therefore, whenever he faced Wang Fei Xian, he would try his best to avoid her. I can't afford to offend her, but can't I just avoid her? There are still a few days left. Hopefully, I can make further progress. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian returned to the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and continued to cultivate. Duan Ling Tian, who was immersed in his cultivation, was, naturally, unaware that news of him defeating Huang Ji, an intermediate refined saint stage Heaven Palace's disciple, and coming to a draw with Guo Lu, a mastery refined saint stage Heaven Palace's disciple, had already spread like wildfire in the Heaven Palace, shocking everyone. He's not even 40 years old, but his strength is actually on par with Guo Lu. Guo Lu's strength can be ranked in the top 3 among all the mastery refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators in the Heaven Palace. Even so, he's only on par with Ling Tian. Where did this freak come from, Ling Tian? His strength and innate talent are almost on par with Li Feng, who was the talk of the town. A mastery refined saint stage powerhouse below the age of 40 has only appeared a few times in the history of our mystical sky mansion. I can't believe it's happening again. Don't tell me the golden age of our mystical sky mansion is about to arrive? If Ling Tian can maintain his current innate talent and progress, he might be able to lead our mystical sky mansion to the peak of the Debussy subterranean, just like the new mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the Heaven Palace. There were even some who linked Duan Ling Tian to the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. After all, it was only after Duan Ling Tian became the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion that the Azure Cloud Mansion was able to stand at the peak of the Debussy subterranean and rival the Mountain Shade Black Market. However, they did not know the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was Ling Tian's father. Naturally, even Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this. Otherwise, he would not have come to the mystical sky mansion. Good lad. He actually managed to defeat Huang Ji and come to a draw with Guo Lu. When Xiao Yi, the vice mansion master of Heaven Palace, heard about this, he was also shocked. Initially, he thought Duan Ling Tian was only an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. It did not cross his mind that Duan Ling Tian was actually a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator. Moreover, his strength was not something an ordinary mastery refined saint stage powerhouse could compare to. This could be seen from the fact that he was able to come to a draw with Guo Lu. However, even in his dreams, Xiao Yi would never have thought that the reason why the person who had fought Guo Lu to a draw was because he had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat Guo Lu in just one move. At the same time, the news of Duan Ling Tian coming to a draw with Guo Lu had also spread to the Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace. Although Guo Lu was only an ordinary disciple in the Heaven Palace, many people from the other 3 palaces knew about him due to his strength being at the peak of the mastery refined saint stage. This was especially true for the disciples from the other 3 palaces who were also at the mastery refined saint stage. Guo Lu is ranked in the top 3 among the Heaven Palace's mastery refined saint stage disciples. Such a person actually came to a draw with Ling Tian? My goodness! Ling Tian is actually so strong. Originally, I thought his cultivation base being at the intermediate refined saint stage was already ridiculous enough. I didn't expect him to be so freakish. Speaking of freakish, I think Li Feng, who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansions district, is even more ridiculous. Li Feng has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage when he's not even 40 years old yet. Compared to Ling Tian, there's still a huge gap between them. Indeed, Li Feng is even more freakish. The disciples from the 3 palaces could not help but compare Duan Lingtian to Li Feng. If Duan Lingtian heard their words, he would definitely smile wryly. Li Feng was merely him from a year ago. Currently, his strength was on a completely different level compared to a year ago. Naturally, even if Duan Lingtian heard their words, he would only smile wryly and would not explain himself. After all, he was no longer Li Feng but Ling Tian. No matter what, the news of Duan Lingtian coming to a draw with Guo Lu still swept through the entire mystical sky mansion like a hurricane. Even many of the important figures in the mystical sky mansion were shocked by this news. Many of them even wanted to take him in as their disciple. No matter how the undercurrent was stirring, Duan Lingtian still stayed obediently in the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate. He only came out of the 3rd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda when the day of the spirit pool's opening arrived. He opened the door and walked out before he sat in front of the stone table in the courtyard. With a raise of his hand, a bottle of wine appeared in his hand. Duan Lingtian took a sip from it. He was waiting. Not long after, Duan Lingtian heard a light gust of wind. He raised his head immediately. Initially, he thought Wang Pai had come. He did not expect the person who came was Wang Fei Xian. For some reason, Duan Lingtian felt a headache whenever he saw Wang Fei Xian. He could neither scold nor hit this woman. After all, other than her temper, she did not do anything out of line to him. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Wang Fei Xian was the one who had instigated the group of Heaven Palace's disciples a few days ago. Otherwise, his opinion of Wang Fei Xian would have changed. Ling fellow, you actually came out on time so early in the morning. I was thinking if you didn't come out, I would have told senior brother Wang Pai that you gave me the opportunity to be baptized in the spirit pool. Wang Fei Xian walked in casually and sat opposite Duan Lingtian without any trace of politeness before she said to Duan Lingtian, "Do you think senior brother Wang Pai will believe you?" Duan Lingtian replied calmly as he gulped down a mouthful of wine. "Humph." Wang Fei Xian snorted softly. Her light eyebrows were slightly knitted together. It was a beautiful sight. The instant he saw Wang Fei Xian frowning, Duan Lingtian, who was inadvertently glancing at Wang Fei Xian, froze as though his acupuncture points had been pressed. The reason for this was because when Wang Fei Xian frowned, she looked a little similar to his fiancée, Kerr. As the saying went, the sight of a beautiful sight makes one sad. When Duan Lingtian saw the resemblance between Wang Fei Xian and Kerr, he was momentarily stunned. Could it be that this fellow has been enlightened? Chapter 1725. Wang Fei Xian didn't know why Duan Lingtian was staring at her in a daze. Otherwise, she would have slapped him. After all, it was extremely humiliating for a woman to be thinking about another woman while looking at her. If it was any other man who stared at her like this, Wang Fei Xian would have already exploded. However, Wang Fei Xian was not repulsed by the man before her. It was so much so that when she discovered that he was looking at her, not only was she not angry, she even felt slightly proud of herself. "Who asked you to pretend to be so serious earlier? Aren't you still subdued by my charm now?" "Huh." Suddenly, Wang Fei Xian realized that the man in front of her had retracted his gaze. This wasn't a big deal, but she realized that the man in front of her had a sad expression on his face after he retracted his gaze. Especially his originally sparkling eyes. At this moment, they seemed to have experienced a lot of vicissitudes. Seeing this scene, even Wang Fei Xian didn't know why, but her heart actually hurt. You. What's wrong? The pride on Wang Fei Xian's face disappeared, and she asked worriedly. I'm sorry, I was a little rude. It's just that when you frowned, you looked a little like my fiancée, and I thought of her. When he heard Wang Fei Xian's voice, Duan Lingtian came back to his senses and apologized. When she heard Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Fei Xian's pretty face suddenly darkened. You. When you saw me, you thought of your fiancé? As mentioned before, this kind of thing was definitely a humiliation to a woman. I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian naturally understood this, so he straightforwardly apologized, and looked very sincere. When she heard Duan Lingtian's apology and saw Duan Lingtian's gloomy face, Wang Fei Xian's anger subsided a lot. I say, surnamed Ling, shouldn't you be happy when you think of your fiancé? Why are you pulling a long face? My fiancé. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Duan Lingtian subconsciously opened his mouth, but halfway through, he changed the topic and did not continue. What do you mean I won't understand even if you tell me? Wang Fei Xian said angrily, you didn't say it, so I don't know. How do you know that I don't understand even if you say it? There's nothing to say. Duan Lingtian shook his head. The matter of Kerr was undoubtedly painful for him. If he brought it up again, it would be tantamount to reopening his scars. Hey! I say, why are you like this? You whet my appetite, but you don't say anything. No. You have to tell me. If you don't, I'll pester you every day and make it impossible for you to cultivate. Wang Fei Xian was enraged as she threatened. Duan Lingtian frowned. He did not expect Wang Fei Xian to be so difficult to deal with. If he had known earlier, he would not have brought up the matter of his fiancée. The reason he had brought up his fiancée earlier was to let Wang Fei Xian know that he had a fiancée so that she would back off. Who would have thought that after Wang Fei Xian found out that he had a fiancée, not only did she not show any strange emotions, but she was also very curious about his fiancée's current situation. When Duan Lingtian saw the determination in Wang Fei Xian's eyes, he knew that she was not joking. For a moment, he could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. He had really shot himself in the foot. I can tell you. However, you have to promise me that you won't tell anyone else, not even your family. Don't think that I'm joking. Once you spread this matter, it won't do you any good. Even you and the tyrannical saber mansion behind you might face a disaster. Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression, don't think that I'm exaggerating. I'm serious. He thought that Wang Fei Xian would be nervous when she heard him speak so seriously. However, he did not expect that after hearing his words, Wang Fei Xian was not nervous at all. Instead, her eyes lit up and she said with a curious expression, hearing you say that, it seems very interesting. I'm really getting more and more curious now. As for you asking me not to spread this matter, naturally, that's not a problem. I'll swear on the lightning penalty oath right now. After saying that, Wang Fei Xian swore on the lightning penalty oath. Duan Lingtian wanted to stop her, but it was too late. He wanted to stop her because he felt that there was no need to swear on the lightning penalty oath for such a small matter. It would be fine as long as she promised him verbally. Although he had not known Wang Fei Xian for long, he could tell that this woman with a devilish figure and angelic face was more manly than most men in many aspects even though she was a woman. He believed that she would be able to keep her word. Boom. 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 Accompanied by 9 claps of thunder, Wang Fei Xian's lightning penalty oath was considered to have come true. Under Wang Fei Xian's curious gaze, Duan Lingtian told her about Kerr. Of course, he emphasized that Ker's twin sister was very strong. Duan Lingtian also told Wang Fei Xian about how Zoroastrianism's twin sister was. Zoroastrianism? After listening to Duan Lingtian's nonsense, Wang Fei Xian could not help but narrow her eyes in shock. As a member of the fourth-rate force, the Tyrannic Saber Mansion, and the most beloved granddaughter of the current mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion, Wang Fei Xian had more or less dabbled in some of the secrets and records in the Tyrannic Saber Mansion that had been passed down since ancient times. Due to this reason, she was not unfamiliar with Zoroastrianism. A long time ago, before the Dao Martial Saint land was divided into the Upper Province and Lower Province, it was the golden age of the Dao Martial Saint land. During that era, there were three great sects that towered above the Dao Martial Saint land. They were also the three greatest forces in the Dao Martial Saint land. In the Dao Martial Saint land, the division of forces was simplified in 4 words. 3 religions and 9 schools. 3 religions referred to the 3 great sections, 9 schools referred to the forces from the 9th rate to the 1st rate. The 3 great sects were the 3 great forces that towered above the first-rate forces. They were the 3 great behemoths in the Dao Martial Saint land. They had existed for a long time, but their status had never wavered. This was enough to show how powerful and exaggerated their foundation was. Zoroastrianism was one of the 3 great sections. Your fiancé's sister is actually a member of Zoroastrianism? Moreover, based on her tone, it seems like Zoroastrianism has sent many people to look for your fiancé, but she beat them to it? After a long while, Wang Feixiang finally regained her senses. After inhaling a breath of cold air, she asked with a shocked expression. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since Zoroastrianism has sent people to look for your fiancé, it's enough to show that your fiancé is not simple. At the very least, she's not simple to Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been looking for someone who has been missing for more than 30 years. Wang Fei Xian deduced. Her deduction was similar to Duan Lingtian's earlier deduction. However, since the person who took your fiancé away is her twin sister, I'm sure she won't harm her. Don't worry, your fiancé must have gone to the upper province. She should be fine. Wang Fei Xian comforted him. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian finally understood the sadness in Duan Lingtian's eyes. As it turned out, he had experienced something like this before. Wang Fei Xian could understand Duan Lingtian's pain when she put herself in his shoes. Helplessly watching his fiancé being taken away without being able to do anything, no one would feel good about that kind of feeling. I hope so. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, as though he was reminded of something, he sighed. However, what I'm most worried about is the child in her stomach. After her twin sister found out about our relationship, she was furious. I don't know if she'll do something to our child. Both of you have a child? Wang Fei Xian stared at him. Yes. They should have been born by now. Duan Lingtian nodded. A hint of fondness could be seen in his eyes. Both of his children should have been born by now. However, up until now, he had yet to see his children. He only knew Li Fei had given birth to a son for him. I can't believe you're so young, but you're already such a playboy. I really don't know how you usually cultivate. I've been cultivating tirelessly, and until now, I'm only at the early refined saint stage. You, on the other hand, have a fiancé and a child. How much time did you spend? You actually managed to break through to the mastery refined saint stage at such a young age. When Wang Fei Xian reached the end of her sentence, a hint of jealousy could be heard in her tone. In terms of innate talent, the most important thing in cultivation was time. It was apparent the time she spent cultivating was much more than the young man in front of her. However, her strength was 2 stages lower than his. This caused Wang Fei Xian to feel extremely unbalanced. You only have one woman? Wang Fei Xian asked as she stared at Duan Lingtian as though she was reminded of something. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I have 2 fiancés and a confidant. If there's no accident, all 3 of them will be my wives in the future. When he thought of Ke, Li Fei, and Feng Tianwu, a rare happy smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. 3. That's not a lot. Wang Fei Xian nodded solemnly, causing Duan Lingtian to feel speechless. 3 isn't a lot. In fact, in Duan Lingtian's previous life, apart from a few ethnic minorities, the rest of the people in his country practiced monogamy. Although it was normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in this world, he also felt 3 women was a lot for a man. Who would have thought that Wang Fei Xian would be so valiant? As a woman, she even said that having 3 women was not a lot. When Duan Lingtian saw Wang Fei Xian looking at him again, he was at a loss for words. Junior brother Lingtian. At this moment, Wang Pai's voice resonated from afar. After a while, Wang Pai landed in Duan Lingtian's courtyard. Senior brother Wang Pai. When he saw Wang Pai, Duan Lingtian immediately stood up as though he had seen his savior. Are we going to the spirit pool? Hee. Looks like junior brother Lingtian can't wait any longer. In that case, let's go. Chapter 1726. Wang Pai's sudden appearance naturally displeased Wang Fei Xian. However, even though she was displeased, she did not dare to show it. No matter what, Wang Pai was still the direct disciple of the Heaven Palace's Vice Palace Master. Although she was the biological granddaughter of the Mansion Master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion, if she were to go out, in terms of status, other people would definitely be more wary of Wang Pai. Moreover, this was the Heaven Palace. If it was not necessary, she was, naturally, unwilling to offend Wang Pai. I'll go and have a look as well. When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Lingtian was preparing to leave with Wang Pai, she immediately soared up into the air and followed them. However, she stayed next to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could vaguely sense Wang Pai's ambiguous gaze. Junior brother Lingtian, this great young Miss Wang seems to be very interested in you. Why don't you take her in? As long as you take her in, you'll be the son-in-law of the Tyrannic Saber Mansion. At this moment, Wang Pai's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Senior brother Wang Pai, please don't joke around. I already have 2 fiancés and 1 confidant. Although Duan Lingtian could tell Wang Pai was teasing him, he quickly explained to avoid any misunderstandings. That's only 3 women. With your innate talent, your future will be limitless when you grow up. At that time, let alone 3 women, even 30 women won't be considered a lot. In this world where the strong are respected, as long as a strong man has enough energy, he can have many women and make those women fall head over heels for him. Wang Pai continued. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was speechless. Why did he feel that Wang Pai was even more valiant than Wang Fei Xian? Soon after, under the guidance of Wang Pai, Duan Lingtian and Wang Fei Xian entered the canyon on the side of the steep mountain where the Heavenly Palace was located. The entrance to the canyon was a thin line that could only accommodate 1 person. After entering, he was greeted by a sea of emerald green. Within the gorge, hundreds of grasses grew, and tens of thousands of flowers vied for beauty, giving people a feeling of tranquility and peace. The end of the canyon was shrouded by a dense fog. Due to the existence of the fog, one could not see what was behind it. Array formation? As soon as he entered the canyon, Duan Lingtian discovered that the fog was the effect of a formation. In front of the formation, there was an old man guarding it. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, and he looked very old. His hair and eyebrows were white, and he was dressed in gray robes. One of his arms was missing, and he stood there as though he was one with heaven and earth. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell that this old man was not simple. Senior. Wang Pai brought Duan Lingtian and Li Wuyo to descend before the one-armed old man and bowed respectfully. The space between his brows was filled with respect. Senior. Duan Lingtian and Wang Fei Xian quickly followed suit and bowed. The one-armed old man nodded calmly. There was no expression on his face, and he was very calm from the beginning until the end. After responding, he casually glanced at Wang Pai. Why did you come here personally? Could it be that little Xiao has obtained a rare saint stage genius for the heavenly palace and gave him the opportunity to be baptized in the spirit pool? Yes. Wang Pai nodded. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian next to him. This is junior brother Lingtian. He's also the saint stage genius that master has obtained for the heavenly palace. He's not even 40 years old, but he's already at the mastery refined saint stage. He was not even 40 years old, but he was already at the mastery refined saint stage. One must admit that Wang Pai's words had shocked the one-armed old man. At the very least, the one-armed old man who was originally calm raised an eyebrow when he heard Wang Pai's words. Then, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. His gaze was dull, but when it landed on Duan Lingtian, it seemed as though it could see through everything. Duan Lingtian had nowhere to hide. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian's attention was not on this at all. Let alone Duan Lingtian, even Wang Fei Xian's attention was not on this. Little Xiao. Earlier, they had clearly heard the one-armed old man before them address the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace as Xiao Yi. This was clearly how a senior addressed a junior. It was apparent that as Xiao Yi's direct disciple, Wang Pai did not react to the old man addressing him as master. It was as though it was normal. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at Wang Fei Xian. Coincidentally, Wang Fei Xian was also looking at him. Senior, could it be that you're a powerhouse from the older generation in the mystical sky mansion? Wang Fei Xian asked through voice transmission. I think so. Duan Lingtian was not certain, so he immediately asked Wang Pai through voice transmission. Wang Pai quickly replied, this is the previous Vice Palace Master of our Heaven Palace. In terms of seniority, he's my master's junior uncle. This junior ancestral uncle had lost an arm back then, and his strength was greatly reduced. That's why he didn't go to the upper province with Grand Master and the others. Originally, I should have addressed him as senior granduncle. However, since he doesn't want too many people to know his identity, I've only addressed him as senior. More than 90% of the other Heaven Palace's disciples don't know his true identity. Upon hearing Wang Pai's words, Duan Lingtian knew he had guessed correctly. At the same time, Duan Lingtian instinctively glanced at the old man's severed arm. As far as he knew, even the medicinal pills in the Dao Martial Saint Land could not regrow a severed arm. The only thing he knew about that could regrow a severed arm was the legendary immortal spirit herb. He had obtained one before, but he had used it in the end. Senior. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw Wang Pai pass a token that was emitting a green light to the old man. The word spirit was carved on it. Then, Duan Lingtian saw the old man looked at him after receiving the token and said, go on in. After the old man finished speaking, he glanced behind him. The moment the old man opened his mouth, the mist behind him suddenly trembled. In the end, it twisted and formed a vortex, like a door to the void. Duan Lingtian knew it was the old man who had opened the formation. Junior brother Lingtian, go on in. You can come out after you've finished absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy inside. Wang Pai looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded and glanced at Wang Fei Xian. He nodded lightly at her before he walked into the giant whirlpool formed by the mist. The moment he stepped into the whirlpool, Duan Lingtian felt a huge force sucking him in. After he was sucked in, Duan Lingtian's vision turned black before it lit up again. When it lit up again, a scenery painting that looked like a paradise appeared before his eyes. Naturally, it was not a scenery painting but a real thing. The environment in front of him was a corner of the canyon. It was shrouded by a formation, and it was filled with heaven and earth spirit energy. However, Duan Lingtian did not cultivate just like that. Since it was called a spirit pool, it was definitely not that simple. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy in this place was rich, it was only comparable to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. It was not very attractive to Duan Lingtian. As he continued to walk forward, Duan Lingtian saw a small lake through the misty heaven and earth spirit energy. The lake was filled with a milky white liquid that emitted waves of heaven and earth spirit energy. No wonder it's called a spirit pool. The heaven and earth spirit energy here has already been liquefied. When Duan Lingtian saw the small lake in front of him, he finally understood the origin of the spirit pool's name. Although the lake was not big, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the form of a liquid was extremely rich. At the very least, it was much more rich than Duan Lingtian had imagined. With such a good cultivation environment, if I still can't break through to the early refined saint stage, I might as well just kill myself. Duan Lingtian was not confident he would be able to make a breakthrough in the spirit pool before he came here. However, now that he had seen the large amount of heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool, he was almost 100% confident he would be able to successfully break through to the early refined saint stage. Once I've broken through to the early refined saint stage, my strength will be greatly elevated as well. At that time, I'll be stronger than the top young geniuses in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian knew very well that due to the uniqueness of the Sun true origin and his powerful body, it would not be difficult for him to defeat ordinary eminent saint stage martial and Tao cultivators once he had broken through to the early refined saint stage. Moreover, once he had broken through to the early refined saint stage and activated the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, not many powerhouses at the peak of the eminent saint stage would be able to block his sword. Whoosh! After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian suppressed the excitement in his heart and leaped into the spirit pool. Splash! When Duan Lingtian leaped into the spirit pool, it was like a huge rock falling into the water, breaking the tranquility of the lake. However, the spirit pool soon regained its tranquility. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already arrived at the bottom of the spirit pool. He sat down cross-legged and greedily absorbed the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy as he cultivated using the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. The 9 dragons carried the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy and circulated it once before it finally transformed into the sun true origin. As he cultivated in the spirit pool, Duan Lingtian felt as though his entire body was covered by something. This feeling was extremely comfortable. It was as though he had returned to his mother's womb. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating, Wang Pai brought Wang Fei Xian out of the valley where the spirit pool was located. The spirit pool would only open once every 6 months, and only one person could enter at a time. Senior brother Wang Pai, will I have a chance to enter the spirit pool the next time the Heaven Palace opens? After they came out, Wang Fei Xian immediately asked. It was obvious she was very concerned about this. The spirit pool. The reason she entered the mystical sky mansion this time was not only for the Saint Martial's secret zone, but also for the spirit pool. Sometimes, she even regretted coming to the Heaven Palace in the first place. If she could go to the other 3 palaces, perhaps she would be cultivating in the spirit pool as well. With the help of the spirit pool, she was confident she would be able to successfully break through to the intermediate refined saint stage before entering the Saint Martial's secret zone. However, without the help of the spirit pool, although there was still hope for her to break through, the chances were slim. You'll have to fight for this yourself. Chapter 1727. That's as good as not saying anything. Wang Fei Xian was obviously satisfied with Wang Pai's reply. Naturally, she knew it was not up to Wang Pai to decide who would be given the opportunity to enter the spirit pool. Humph. That fellow's strength will definitely improve after he enters the spirit pool. Based on the cultivation base he displayed earlier, it's probably not as simple as just breaking through to the mastery refined saint stage. In other words, it's very likely that he'll break through to the peak of the refined saint stage with the help of the spirit pool. The peak of the refined saint stage. The moment Wang Fei Xian thought of this, her heart began to beat faster. Li Feng was only at the peak of the refined saint stage. If that fellow has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, he'll be so proud of himself. It seems like I'll have to treat him better when he comes out. If I can form an alliance with him in the St. Martial's secret zone, how would the others be able to compete with us? The moment Wang Fei Xian thought of this, she became slightly excited. Duan Lingtian, naturally, did not know Wang Fei Xian had her eyes on him. Currently, he was fully immersed in his cultivation. Although he was cultivating outside and did not have as much time as inside the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, due to the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy, his cultivation speed here was more than 10 times faster than when he was on the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Moreover, due to the 99 saint veins in his body, his speed of absorbing the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy was even faster. It was ridiculously fast. Ridiculously fast. The one-armed old man who was guarding outside seemed to have sensed the rapid absorption of the heaven and earth spirit energy. This little fellow is really not simple. A rare smile appeared on the old man's wrinkled face. He's not even 40 years old, but his cultivation base is already at the mastery refined saint stage. If he can break through to the mastery refined saint stage through the spirit pool, it'll definitely be a great surprise to our mystical sky mansion. At that time, he'll be on par with Li Feng. Although the old man usually stayed here, he had heard rumors about Li Feng. He knew there was an outstanding young genius in the Debussy subterranean who had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage before the age of 40. At the same time, in the distant Azure Cloud Mansion, a small matter also happened. The reason it was called a small matter was because it was just a small matter among the subordinates. It did not involve the decision-makers in the Azure Cloud Mansion, let alone the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing. Yin Dong was one of the people in charge of the Azure Cloud Mansion's outpost outside. At the same time, he was also an old man who was over 100 years old. He could be considered a veteran in the Azure Cloud Mansion. In the eyes of the people in the outer circle of the Azure Cloud Mansion, Yin Dong could be considered as a high-ranking person. Many of the people at the bottom of the Azure Cloud Mansion would want to curry favor with him. The person in charge of the stronghold was usually rotated between two people, and they would rotate every half a year. Recently, it was Yindong's turn to rest. Old Zhang, I'll leave this to you. I'll head back first. After handing over the affairs in his hands, Yindong said to the person who had come to replace him. Go on. You must be in a hurry to see Yin Kuan. However, when I left the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate, I heard he seemed to have gone on a long journey. I don't know if he's back yet. You might not be able to see him when you return this time. The old man who was addressed as Old Zhang said with a smile. He went on a long journey. Upon hearing Old Zhang's words, Yindong could not help but be stunned. Then, he frowned. He actually didn't tell me he went on a long journey. Looks like he's really grown up now. Yin Kuan was his younger brother. He was also his biological younger brother, his only biological younger brother. The two brothers had lost their family since they were young, and they relied on each other for survival. Due to the fact that he was older, he took on the role of both father and mother. He single-handedly raised his younger brother. Later on, both of them joined the Azure Cloud Mansion. Not only did they have a place to stay, but they also rose rapidly and made their own achievements. Now that he had become the person in charge of a stronghold in the Azure Cloud Mansion, although it was just a small stronghold, it was enough for him to be proud. After all, the Azure Cloud Mansion stood at the peak of the Debussy subterranean. It was a quasi-third-rate force. In the Debussy subterranean, only the mountain-shade Black Market could be mentioned in the same breath as the Azure Cloud Mansion. Ha! Say, how old is your younger brother already? Why do you still act as if he's still young? I think he didn't tell you this time because he's worried you won't let him go out alone. Old Zhang laughed. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. I'll go back first to see if he's back. For some reason, after Yindong found out his younger brother had left the Azure Cloud Mansion for a long journey, he felt a sense of panic. He was eager to return to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Go on. Naturally, old Zhang could understand Yundong's feelings. In fact, he had watched Yundong and Yunkuan grow up together. Although Yunkuan was Yundong's younger brother, Yunkuan was more like Yundong's son in many aspects. In front of Yunkuan, Yundong was both a brother and a father. Yundong left and returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Due to the panic in his heart, he did not make any stops along the way. As soon as he returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion, Yundong discovered he was even more panicked. He went to look for his younger brother, but he discovered his younger brother had not returned yet. When he returned to his residence in the Azure Cloud Mansion, he discovered his younger brother's soul pearl had shattered. Who's that? When Yundong saw Yunkuan's soul pearl that had shattered, his eyes turned red immediately. He let out a low growl as his body emitted waves of terrifying killing intent. However, Yundong had lived for more than 100 years, so he quickly forced himself to calm down. This was because he knew it was useless no matter how sad he felt. The most important thing now was to calm down and find out where his younger brother had gone after leaving the Azure Cloud Mansion. After spending an hour, Yundong asked his younger brother's friends and finally obtained the answer he wanted. He went to Windfall Nation. The place where the Devil Seal tablet appeared before? Naturally, Yundong had heard about the news of the Devil Seal tablet appearing in Windfall Nation. Moreover, when he first heard about it, he was tempted and wondered if he should make a trip there to try his luck and see if he could obtain the Devil Seal tablet. However, when he thought about it again, he felt the probability of that happening was too low. Moreover, he would not be able to leave, so he dismissed that thought. However, it did not cross his mind that his younger brother had actually gone to Windfall Nation and never returned. Currently, his soul pearl had shattered. The strongest person in Windfall Nation, or even a sixth-rate saint nation, is an ordinary refined saint stage martial or Dao cultivator. Little Kuan is a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. The person who killed him is definitely not from Windfall Nation. Yundong took a deep breath as his eyes burned with rage. No matter who it is, I'll kill you for killing my younger brother. Yundong's throat moved as he growled. Naturally, Yundong did not go to Windfall Nation just like that. Instead, he reported his younger brother's death to the Azure Cloud Mansion. After all, the death of someone from the Azure Cloud Mansion was a blatant provocation to the Azure Cloud Mansion. As long as he reported this matter, the Azure Cloud Mansion would send someone to help Yundong. After Yundong reported Yunkuan's death, the Azure Cloud Mansion quickly sent someone over. It was a middle-aged man with a cold expression who was dressed in a fiery red robe with gold embroidery. Revered Elder Hua. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, even Yundong could not help but gasp. Although he knew as the person in charge of the Azure Cloud Mansion's stronghold, the Azure Cloud Mansion would definitely take his death seriously and send a powerhouse to help him. However, it did not cross his mind that the Azure Cloud Mansion would send someone to help him. Jin Hua was a revered elder of the Azure Cloud Mansion. He could be ranked in the top 10 powerhouses in the entire Azure Cloud Mansion. I already know about what happened to you. In the near future, I will go with you to investigate Yunkuan's death. As long as we find the murderer, if you are no match for him, I will act. If you're not strong enough, you'll be defeated, Jin Hua said as he glanced at Yundong indifferently. He only glanced at Yundong briefly before he shifted his gaze elsewhere. He appeared extremely arrogant. Yundong was not unhappy about this. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, revered Elder Hua. With Jin Hua by his side, he was no longer worried about encountering someone he was no match for. After Yundong and Jin Hua left the Azure Cloud Mansion, they went directly to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. The Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion was a fifth-rate force while the Windfall Nation was a sixth-rate saint nation. When they arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, Yundong heard that his younger brother was treated as an honored guest by the Windfall Nation's imperial family. For this reason, he immediately went to the Windfall Nation's imperial palace. Why, you're Master Yun's elder brother? Facing Yundong, the Windfall Nation's emperor, Zhu Yuan, did not even dare to breathe loudly. In the past, when Yunkuan was still in the Windfall Nation's imperial palace, he had mentioned his elder brother more than once. The person in charge of the Azure Cloud Mansion's stronghold was also an eminent saint stage powerhouse. It was not that Zhu Yuan had not seen an eminent saint stage powerhouse before, but he had only seen them from afar. This was undoubtedly his first time meeting an eminent saint stage powerhouse at such a close distance in his life. Who killed my brother? Yundong did not waste his breath on Zhu Yuan and asked directly. When Zhu Yuan heard this, he no longer dared to change the topic. He quickly told Yundong what had happened that day. After he finished speaking, he said, that powerhouse didn't report his origin. Perhaps, he's worried about the Azure Cloud Mansion's revenge. No origin? When Yundong heard Zhu Yuan's words, he could not help but frown. Then, do you still remember his appearance? Can you confirm if he's wearing a disguise or not? Although I don't dare to probe him, I'm certain he's not wearing a disguise. On this point, Zhu Yuan was still certain. Since he was wearing a disguise, even if he did not probe him intentionally, his divine consciousness would definitely be able to detect this. In that case, you and those who have seen that person draw a portrait of him for me, Yundong said bluntly. Yes, Yundong said bluntly. Apart from Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai, there was also Bai Li Hong who had seen the person who killed Yun Kuan. Chapter 1728. In the Sidu clan's estate in the capital of Windfall Nation. Bai Li Hong was already prepared for the arrival of the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion. He cooperated and drew Duan Ling Tian's appearance after he had disguised himself. Then, he passed the portrait to Yundong. Although the three portraits were drawn by three different people, they were all drawn by the same person. I heard that Duan Ling Tian who possesses the Devil Seal tablet is your junior brother. After Yundong put the portrait away, his eyes shone brightly as he looked at Bai Li Hong. Yes. Bai Li Hong nodded. Everyone knew about this, so there was no need for him to hide it. Do you know where he is now? Yundong asked in a low voice. Although the main reason he came this time was to find the murderer of his younger brother, if it was possible, he also wanted to know the whereabouts of the Devil Seal tablet. I don't know. Bai Li Hong shook his head. Just as Yundong was about to say something, a cold snort entered his ears. Do you think the person who killed Yun Kuan will let him go if he knows something? Don't forget the purpose of our trip. This cold snort naturally came from Jin Hua, the powerhouse who was ranked in the top 10 in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Yes, revered Elder Hua. When Yundong heard Jin Hua's impatient tone, he did not dare to stay any longer. After glancing at Bai Li Hong indifferently, he left. However, Yundong did not know Jin Hua had interjected not because he was impatient, but because if Yundong continued to ask, it would involve Duan Ling Tian. His adoptive father was a subordinate of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He could be said to be the Mansion Master's right-hand man. Rong Yuan, Elder Rong, was his adoptive father. Previously, when news of the Devil Seal tablet had spread to the Azure Cloud Mansion, he wanted to join in the fun and see if he could obtain the Devil Seal tablet. However, he was stopped by his adoptive father in the end. At that time, he finally found out Duan Ling Tian who possessed the Devil Seal tablet was none other than the only son of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He was also the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. As for why the Vice Mansion Master was wandering outside, he had also asked his foster father about it. In the end, the answer he got was that the Mansion Master wanted the Vice Mansion Master to go out and gain experience. After learning that Duan Ling Tian was the young Mansion Master of their Azure Cloud Mansion, Jin Hua, naturally, would not allow Yundong to make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian was their young Mansion Master's senior brother. Of course, Yundong was destined not to know about this. Jin Hua didn't plan to tell him either. However, even Jin Hua did not expect the powerhouse who killed Yun Kuan, Yundong's younger brother, was none other than the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ling Tian. If he had known, not only would he not have followed Yundong out this time, but he would also denounce Yundong. He would even ask Yundong why his younger brother, Yun Kuan, had provoked the vice mansion master. If necessary, he would kill Yundong. Although Yundong was also an official in the Azure Cloud Mansion, he was merely the person in charge of a small foothold. In Jin Hua's opinion, he was no different from an ordinary disciple at the bottom of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Yundong and Jin Hua had come to Windfall Nation. At this moment, he was at the critical juncture of his breakthrough. At this moment, more than half of the spirit pool that looked like a small lake had disappeared. One could vaguely see Duan Lingtian sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the pool. The liquid heaven and earth spirit energy had also reached his neck. One could see the heaven and earth spirit energy was being depleted at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was enough to show how fast Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed was. After all, how could Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed not be fast since he had 99 saint veins? When the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy continued to be depleted until it reached Duan Lingtian's abdomen, Duan Lingtian's body began to tremble for no reason. In the end, the trembling became more and more intense. At this moment, the Sun True Origin in Duan Lingtian's body had almost filled his Naiwan Palace. Only Saint Stage powerhouses had the Naiwan Palace. It was formed from the transformation of the Qi Sea. The True Origin was usually stored in the Naiwan Palace. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was on the verge of a breakthrough. In his body, the True Origin was rapidly moving like dragons. It was extremely frenzied. Every movement of the True Origin was hitting the saint veins in his body viciously. The 99 saint veins were vibrating, and the feeling of pain was clearly transmitted to Duan Lingtian's nerves. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian's body began to tremble violently. Although he could endure the intense pain all over his body, he could not help but tremble violently. Crack! All of a sudden, the hairband on Duan Lingtian's head broke, and his long hair fluttered without any wind. One could vaguely see a faint golden halo flowing in his long hair. It was Duan Lingtian's Sun True Origin. At the same time, a faint golden halo appeared on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. The golden halo continued to solidify and expand until it enveloped Duan Lingtian's entire body. It was as though it had turned into a cocoon that enveloped Duan Lingtian. This was a large cocoon that shone with a golden halo. It expanded to a diameter of about 2 meters before it stopped expanding. Coo! 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 At this moment, the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in Duan Lingtian's abdomen in the spiritual pool began to surge as though it was being boiled. In just a few breaths of time, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth disappeared. Naturally, it did not really disappear. Instead, it was devoured by the large golden cocoon that enveloped Duan Lingtian. The large golden cocoon was like a gluttonous child. It only took a few breaths before it completely absorbed the remaining liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spiritual pool. Hualao, what should I do now? Inside the golden cocoon, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged. However, his eyes had already opened. At this moment, he was mumbling to himself. It was obvious he was talking to the three-legged golden crow, Elder Hua, inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. In fact, with the thickness of his true origin, he could have made a breakthrough earlier. However, just as he was about to make a breakthrough, Hualao stopped him. After I teach you the golden crow's wings, the basic divine ability of the three-legged golden crow clan, you'll complete the breakthrough. In this way, when you break through to the eminent saint stage, you'll be able to cast the golden crow's wings officially. Of course, before that, you'll have to consolidate the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings first. It's the best time to do it now since there's still a surplus of liquid heaven and earth spirit energy. This was what Hualao had told him to stop him. When he heard Hualao's words, he was, naturally, confused. It was his first time hearing about the golden crow's wings. However, after listening to Hualao's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood what the golden crow's wings was. It was the basic divine ability of the three-legged golden crow clan that could be mastered by other clans as well. Once it was cast, a pair of wings similar to the golden crow's would appear on one's back. With just a flap of the wings, one would be thousands of miles away in just a blink of an eye. Naturally, this was the effect of the golden crow's wings when one's strength had reached a certain stage. As long as you can consolidate the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings and build a good foundation before you break through to the refined saint stage, you'll be able to cast the golden crow's wings officially when you break through to the eminent saint stage. At that time, your speed will undergo a qualitative change. An increase in speed means an increase in strength as well. Speed was the only unbeatable martial tactic in the world. Duan Lingtian knew about this. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, excited when he heard Hualao's words. Due to this reason, he was not in a hurry to break through the final barrier of the peak of the pristine saint stage to the refined saint stage. Everything would have to wait until he had consolidated the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings first. The appearance of the golden cocoon was also due to Hualao's guidance to Duan Lingtian. It was also due to Hualao's guidance that the golden cocoon absorbed all the remaining liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool in just a dozen breaths. Subsequently, under Hualao's guidance, as time passed by, a ferocious crack appeared on the golden cocoon outside of Duan Lingtian's body before it split into two. After it split into two, the separated golden cocoon transformed into two lumps of golden liquid. Subsequently, a pair of golden wings appeared in the air. It was none other than the wings of the three-legged golden crow. Now's the time. When Hualao shouted, Duan Lingtian jolted and regained his senses. He immediately closed his eyes and circulated the sun true origin in his body to guide the pair of wings into his body. To be more precise, it was fusing into his back. After the fusion, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the two lumps of heat on his back. It was only after half an hour had passed that the two lumps of heat gradually disappeared. All right. You can complete the breakthrough now. Hualao's voice resonated in a timely manner as he reminded Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately calmed his qi and circulated the true origin in his body to complete the breakthrough. Previously, he had already touched the threshold of the breakthrough and was only one step away. However, due to Hualao's interference, he had stopped. Now that he had started cultivating again, it was naturally very smooth. As an invisible airwave swept out, the true origin in Duan Lingtian's body began to undergo an earth-shattering change. His Niwen palace was still the same size as before. It did not seem to have changed at all. However, the sun true origin in Duan Lingtian's body seemed to have undergone a tremendous change. It seemed to have become even more dazzling and golden. Compared to the sun true origin before his breakthrough, it was like a concentrated essence. I've made a breakthrough. Duan Lingtian clenched his fists slightly as a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Although he had only broken through to the early refined saint stage, due to the uniqueness of the sun true origin, the sun true origin at the early refined saint stage was comparable to the true origin at the early eminent saint stage. In other words, with his extraordinary physical body, he could easily deal with ordinary early eminent saint stage martial and Dao cultivators without using the Jasper celestial sword. As for those below the eminent saint stage, they were on a completely different level compared to him now. I wonder how long I've been cultivating. It's time for me to leave. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian leaped up and left the empty spirit pool. At this moment, not even a drop of liquid heaven and earth spirit energy could be seen in the spirit pool. All of it had been absorbed by Duan Lingtian. Senior, how long have I been cultivating in there? Chapter 1729. When the one-armed old man saw Duan Lingtian coming out, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. When he regained his senses, he realized his eyes were not playing tricks on him. This little fellow who had entered the spirit pool 20 days ago had indeed come out. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, the old man was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he entered the spirit pool immediately. When he saw the empty spirit pool, even though he had lived for almost 200 years and had seen many things, he still could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Senior, when Duan Lingtian saw the old man did not answer him and entered the spirit pool instead, he was puzzled. When he saw the old man coming out of the spirit pool, he could not help but feel puzzled. How did you do it? The old man who walked out of the spirit pool looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Is there something wrong? When Duan Lingtian saw the old man making a fuss about nothing, he was puzzled as well. Why did he not notice this side of his senior before this? I've been guarding the Heaven Palace's spirit pool for many years. After entering, the fastest person to come out took 1.5 months. Most of them took 2 months. However, you only took 20 days to come out of the spirit pool. How did you do it? When the old man reached the end of his sentence, he stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as though he wanted to see through Duan Lingtian. 20 days? Duan Lingtian did not expect he had actually stayed in the spirit pool for 20 days. However, based on the old man's words, the others had spent at least 1.5 months in there. Most of them had spent more than 2 months in there. At once, Duan Lingtian realized his performance was a little too monstrous. It must be because the cultivation method I cultivate is different. Duan Lingtian brushed it off perfunctorily. As for whether the old man believed him or not, he could not be bothered. After bidding farewell to the old man, he swiftly slipped away, leaving only the silhouette of his back to the old man. It seems like this little fellow has many secrets. However, no matter how many secrets he has, as long as he doesn't do anything that will harm the mystical sky mansion, I'll just let him be. With his innate talent and strength, he would definitely become one of the pillars of the mystical sky mansion when he grew stronger. In the future, it's not impossible for him to lead the mystical sky mansion to the peak like how the new mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffeng, led the Azure Cloud Mansion to the peak of the Debussy Subterranean. As the old man muttered to himself, he was filled with confidence in Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. On the way back, Duan Lingtian came across many Heavenly Hall's disciples. When they saw him, their gazes were the same as the one-armed old man's, filled with astonishment. Although they didn't go to the spirit pool with Duan Lingtian, they knew when the Duan Lingtian went to the spirit pool. The opening time of the spiritual pool was fixed. With a simple calculation in his heart, he could calculate that the last time the spiritual pool opened was exactly 20 days ago. It seems a little too high profile. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose and muttered to himself awkwardly. However, since he had already come out, Duan Lingtian did not plan to hide. He swaggered all the way back to his residence. There's still 2 months before the opening of the mystical sky mansion's St. Martial's secret zone. In these 2 months, I'll study and comprehend the Sovereign Heart Sword. As for the rest of my time, I'll go to the mystical sky mansion's library to have a look. As a quasi-third-rate force, the books in the mystical sky mansion's library must have recorded many things that I didn't know before. Duan Lingtian planned for the next 2 months. Naturally, during this time, he would still have to compete with the Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 in the Heaven Palace for the spot to enter the St. Martial's secret zone. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the Heaven Palace, other than the privilege of entering the spirit pool to cultivate, he did not have any other privileges. However, to him, competing for the spot to enter the St. Martial's secret zone was just a formality. With his current strength, let alone the powerhouses below the age of 40 in the Debussy Subterranean, even the powerhouses below the age of 40 in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land would not be a match for him. Just as Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence about his strength, a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. The appearance of the beautiful figure was like a bucket of cold water that was splashed on his head, causing him to shudder. The owner of the beautiful figure was a woman. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with the appearance of the woman since she looked exactly the same as his fiancée, Ker. Ker's sister is a member of Zoroastrianism. I wonder how strong she is compared to the younger generation of Zoroastrianism. Although Ker's sister did not make a move that day, Duan Lingtian was certain that Ker's sister had most likely surpassed the eminent saint stage. After all, even Di Ju, the five-clawed golden dragon from the dragon clan, had to tuck his tail between his legs when he faced her. Di Ju must have surpassed the eminent saint stage. Currently, Duan Lingtian was still unaware that his father, Duan Ruffing, had already set a wager for him. The wager was between him and Di Ju. If he won, he would be able to enter the Saint Land of Dragons, the dragon cleansing pool. That wager was less than 3 years away from now. After he had broken through to the refined saint stage, Duan Lingtian's confidence had increased greatly when he thought about all the things he could rely on. He felt as though he was invincible among the younger generation in the Dao martial Saint Land. However, when he thought about Ker's sister, he regained his senses. If Ker's sister was here, he might not be a match for Ker's sister even if he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword with all his might. Zoroastrianism, due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's heart felt even heavier. If a young disciple of Zoroastrianism was already so powerful, how powerful would the high-ranking officials be? Duan Lingtian instantly felt the pressure on him increase. Naturally, even if the pressure increased, it did not change his determination to go to Zoroastrianism to look for Ker. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, he still wanted to go to the upper province of the Dao martial Saint Land and go to Zoroastrianism to rescue Ker and his child so that they could reunite. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian finally shifted his attention away from the Jasper Celestial Sword. Through the Jasper Celestial Sword, he continued to study and comprehend the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Duan Lingtian's goal was to reach the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Throughout his journey, Duan Lingtian had learned a lot of things. However, after he obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword, he devoted all his attention to it. As for the other martial tactics, they were temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. Perhaps the martial arts techniques that he had cultivated in the past were of great help to him in the past, but after he obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword, those martial arts techniques became somewhat useless. As the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the profundity contained in the Sovereign Heart Sword could not only be used for offense, but it could also be used for defense and speed. Duan Lingtian sat quietly in his room as he comprehended the Sovereign Heart Sword. He was unaware that the outside had become lively again because of him. Lingtian entered the spirit pool 20 days ago, and he came out today. Impossible, right? It's only been 20 days. Don't tell me he has already absorbed all of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. If it was in the past, I would think it's impossible as well. However, the problem is I saw him coming back from the direction of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool with my own eyes. When I saw him, I seriously calculated the time when the spirit pool opened. It was exactly 20 days ago. He only spent 20 days to come out of the spirit pool. Isn't Lingtian's cultivation speed a little too exaggerated? No wonder he already has a cultivation base at the mastery refined saint stage when he's not even 40 years old. As it turns out, his innate talent is already so exaggerated. I wonder if he has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage after coming out of the spirit pool. It was very lively in the Heaven Palace. Each and every one of the Heaven Palace's disciples were discussing Duan Lingtian. They felt it was too exaggerated that Duan Lingtian had only spent 20 days to come out of the spirit pool. Naturally, some people felt it was exaggerated while others felt it was impossible. Impossible. No matter how high his innate talent is, it's impossible for him to only spend 20 days to absorb all of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. In my opinion, he must have come out before he finished absorbing all of the heaven and earth spirit energy. That's possible. However, if it were you, would you come out before you finished absorbing all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool? That's right. If it were you, would you come out? No matter what, most of the people were more inclined to believe that Duan Lingtian had indeed only spent 20 days to absorb all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. Although his performance was monstrous and heaven-defying, other than that, it was not plausible at all. Naturally, they did not know that if he cultivated normally, even if Duan Lingtian had 99 saint veins, he would still need a month's time to absorb all of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. However, after Duan Lingtian had spent 20 days to absorb enough heaven and earth spirit energy to break through, he had used a special method to form the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings because of Hualao's guidance. In order to form the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings, Duan Lingtian had swallowed the remaining heaven and earth spirit energy in just a few breaths. For this reason, in the eyes of others, Duan Lingtian had only spent 20 days to absorb all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. Naturally, the truth was only known to Duan Lingtian and Hualao. The others would not have thought of this at all. He came out. Chapter 1730. Wang Fei Xian remembered it clearly. 20 days ago was the day she followed Ling Tian to the spirit pool. Naturally, she only took a stroll outside. Only Ling Tian who had obtained permission could enter the spirit pool. She had also learned about the mystical Sky Mansion's spirit pool. There were a total of 4 spirit pools in the mystical Sky Mansion. Among them, the Heaven Palace's spirit pool was the best. However, even if it was the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, ordinary people would need about 2 months to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy inside. Those with monstrous innate talent would need at least 1.5 months to do so. However, Ling Tian only took 20 days to come out. Don't tell me he came out before he finished absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy? Naturally, Wang Fei Xian dispelled this thought as soon as it popped up in her mind. It made sense when she thought about it. The opportunity to enter the spirit pool was so rare. Moreover, there was no time limit, and there was still some time before the Saint Martial's secret zone opened. As long as one was not an idiot, one would not be in a hurry to come out of the spirit pool. Was Ling Tian an idiot? Wang Fei Xian dismissed this possibility. Forget it, I'll just ask him. The moment Wang Fei Xian thought of this, she left her residence and went to look for Duan Lingtian. However, when she arrived at Duan Lingtian's residence, she discovered he was not there at all. It was as though he had gone into hiding. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. That damn fellow! He hid so quickly. However, does he think I won't be able to find him just because he's hiding? Duan Lingtian did not see this. Otherwise, he would have been speechless. Today, he had the heart to study and comprehend the Sovereign Heart Sword. However, due to the fact that he had just broken through to the refined saint stage, it was difficult for him to suppress his excitement. Due to this reason, he could not calm down. Due to this reason, he temporarily put aside his comprehension of the Sovereign Heart Sword and went to the Mystical Sky Mansion's library. The Mystical Sky Mansion's book collection pavilion was divided into 5 places. The Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces each had one. There was also the library on the floating island in the middle of the 4 palaces. That library was the biggest library in the Mystical Sky Mansion. It contained all sorts of books and records. Apart from some of the secrets of the Mystical Sky Mansion, everything that could be learned at the Mystical Sky Mansion's level was recorded in there. Duan Lingtian wanted to learn more about things that he didn't know before, and the library on the floating island was undoubtedly the best choice. Apart from being the resting place of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, the floating island was also filled with outstanding disciples in the Mystical Sky Mansion. As long as one could enter the Mystical Sky Mansion's Mystical Sky ranking, one would be able to stand on the floating island and obtain a place to cultivate. Generally, those who could enter the Mystical Sky ranking were existences at the Eminent Saint stage or above. Generally, there was no existence above the Great Sage realm in a 6th-rate force. Even in a 5th-rate force, such an existence would be a high-level figure. In a 4th-rate force, although their position was not high, they still had a certain amount of status. However, it was not enough when placed in a quasi-3rd-rate force. This was because there were many powerhouses who had surpassed the Eminent Saint stage in quasi-3rd-rate forces. Some outstanding disciples would be able to make a breakthrough to the Eminent Saint stage as long as they reached the age limit. Due to this reason, eminent saint stage powerhouses were nothing in a quasi-third-rate force like the Mystical Sky Mansion. Apart from those on the Mystical Sky ranking, Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples can only enter the main mansion once every 3 months. The main mansion was the floating island in the middle of the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. This time, Duan Ling Tian planned to use the opportunity that would only come once every 3 months to enter the main mansion's library and broaden his horizons. As for the other things in the main mansion, they were not very tempting to him. Only the cultivation environment in the main mansion was better. The cultivation environment in his 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was much better than the main mansion in the Mystical Sky Mansion. For this reason, it was not important to Duan Ling Tian whether he could enter the main mansion or not. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of the wind, a ghostly figure approached the floating island in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. Whoosh! 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 However, before this figure could get close to the floating island, he was blocked by several swift figures. The owners of these figures were none other than Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who were wearing special uniforms. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, only the disciples on duty would wear the special uniforms. Ordinary disciples would only need to carry their identity tokens. You're a Heaven Palace's disciple? The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who appeared swiftly were none other than the patrolling disciples of the Mystical Sky Mansion. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man. His piercing gaze shifted from the newcomer to the identity token hanging on his waist. The word Tian was carved on the identity token. I'm Ling Tian, a Heaven Palace's disciple. Greetings, senior brothers. The newcomer was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who came from the Heaven Palace. Duan Ling Tian smiled and greeted the group of patrolling disciples in front of him. I'm here because I want to go to the library in the main mansion. Ling Tian? However, the group of patrolling disciples did not hear the last part of Duan Ling Tian's words. This was because their attention was completely focused on the first part of Duan Ling Tian's words. Ling Tian. This name was not unfamiliar to them. It was to the extent that it had twice carried shocking news into their ears. Ling Tian was a new disciple of the Mystical Sky Mansion and a Heaven Palace's disciple. As soon as he entered the Heaven Palace, he came to a draw with Guo Lu, a mastery-refined saint stage disciple from the Heaven Palace. Guo Lu's strength could be ranked in the top 3 among all the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. This was the first time they had heard of the name Ling Tian. At that time, their hearts were filled with shock. A saint stage genius who was not even 40 years old already possessed such shocking strength. How strong would he be when he grew stronger in the future? As for the second time hearing Ling Tian's name, it was today. Ling Tian had entered the Heaven Palace's spirit pool 20 days ago and came out early this morning. It seemed like he had only spent 20 days to completely absorb the liquid heaven and earth spirit weapon in the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. Perhaps, for those who had just entered the Mystical Sky Mansion, this news was insignificant. However, as long as one was a veteran in the Mystical Sky Mansion, all of them knew how shocking this news was. In the history of the Mystical Sky Mansion, there had never been a disciple below the eminent saint stage who was able to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool in just 20 days, let alone the Heaven Palace's spirit pool that was the best among the 4 spirit pools in the Mystical Sky Mansion. In the Mystical Sky Mansion's past record, someone had spent 1 month and 3 days to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. However, that was the Yellow Palace's spirit pool. There was still a certain difference between it and the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. However, this time, a new disciple who had just entered the Mystical Sky Mansion had actually only spent 20 days to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. To them and the entire Mystical Sky Mansion, this was undoubtedly earth-shattering news. You're Ling Tian from the Heaven Palace? The middle-aged man who was the leader was the first to regain his senses. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. Huh. Originally, it was not a big deal to be stared at. However, Duan Ling Tian noticed when the middle-aged man stared at him, apart from a hint of shock, there was also a hint of hostility in the depths of his eyes. This caused him to feel slightly puzzled. This is my first time meeting him, why is he looking at me with such hostility? At the same time, the group of patrolling disciples behind the middle-aged man had also regained their senses. They also noticed the hostility between the middle-aged man and Duan Lingtian. For a moment, they began to whisper among themselves. I almost forgot. Senior brother Huang Tong's younger brother went into closed-door cultivation not long ago because he was humiliated by Duan Lingtian. It's said that he even said he won't come out until he has broken through to the mastery refined saint stage. I heard that Huang Ji went to challenge Duan Lingtian, but he was shaved bald instead. Not only has this matter spread out in the Heaven Palace, but it has also spread out in the Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace as well. Huang Ji has become a laughingstock. He's senior brother Huang Tong's only biological younger brother. How can senior brother Huang Tong not be angry when he was humiliated like this? That's right. It's fine if Ling Tian doesn't appear in front of senior brother Huang Tong. Senior brother Huang Tong can't take the initiative to seek revenge due to reason. But now, this Ling Tian has walked right into the muzzle of the spear himself. If senior brother Huang Tong doesn't do anything, others might say that he's as cowardly as a mouse, not even daring to stand up for his younger brother. The group of patrolling disciples whispered among themselves. Although their voices were not loud, it still entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. Huang Tong. Huang Ji's brother. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood why Huang Tong would be so hostile toward him. As it turned out, he was Huang Ji's biological brother. As for Huang Ji, naturally, Duan Lingtian had an impression of him. Nearly a month ago, a group of Heaven Palace's disciples refused to accept the fact that he was given the opportunity to enter the spirit pool and blocked his door. Huang Ji and 2 other people even wanted to break in, but they did not succeed because he appeared in time. Although they did not succeed, they still provoked him with words. Subsequently, Huang Ji even took the initiative to challenge him. When Duan Lingtian saw Huang Ji's rudeness, he was so angry that he shaved all of his hair. In his opinion, he was already being merciful. He had always been a person who would return kindness tenfold. Just like Guo Lu, who was polite to him and gave him a peach, he returned the favor. Although he could easily defeat Guo Lu, he purposely fought him to a draw because Guo Lu was not a bad person, so he managed to save Guo Lu's face. Due to this reason, when Duan Lingtian learned Huang Tong was Huang Ji's biological brother, he only looked at Huang Tong calmly. He was only slightly surprised, but he did not feel anything else. He was not worried Huang Tong would seek revenge. With his current strength, he was not even afraid of the ordinary high-ranking officials in the mystical Sky Mansion, let alone Huang Tong, who was just a patrolling disciple. With his current strength, he was confident he could kill more than 90% of eminent saint stage powerhouses if he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword with all his might. Did you hear what they said? Chapter 1731. Yes, I heard that. Duan Lingtian nodded his head nonchalantly when he heard Huang Tong's question. It was as though he was not bothered by this matter at all. In fact, he was not bothered by this matter at all. You're much stronger than my brother, but you don't have the bearing of a powerhouse and humiliated my brother. Don't you think you've gone too far? Huang Tong asked as his expression turned grave. Gone too far? Duan Lingtian smiled. You keep saying that I've gone too far, but do you know that your brother tried to force his way in and interrupt my cultivation? When he saw me coming out, he kept provoking me and even challenged me. If you were me, what would you do? Tolerate? Tell him you're stronger than him so he'll back off. Duan Lingtian explained the ins and outs of the matter to Bai Luochu. In fact, Huang Tong also knew what had happened. He knew his brother was in the wrong. Otherwise, he would not have spoken so politely to Duan Lingtian after finding out his identity. However, even though Huang Tong knew what had happened, it did not mean that the other patrolling disciples knew as well. At this moment, their gazes were a little strange. They only knew Huang Tong's brother, Huang Ji, was shaved bald, but they did not know Huang Ji had brought this upon himself. My brother has indeed gone too far, but don't you think you've gone too far? How do you expect him to face others in the future if you treat him that way in front of so many people? Huang Tong asked in a questioning tone after he took a deep breath. I don't think I've gone too far. Duan Lingtian continued to say indifferently, it's only because we're in the mystical sky mansion. If it was outside and he still dared to force his way in and interrupt my cultivation, he'd be crippled even if he didn't die. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He was not a kind person to begin with. In his opinion, he had already shown mercy to Huang Ji, and the matter had already passed. However, now that someone had brought this matter up, it was undoubtedly a blatant provocation. You! Huang Tong did not expect the Duan Lingtian to be so extreme. In the face of the Duan Lingtian's rudeness, his face became completely gloomy. His eyes were burning with rage, as if they could burn everything. Senior Huang Tong. Seeing that the situation had become somewhat hostile in an instant, the group of patrolling disciples behind Huang Tong became anxious and hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade Huang Tong. What a joke! At the end of the day, Ling Tian was still in the right. If a conflict really broke out, even if this Ling Tian was at a disadvantage, Huang Tong would definitely be punished in the end. With the innate talent and strength that Ling Tian had displayed, he would definitely become the pillar of the mystical sky mansion in the future. It was not impossible for him to become the next mansion master of the mystical sky mansion. Naturally, putting aside the future, it was likely that not only had the palace master of Heaven Palace heard about Ling Tian's deeds, but even the mansion master of the mystical sky mansion had also begun to pay attention to him. After all, the strength and innate talent that he had displayed since he came to the mystical sky mansion was too shocking. In terms of strength, he was able to come to a draw with the elite mastery refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. This meant his strength was at the mastery refined saint stage or even close to the peak of the refined saint stage. Most importantly, he was not even 40 years old yet. Even in the history of the mystical sky mansion, there were not many people who were at the mastery refined saint stage below the age of 40. Moreover, those few people were not as monstrous as him. In terms of innate talent, he only used 20 days to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. After all, the higher one's innate talent was, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. Naturally, the speed at which one absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy would be faster as well. From the matter of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, one could see that Ling Tian's innate talent was absolutely monstrous. Such innate talent was enough to shake the entire mystical sky mansion. How could Huang Tong not think of this when the other patrolling disciples could think of this? Under the persuasion of the others, he finally calmed down. After glancing at Duan Lingtian indifferently, he brought his men and left. However, when he left, Duan Lingtian clearly saw the hint of coldness that flashed in his eyes. However, Duan Lingtian was not bothered by it at all. He did not take Huang Tong seriously at all. After entering the suspended island in the mystical sky mansion, Duan Lingtian was stopped again. This time, the person who stopped him was the disciple guarding the suspended island. You're that Ling Tian from the Heaven Palace? When the disciple guarding the island was helping Duan Lingtian to register, he looked at his identity token and saw the two words Ling Tian carved on the back. He could not help but be shocked. Perhaps, Ling Tian from the Heaven Palace had just entered the mystical sky mansion not long ago, but in the mystical sky mansion, his name was like thunder to the ears of the people from the mystical sky mansion. Recently, if one were to ask who was the most popular person in the mystical sky mansion, it would undoubtedly be Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. When the disciple guarding the island saw his smile, it made him feel as though he was bathed in a spring breeze. His impression of Duan Lingtian improved greatly. Junior brother Lingtian, I've already registered you. Since you're not a disciple on the mystical sky ranking, you can only stay in the main mansion for a month at most. Within a month, you must come and register with me again before you leave. Thank you, senior brother. After receiving his identity token, Duan Ling Tian quickly thanked the disciple guarding the island. Junior brother Ling Tian, take this jade token with you. It records the things to take note of when you enter the main mansion. There are also some places that you can't simply barge into. The disciple guarding the island took out a jade token and passed it to Duan Ling Tian as he kindly reminded him. After Duan Ling Tian received the jade token, he thanked the disciple again before he left. Looking at Duan Ling Tian's disappearing silhouette, the disciple guarding the island who helped him register sighed emotionally. This junior brother Ling Tian has both strength and innate talent, but he's not arrogant at all. How rare. That's right. Compared to him, the few young geniuses in our mystical sky mansion are far inferior. Not only can their innate talent and strength not be compared to junior brother Ling Tian, but their conduct can't even catch up to junior brother Ling Tian. Another disciple guarding the island chimed in. Even Duan Ling Tian himself did not know that he would be able to establish such a good reputation. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was reading the contents of the jade token. Soon after, he found out where he could go and where he could not go in the main mansion. The main mansion was an island that was suspended high up in the sky. It was shrouded in clouds and mist, making it look like a paradise. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian could vaguely see a few silhouettes scattered around. Some of them were the patrolling disciples of the main mansion, some of them were the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials who were cultivating in the main mansion, and some of them were disciples on the mystical sky ranking. Duan Ling Tian did not forget the purpose of his visit to the main mansion. Due to this reason, the moment he arrived at the main mansion, he immediately went to the library. The library contained all kinds of books that had been passed down in the mystical sky mansion since ancient times. Moreover, they were all original copies. As for the books in the heaven, earth, mystical, and yellow palaces libraries, they were all rubbings. Since the library only contained books that recorded miscellaneous matters and did not contain any cultivation methods or martial tactics, the security was not that strict. After Duan Ling Tian registered his name, he entered the library. After he entered, all he could see were bookshelves of varying heights. They were arranged in an orderly manner. There are so many books. How long will it take me to read all of them? When Duan Ling Tian saw the huge pile of books on the bookshelves, he could not help but click his tongue. There's only a month's time. Due to this reason, I can only pick and choose. Duan Ling Tian's purpose of coming to the library was to understand the powerhouses who had surpassed the eminent saint stage in the Tao martial saint land. Duan Ling Tian did not know much about these powerhouses. Naturally, this was also because the place he stayed at in the past was not at that level. However, it was different now. He had come to the mystical sky mansion, and the mystical sky mansion was one of the top forces in the Debussy subterranean. Here, he would be able to learn many things that he did not know in the past. I'll take my time. A month's time should be enough. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he began to look through the books in the library. He only flipped through the books that he did not want to read before he closed them again. He did not have much time to waste on these books. As he continued to read the books, the world after the eminent saint stage began to open a door to Duan Ling Tian. After the eminent saint stage is the divine saint stage. Once one has broken through to the divine saint stage, one will be able to come into contact with divine abilities. For example, a divine saint stage Tao cultivator would be able to cast the duplicated embodiment divine ability. One can attach the divine ability to an object. Once someone activates the object, the Tao cultivator's duplicated embodiment will appear. However, this duplicated embodiment can only protect the juniors. It has no effect on the main body. When Duan Ling Tian read about the divine ability, he immediately thought of his golden crow's wings. According to Hua Lao, he had already consolidated the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings. As long as he made another step forward and entered the eminent saint stage, he would be able to cast the divine ability, the golden crow's wings. The Golden Crow's wings was a speed-type divine ability. Hua Lao. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but call out to Hua Lao, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. From these books, I read that in the Tao Martial Saint Land, only those at the Divine Saint stage and above can master divine abilities. Previously, you said I'll be able to master the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, once I break through to the Eminent Saint stage. Is that true? Of course, it's true. Hua Lao replied, don't forget that the true origin flowing in your body is not an ordinary true origin. It's the Sun true origin. You're currently at the early refined saint stage, but the power of your Sun true origin is comparable to the true origin of an ordinary eminent saint stage powerhouse. Once you break through to the eminent saint stage, your Sun true origin will naturally be comparable to the power of a divine saint stage powerhouse. The divine ability relies on the energy in the user's body. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hua Lao asked. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. It would be unreasonable if he still did not understand at this moment. The divine ability relied on the Russian energy in the user's body. Ordinary martial, Tao, and devil cultivators would only be able to cast the divine ability at the divine saint stage. Chapter 1732. Just like how there was a divide between the non-saint stage and the saint stage, there was also a divide between the eminent saint stage and the divine saint stage. The strength of a divine saint stage powerhouse was so powerful that they had come into contact with divine abilities. Divine abilities were different from martial tactics, true origin consolidated weapon, true origin consolidated beast, and true origin consolidated territory. They were completely independent techniques. The divine abilities that ordinary divine saint stage powerhouses mastered were basically rudimentary divine abilities. For example, as long as a divine saint stage Tao cultivator's cultivation base had reached a certain level, they would be able to easily master the duplicated embodiment divine ability through the experiences left behind by their predecessors. This was because it was a very simple and common divine ability. As for divine saint stage martial cultivators, they also had their own rudimentary divine abilities. Naturally, similar to the duplicated embodiment divine ability of Tao cultivators, the divine ability that they mastered was not powerful and was not useful in a real battle. Where did the divine abilities come from? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. He was puzzled by the origin of the divine abilities. Puzzled, he asked Hua Lao again. The divine abilities are different from the martial tactics in the Tao Martial Saint Land. They're above the martial tactics in the Tao Martial Saint Land. There are many ways to master the divine abilities. The most common way is to pass it down. The second way is to master the divine ability through the relics left behind by the predecessors. It's similar to passing it down. For example, the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, that I passed on to you through this method. Hua Lao said in an orderly manner, there are also some divine abilities that are instinctive. For example, my Golden Crow's wings is a divine ability that I was born with. When my cultivation base reached the point where I could cast it, it would naturally appear in my mind. It's similar to an inherited memory. Naturally, there are also some almighty beings who created their own divine abilities and left them behind. Hua Lao continued. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh emotionally. In fact, the true origin consolidated beast, true origin consolidated weapon, and true origin consolidated territory that you've mastered can also be considered as divine abilities. Of course, these divine abilities are just some ordinary divine abilities. As long as one's cultivation reaches a certain level, they can be easily grasped. Therefore, no one in this world calls them divine abilities. Hua Lao continued. Duan Lingtian was enlightened. He now had a certain understanding of the word divine ability. However, it was precisely because of this that he was filled with anticipation for the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, that Hua Lao had imparted to him. This was because it was not an ordinary divine ability, but a powerful and practical divine ability. However, if I want to use the Golden Crow's wings, I'll have to wait until I've broken through to the Eminent Saint stage. With my current progress, even with the help of the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I'm afraid I'll need at least 2 years to complete the breakthrough. After all, I've just broken through to the Refined Saint stage not too long ago. When Duan Lingtian thought about how he had just broken through to the Refined Saint stage not too long ago, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. The enthusiasm in his heart faded away. After retracting his attention, Duan Lingtian continued to understand the world of powerhouses above the Eminent Saint stage. The Divine Saint stage was not the end of one's cultivation. After the Divine Saint stage, there was still the Exemplary Saint stage and the Quintessential Saint stage. Naturally, according to the records that Duan Lingtian had read, there were no Quintessential Saint stage powerhouses in the Debussy subterranean. The most powerful one was only at the Exemplary Saint stage. Exemplary Saint stage powerhouses usually only existed in quasi-third-rate and fourth-rate forces. Naturally, in terms of quantity, the Exemplary Saint stage powerhouses in fourth-rate forces could not be compared to the Exemplary Saint stage powerhouses in quasi-third-rate forces. Not only in terms of quantity, but in terms of strength as well. Divine Saint stage, Exemplary Saint stage, Quintessential Saint stage. The strongest powerhouses in the Debussy subterranean are at the Exemplary Saint stage. Compared to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land, the Debussy subterranean is like a remote village. The quasi-third-rate forces that dominate the Debussy subterranean are as numerous as the hairs on a cow in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land. They're not even worth mentioning at all. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he took a deep breath. In other words, not only are there powerhouses at the Quintessential Saint stage and above in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land, but there are also powerhouses who have surpassed the Quintessential Saint stage. Since Divine Saint stage powerhouses are able to come into contact with divine abilities, Exemplary Saint stage powerhouses must be even more powerful. Since Quintessential Saint stage powerhouses are above the Exemplary Saint stage, they must be even more powerful. Powerhouses who have surpassed the Quintessential Saint stage, Duan Lingtian did not dare to continue thinking about it. Naturally, even if he thought about it, he did not know how powerful such powerhouses were. Although Duan Lingtian did not know how strong such a powerhouse was, he knew the strength of such a powerhouse was definitely beyond his imagination. Zoroastrianism was once one of the 3 great forces in the Tao Martial Saint land. In the end, they moved to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land. Ker's twin sister is so powerful that she's at the Divine Saint stage at the very least. She's a disciple of Zoroastrianism, but she managed to break through to the Divine Saint stage at such a young age. There must be someone who has surpassed the Quintessential Saint stage among the high-ranking powerhouses in Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. And because he was sure of it, his heart felt heavy. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, no matter how terrifying the powerhouses of Zoroastrianism are, Duan Lingtian will definitely save Ker and our child. The strength of Zoroastrianism did not destroy Duan Lingtian's will and belief. Instead, it strengthened Duan Lingtian's will and belief. Throughout his journey, Duan Lingtian had always been strong. His will and belief were indestructible. It would be no exception this time as well. The upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land was a mysterious place. To be more precise, it was an ancient and mysterious barren land. There were mountains and rivers in this barren land, but there was not even a hint of green. In this barren land, apart from the mountains and rivers, the most common thing one could see was red. From afar, the red color looked like red flowers. However, they were not real flowers. For humans, it was a very representative thing. Without it, survival would be a problem. Flame. The red flowers that filled the ancient and mysterious barren land were the flame that humans relied on to survive. In this barren land, the flame was like a veil of mystery. Spacious altars could be seen everywhere in this barren land. In the center of these altars, there were large braziers that were held up by brackets. Dazzling flames rose from the braziers as a scorching aura swept out and turned into heat waves that hit the people in the surroundings, causing many of them to break out in cold sweat. However, these people did not feel uncomfortable or disgusted. Instead, they prostrated themselves on the ground and kowtowed to the braziers. To be more precise, they were kowtowing to the flame that rose from the braziers. If one looked closely, one could see the sincerity in their eyes when they looked at the flame. It was as though each of them was a devout believer of the flame, and the flame was their religion. That was the truth. In this land that was completely ruled by Zoroastrianism, one of the three great transcendental forces in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, everyone believed in the flame. They were the most devout believers of the flame. In their eyes, the flame was everything. Only with the flame would there be a world. In this ancient and mysterious barren land that was completely ruled by Zoroastrianism, there were many active volcanoes in the south. The peaks of the volcanoes were constantly spewing out scorching flames. Every time they spewed out flames, it would be like red clouds soaring into the sky, causing the surroundings to be extremely bright. In this place, there was no night. Perhaps, night would only truly descend when these active volcanoes stopped spewing out flames. The active volcanoes surrounded a gigantic volcano like stars surrounding the moon. This gigantic volcano was also an active volcano. However, the frequency of its spewing was not high. It would only spit out flames once a month. However, every time it spat out flames, it would cause the surrounding active volcanoes to tremble, causing the ground to shake. In the sky above this gigantic volcano, there were islands floating in the air. On these islands, there were sparsely scattered buildings. The floating islands surrounded a gigantic floating island in the middle. Of course, the position of this huge floating island was much higher than the other floating islands. Obviously, it was the main island. One could vaguely see people flying past these floating islands from time to time. Most of these people were wearing white hooded robes. There was a fiery red flame embroidered on the chest of their white hooded robes. It was obvious it was some kind of seal. The hoods on their robes were placed on their heads, leaving only their faces exposed. If there were knowledgeable people who saw the special robes on their bodies, they would be able to tell these people were from Zoroastrianism with just a glance. On one of the inconspicuous floating islands, there was a mansion that occupied a large area. However, it was extremely quiet. In the spacious backyard, a devastatingly beautiful woman was sitting quietly in the pavilion. The brush in her hand kept moving as she drew portraits that were almost identical. Upon closer inspection, these portraits were of the same young man. It was just that their expressions were different. "Young master. Kerr misses you so much," the woman muttered to herself. Her eyes were filled with reminiscence and concern. "Mother. Mother." The woman only returned to her senses when a childish voice sounded. At the same time, she looked in the direction of the voice. "Mother. Look, does my portrait look like father?" Chapter 1733. The little girl was about 2 years old. Her rosy cheeks were adorable. She walked up to the woman and handed the portrait in her hand over as though she was asking for praise. The woman took the portrait and looked at the scribbles on it. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she said, "Yes, yes. Si Ling's portrait is very similar to father's portrait. It's more similar than mother's portrait." "Mother, why are you crying?" "Auntie said that those who cry are cowards." "Si Ling isn't a coward, and mother isn't a coward as well," the little girl said in a childish voice. At the same time, she stood on her tiptoes and extended her chubby hands to wipe away the tears on the woman's face. "All right. Mother and Si Ling aren't cowards." The woman nodded and hugged the little girl. She did not let go of her for a long time. She looked into the distance through the sky as she muttered to herself, "Young master, this is our daughter. Her name is Duan Si Ling. I'm sure you'll be happy to see how mature she is." The woman was none other than Kerr. After being taken away, Kerr had followed her twin sister to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land and was placed in the Zoroastrianism's estate. This was Kerr's sister's residence. Usually, people would not come here. Ever since Kerr came here, her sister had made her stay here and did not allow her to come in contact with anyone else until she gave birth to the child in her stomach. Until today, apart from her twin sister, the only other person she came in contact with after coming to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint land was the girl by her sister's side, and a powerful saint beast. For more than 2 years, she was certain her sister did not have any ill intentions toward her. Instead, she seemed to be protecting her. However, she could not figure out why her sister brought her back but put her under house arrest here and did not allow her to reunite with her family. She had asked her sister many times, but the answer she received was that it was not the right time yet. If she was alone, perhaps, Kerr would have been so bored that she did not know what to do. Fortunately, she had a cute daughter who was always by her side, relieving her of loneliness and sadness. This daughter was the daughter of her husband, Duan Ling Tian. Because she missed her man, she gave her the name Duan Si Ling. It meant that she missed Ling Tian. "Mother, when are we going to see father?" Duan Si Ling blinked her big, bright eyes as she looked at Kerr. Soon, soon. Although Kerr didn't know when she could go back to see her man, she still comforted him. At the same time, she made a decision in her heart. After all, he was a 2-year-old child. After playing for a while, he complained that he was tired. After coaxing Duan Si Ling back to her room to sleep, Kerr went to look for her twin sister and asked, "What do you mean? You brought me here from the lower province for more than 2 years, but you didn't allow me to go out or see anyone. I've been abandoned here for more than 2 years. I want to go back to the lower province to look for my man." "Your man?" Upon hearing Kerr's words, the woman who looked identical to Kerr frowned immediately. "Kerr, do you think I imprisoned you on purpose? Isn't that the case?" Kerr's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. "If you didn't bring me away, Si Ling and I would have been together with her father. Why would you separate them? To be honest, I didn't reject you when you brought me away because I wanted to come back with you to see my family. However, until now, you still haven't brought me to see my family. Every time I ask you, you say it's not the right time. Today, I'd like to ask you properly, when is the right time?" When Kerr reached the end of her sentence, she frowned. It was obvious that she was furious. "Why? Why do you have to intrude into my life and separate me from my man? You're my twin sister, can't you see that I'm living a good life?" When Kerr reached the end of her sentence, she asked in a questioning manner. At this moment, Kerr seemed to have completely released the emotions that she had suppressed for over 2 years, causing her sister to be unable to help but be stunned. This was because this was the first time she had seen Kerr lose her composure like this. How could she have known that Kerr had temporarily buried her weak character for the sake of her daughter? "Sister Kerr, it's not what you think." At this moment, the purple-clad young girl standing at the side quickly explained, "Sister, she's just, forget it, let me tell her myself. It's time for me to tell her some things. She has the right to know as well. If she still wants to return to the lower province to look for her man after I've told her everything, I won't stop her. Instead, I'll personally send her back to the lower province." Kerr's sister interrupted the young girl and said confidently. Upon hearing her sister's words, Kerr's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that her sister had something that she could not say? The moment Kerr thought of this, she could not help but feel a little guilty. She was originally a kind-hearted girl. Otherwise, she would not have endured everything silently for more than 2 years. It was only when she saw her daughter in such a state that she mustered up the courage to question her sister. However, now it seemed like things were not as she had imagined. Back then, when both of us were just born, we were chosen by a great figure in Zoroastrianism. In the end, you were chosen as the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. As for me, although I wasn't chosen, I was still taken in as a direct disciple by my current master. I've worked hard all the way until today to finally achieve what I have today," Kerr's sister said. Saint girl? Kerr frowned. She had no idea what the saint girl of Zoroastrianism meant. Moreover, she did not know why she had to leave the upper province of the Tao martial saint land in the end, since she was chosen as the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. Not only did she end up in the lower province, but she even ended up in such a remote corner of the mortal continent. The saint girl of Zoroastrianism is the symbol of holiness in Zoroastrianism. A person is chosen every 100 years. Back then, since you've already gone through the ceremony, even I can't replace you as the new saint girl. After you went missing, the entire Zoroastrianism was shaken, and many people were sent to look for you. Naturally, they only searched for you in the upper province in the beginning. However, a few years ago, they couldn't find any clues about you in the upper province at all. Due to this reason, they shifted their attention to the lower province, thinking that you might have gone to the lower province. At that time, the higher-ups ordered that if you were no longer a virgin when they found you, they would bring you to the **** and punish you severely according to the sex rules. Usually, a saint girl who has lost her virginity would be sentenced to death. I was worried about you, so I went to the lower province to investigate your whereabouts. In the end, I finally found a clue about you. In the end, I also found you. When Kerr's sister reached the end of her sentence, she felt lucky. Saint girl? Virginity? Execution? Kerr's expression seemed to be covered by a layer of frost again. She said with a grave expression, I've been wandering outside since I was young. I don't remember anything about my past at all. Even if I'm the saint girl of Zoroastrianism, it's their responsibility to lose me, right? What right do they have to tell me what to do? Moreover, I know my past identity. Although that's the case, the sex rules are cold and merciless. Those enforcement elders in the sect don't care about this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have searched everywhere for you. I wouldn't have prayed that you didn't find another man and that you're still a virgin. Kerr's sister sighed. However, when I sensed your aura on that man, I had a bad premonition. In the end, it was proven that my premonition was right. Not only are you no longer a virgin, but you're also pregnant with his child. Do you know that if these things are found out by others who are looking for you, what awaits you is definitely a death sentence? At that time, not only will you and the child in your womb be killed, but your man will also die. He blasphemed the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. The Zoroastrianism will not let him go. Kerr's sister said sternly. At this moment, Kerr's face turned deathly pale. She did not expect her past identity would have such a huge impact that it would even affect her man's life and death. Perhaps, she did not know how powerful Zoroastrianism was in the past. However, after coming to the upper province for more than 2 years, although she did not meet many people, she had learned a lot about the upper province from who was always by her sister's side. She knew that Zoroastrianism was one of the 3 great transcendental forces in the upper province. In the Tao martial saint land, Zoroastrianism was a colossal existence. It was a huge evil. If Zoroastrianism really wanted her man to die, it was almost impossible for him to survive. I brought you back because I was worried that you would be found by others. Initially, I planned to bring you somewhere else to hide. However, when I thought about it, I felt that the most dangerous place was the safest place. Due to this reason, I brought you back to Zoroastrianism. Kerr's sister continued, although I hate that man of yours very much, and he was the one who harmed you, I have never harbored any thoughts of harming your child with him. If it was only his child, I definitely wouldn't have let her give birth to it in peace. However, the problem is, she's your child. She's also my niece. How can I harm her? As for reuniting with your family, I've thought about it as well. However, there are many Zoroastrianism spies in our family. If I'm not confident, I won't dare to take the risk of exposing you to others. If your identity is exposed, both you and Si Ling won't be able to survive. When Kerr's sister reached this part of the sentence, she gasped. As a disciple of Zoroastrianism, she knew very well what Zoroastrianism was capable of. Kerr's expression changed rapidly. In the end, it turned pale. She did not expect things would turn out this way. Sister, I'm sorry. At this moment, she finally confirmed that she was the one who had misunderstood her elder sister. Chapter 1734. You're my sister. There's no need to be so courteous between us. Kerr's sister shook her head before she said, now that I've said my piece, if you still insist on leaving Zoroastrianism and the upper province to look for your man in the lower province, I'll personally send you and your daughter to reunite with him. No. I won't go. Kerr quickly shook her head. Although she missed her young master and hoped that her daughter would be able to reunite with her father, she immediately dismissed the thought when she thought about how her young master would be in danger if she and her daughter returned. Even if she had to die, she did not want anything to happen to her young master. In her eyes, her young master's life was more important than her own. That was the man she was willing to give up her life for. Gan Ruyen, how dare you! Just as Kerr's sister heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Kerr's words, an angry shout suddenly came from the sky. Upon hearing the voice, Kerr's sister, Gan Ruyan's expression changed drastically. She could tell who the voice belonged to. It was one of the vice hall masters of the Zoroastrianism Law Enforcement Hall, Xueqin. Gan Ruyen lifted her head and saw 4 figures standing in the sky. The 4 of them were led by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were as sharp as a goshawk's. Especially when he looked at her now, she felt a chill run down her spine. The middle-aged man was one of the vice hall masters of the Zoroastrianism Law Enforcement Hall, Xueqin. There were 3 people standing behind Xueqin. 2 of them were young men with cold expressions. It was not difficult for Gan Ruyen to guess their identities. They were most likely disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. However, when she saw the last person standing behind Xueqin, her expression darkened again. The last person was a young woman with a graceful figure and beautiful features. Of course, in terms of looks, this woman was far inferior to Gan Ruyen. At this moment, the woman looked at Gan Ruyen with a hint of schadenfreude in her eyes. At the same time, she did not forget to send a voice transmission to her. Gan Ruyen, congratulations on finding your long-lost sister. I'm afraid even your master, Guardian Qinghua, might not be able to help you avoid such a crime, right? I almost forgot. Your good sister didn't just violate the rules and lose her virginity. She even gave birth to a child. This is definitely a blasphemy to us Zoroastrianism. You and her will definitely be punished even more. At the end of the voice transmission, the woman's tone was filled with pride. Wen Yan, were you the one who brought Vice Hall Master Jiang here? Although Gan Ruyen didn't know why the woman in front of her knew everything, she couldn't help but ask through voice transmission. Her tone was filled with uncontrollable flames of anger. What do you mean by I brought him here? Gan Ruyen, don't tell me you think I'm abusing my authority to avenge a personal grudge? Wen Yan's voice transmission was still filled with pride. As a disciple of Zoroastrianism, everyone has the obligation to uphold the rules of the sect. If you think I'm abusing my authority to avenge a personal grudge, you can complain to Vice Hall Master Jiang Qin and ask him to bring his people away. As soon as she finished speaking, a gloating smile appeared on Wen Yan's face. She and Gan Ruyen were both outstanding disciples of the younger generation of Zoroastrianism. However, she was always suppressed by Gan Ruyen and had always lived in Gan Ruyen's shadow. This made her angry and helpless at the same time. It was only recently that she discovered Gan Ruyen had secretly brought someone back. After 2 years of investigation, she finally found out who that person was. With this, she finally had the opportunity to strike at Gan Ruyen. In the past, no matter what, she had never won against Gan Ruyen. However, today, she had won. Although it was an unfair victory, she did not care about the process. She only cared about the result. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of wind, Jiang Qin, the Vice Hall Master of the Zoroastrianism's Enforcement Hall, descended from the sky and appeared in front of Kerr in just a blink of an eye. His sharp eyes gleamed as he stared at Kerr. You look exactly like Gan Ruyen. It seems like you're really the little saint girl, Gan Yuyen, who was abducted that year. Gan Yuyen was a name that Kerr was unfamiliar with in the past. However, ever since she followed her sister here, she had found out her original name. It was indeed Gan Yuyen. It was only one word different from her sister's name. I'm not Gan Yuyen, and I'm not a saint girl. Ever since I can remember, my name has always been Kerr. Faced with Jiang Qin's stare, Kerr said nonchalantly. At this moment, she could tell that someone was trying to harm her sister. Therefore, she decided to play dumb. Naturally, she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. Ever since she could remember, her name had always been Kerr. For as long as she could remember, her life was tough. She and her mother depended on each other. It was only after her mother died that she sold herself to bury her mother that she met her young master. From then on, she transformed from a pheasant into a phoenix. She lived a life that she did not even dare to imagine in the past. She was very satisfied. Humph. Do you think you can deny your identity as the Zoroastrianism saint girl just because you say that? The Zoroastrianism saint girl is Gan Ruyan's twin sister. This is a fact that everyone in the sect knows. It's useless even if you don't admit it. Your face alone is enough to prove that you're Gan Ruyan's twin sister. You're also the Zoroastrianism saint girl, Gan Yuyen. At this moment, Wen Yen descended from the sky. She stared at Kerr fiercely as a cold smile appeared on her face. It's a pity that you've led a wandering life without any self-respect. Not only have you lost your chastity, but you're also pregnant with another man's bastard child. What's even more ridiculous is that you've given birth to that bastard child. Bastard child? Upon hearing Wen Yan's words, Kerr was naturally enraged. Nobody dared to insult her daughter. Kerr seemed to have turned into a tigress protecting her calf. She suddenly became violent. However, with her little strength, she was no match for Wen Yan. Wen Yan simply raised her hand and restrained her. I heard that in the past, everyone said that you, the saint girl, were more talented than Gan Ruyen. That's why you were chosen as the Zoroastrianism saint girl. I didn't expect that the outside world would reduce you to such a state. Even a random disciple from the sect is 10 times, no, 100 times stronger than you. Wen Yan. At this moment, an angry shout was heard. Following that, Gan Ruyen attacked and sent the defenseless Wen Yan flying. Gan Ruyen. Wen Yan didn't expect Gan Ruyen to be so ruthless. Her expression changed drastically. She reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth and glared at Gan Ruyen. What? You've already lost to me. Do you still want to fight me? Gan Ruyen sneered as she looked at Wen Yan with contempt. Although Wen Yan was considered a top figure among the younger generation of Zoroastrianism, she was not even worth mentioning in front of Gan Ruyen. Wen Yan's expression changed when she heard this. Bring that child out. Suddenly, Jiang Qin ordered. In an instant, the 2 disciples from the Hall of Justice who had followed Jiang Qin here turned into 2 bolts of lightning and shot into Gan Ruyan's residence. Their figures disappeared. Vice Hall Master Jiang, she's only a child. Gan Ruyan's expression changed drastically when she heard this. She wanted to stop the 2 disciples from the Hall of Justice, but Jiang Qin stopped her. Gan Ruyen, you've also violated the sect's rules by harboring a saint girl who has violated the sect's rules. However, since your guardian Qing was last disciple, I won't make things difficult for you for now. However, the Hall of Justice will seek an explanation from Guardian Qinghua regarding this matter. Jiang Qin said nonchalantly, as for the saint girl and her illegitimate daughter, I'll bring them to the Hall of Justice. After reporting this to the sect leader, we'll consider the sect leader's opinion and deal with them according to the sect's rules. As soon as Jiang Qin finished speaking, the 2 disciples from the Hall of Justice who had barged into Gan Ruyan's residence came out. One of them was carrying a little girl in his arms. Baddie. Put me down. If you don't put me down, I'll ask my aunt to beat you to death. My aunt is very powerful. the little girl said in a childish voice as she struggled. Si Ling. Ker's expression changed drastically. She wanted to save her daughter immediately, but she was stopped by Wen Yan. At this moment, Wen Yan no longer had the anger from before. Instead, she had a smile on her face. Saint girl, it's time for you and your precious daughter to visit the Hall of Justice. Vice Hall Master Jiang, you won't even let go of such a young child? Gan Ruyen asked in a trembling voice. Her eyes were red as she stared at Jiang Qin. Although her strength was not bad, in front of the Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master, she was still lacking by more than just a little. It was impossible for her to snatch her daughter away from him. Let's go. Jiang Qin ignored Gan Ruyen. As soon as he finished speaking, he soared into the air. At the same time, he raised his hand and pulled Ker with him using an invisible force. The two disciples from the Hall of Justice followed closely behind. Sister, please save Si Ling. It doesn't matter what happens to me in the end. Nothing can happen to Si Ling. She's only 2 years old. She hasn't even met her father and her grandparents yet. Ker's voice was trembling in despair when it entered Gan Ruyan's ears. Whoosh. Upon hearing Ker's words, Gan Ruyan's eyes turned red immediately. She could not help but make a move. She looked at one of the disciples from the Hall of Justice. It was the disciple who was carrying Duan Si Ling. However, before Gan Ruyen could touch the disciple from the Hall of Justice, a terrifying energy swept through the air and hit her, sending her flying. A cold voice rang in the air. Gan Ruyen, if you continue to obstruct the Hall of Justice, I won't show you any mercy even if your guardian Qing was direct disciple. Jiang Qin glanced coldly at Gan Ruyen, who was sent flying before he led the two disciples from the Hall of Justice away with Ker and her daughter. Chapter 1735. If it was any other time, Wen Yan would have left after saying such things. However, today, she was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, she looked at Gan Ruyen gloatingly. Currently, Gan Ruyen was injured by Jiang Qin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. Her strength was also greatly restricted, so she was not afraid at all. Sister. The purple-clad young girl, Z, supported Gan Ruyen. Her face was filled with worry and helplessness. She was worried about her sister, Ker, and her daughter. Unfortunately, she was too weak and could not help at all. Wen Yan, Gan Ruyen, will remember what happened today. Don't fall into my hands in the future. Otherwise, I'll make sure you beg for death. Gan Ruyen said sternly as she glared at Wen Yan coldly. She had originally thought that the safest place was also the most dangerous place. However, she had never expected that Wen Yan would actually spend 2 whole years to figure out the situation here and then go to the Law Enforcement Hall to complain because of the conflict between them. Even in the past, she did not think Wen Yan would hate her to this extent. More than 2 years. Unless there was some kind of unresolvable enmity between them, who would have the patience to spend so much time scheming against someone? If she knew Wen Yan was such a person, she would not have brought her sister back to the Zoroastrianism. When Gan Ruyen thought about this, her heart was filled with guilt. She felt she was the one who had harmed her sister. Ha 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 ha. When Wen Yan heard Gan Ruyen's words, she immediately laughed before she said disdainfully, Gan Ruyen, you can't even protect yourself now, and you're still thinking of taking revenge on me? How naive. However, I'll wait for that day to come. The moment Wen Yan's words left her mouth, she laughed as she left. Sister, what should we do now? Sister Ker and Si Ling will die. Z had a worried expression on her face. I didn't think that things would develop to this point. If I had known that Wen Yan hated me so much, I would have killed her long ago. Since things have come to this point, I can take one step at a time. No matter what, I will never let anything happen to Ker. I only have one sister. Gan Ruyan's eyes shone brightly. Now, it's time for me to return to the clan and tell Mother and the others about Kerr. After that, I'll look for Master and hope that Master can intercede for Kerr and Si Ling." Having made her decision, Gan Ruyen left Zoroastrianism and returned to her family. Although her clan, the Gan clan, was only a second-rate force in the upper province of the Dao martial Saint Land, due to their complicated relationship with Zoroastrianism, even those powerful first-rate forces did not dare to easily offend the Gan clan. Gan Ruyen was the granddaughter of the current clan leader of the Gan clan. She was a direct descendant of the Gan clan. Kerr, on the other hand, was Gan Ruyan's twin sister. Naturally, she was also a direct descendant of the Gan clan. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Ku Er and her daughter had encountered a calamity and were on the verge of death. However, even if he did not know, he still felt anxious. Duan Ling Tian, who was immersed in reading the books in the main mansion's library, suddenly felt anxious. He could no longer calm down. What's going on? Could it be that something has happened? The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, horror dawned on his face. He believed that something that could make him feel this way would not be ordinary. Moreover, the person who was in trouble must be someone close to him. Is it Kerr? Or Tian Wu? Duan Ling Tian did not consider Li Fei because he knew she was with his parents. Instead, he thought of his fiancé, Kerr, and Feng Tianwu. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and barely suppressed the feeling of anxiety in his heart. After the feeling of anxiety subsided, it did not appear again. However, Duan Ling Tian did not have the mood to continue reading the books. Moreover, he already knew the things that he wanted to know. Moreover, he did not have much time left in the main mansion. Therefore, he decided to leave. After leaving the library, Duan Ling Tian went to register his departure from the main mansion again. "Junior brother Ling Tian, you don't look well. Did something happen?" When the disciple on guard helped Duan Ling Tian to register his departure, he noticed Duan Ling Tian's expression was not too good. Since Duan Ling Tian was a good person, he decided to be nosy and ask about it. "It's nothing. Thank you for your concern, senior brother." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and forced a smile before he bade farewell and left. The few disciples on guard looked at Duan Ling Tian's departing silhouette. They only regained their senses when Duan Ling Tian's silhouette disappeared from their sight. At the same time, they could not help but whisper among themselves. "Do you think someone has offended junior brother Ling Tian? Otherwise, why would his expression be so grave?" One of the disciples on guard could not help but speculate. "That's possible." Another disciple on guard nodded in agreement. "Humph. I really don't know who's so blind as to offend junior brother Ling Tian. Perhaps junior brother Ling Tian's strength is limited, but how old is he? If he's given more time, who among the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples would be able to compete with him?" That's right. No matter who it is, anyone who offends junior brother Ling Tian is destined to be unlucky in the future. Junior brother Ling Tian is such a good person, and yet, someone has a conflict with him. That person must be the one who started it. Isn't it obvious? Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not expect the few disciples on guard of the main mansion would think of so many things just because his expression was slightly grave. After leaving the main mansion, Duan Ling Tian returned to the Heaven Palace and returned to his residence. There's still more than a month before the St. Martial's Secret Zone opens. As for the competition to enter the St. Martial's Secret Zone, it'll be held 10 days before the St. Martial's Secret Zone opens. On the way back, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and muttered to himself as he temporarily shifted his thoughts elsewhere. However, he was still worried in the depths of his heart. Naturally, at the same time, he felt helpless as well. He did not know anything, and there was nothing he could do. I hope it's just a coincidence and they're fine. Duan Ling Tian could only console himself like this. You're finally back. When Duan Ling Tian arrived outside his residence, he heard a delicate voice calling out to him. When he regained his senses, he saw a beautiful figure standing in his courtyard. The owner of the beautiful figure was none other than Wang Fei Xian. You're looking for me? Duan Lingtian stepped on the air and landed steadily in front of Wang Fei Xian as he asked with a frown on his face. Where have you been for the past 20 days? Wang Fei Xian was not in a hurry to reply to Duan Lingtian. Instead, she pulled a long face and asked, Do you know I've been looking for you for more than 20 days? These 20 days have also delayed my cultivation progress. You've been looking for me for more than 20 days? Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. You're looking for me? Of course. Wang Fei Xian nodded matter-of-factly. Why would I look for you if there's nothing? Tell me, how are you going to compensate me for delaying my cultivation for more than 20 days? Delaying your cultivation? Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel amused. Great Miss Wang, you're the one who didn't focus on your cultivation. How can you blame me for that? I don't think you'll stop cultivating because of me. As far as I know, you're known as a cultivation maniac. Let alone the tyrannical Saber Mansions district, you're even famous in the Mystic Sky territory. Wang Fei Xian did not expect Duan Lingtian to know her so well. She was momentarily stunned. However, when she regained her senses, she began to act shamelessly again. I don't care. You have to compensate me anyway. Otherwise, I'll pester you every day and stop you from cultivating. This again? Duan Lingtian was speechless. His expression darkened immediately. Great Miss Wang, do you think it's fun to play like this? I'm just joking. Why are you so serious? When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Lingtian's darkened expression, she could not help but stick out her tongue playfully before she continued to say, All right, I won't tease you anymore. I don't want your compensation. You're so stingy. Stingy? Duan Lingtian was speechless again. However, his expression slowly returned to normal after he heard Wang Fei Xian's words. He continued to ask, Tell me, why are you looking for me? The Saint Martial's secret zone. Perhaps Wang Fei Xian was shocked by Duan Lingtian's seriousness earlier. She did not beat around the bush this time and went straight to the point. The Saint Martial's secret zone? Isn't the Saint Martial's secret zone only going to open a month later? Why are you looking for me? Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression on his face. Of course, I know the Saint Martial's secret zone will only open a month later. However, I'm looking for you because of another matter that's related to the Saint Martial's secret zone as well. Wang Fei Xian said. Speak. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Before I speak, I want to ask you, how much do you know about the Saint Martial's secret zone? Wang Fei Xian asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. I only heard that there are many good things in there. Moreover, if you can stay in there for a long time, you'll be able to obtain some benefits in your cultivation. As for the rest, I'm not too sure. Duan Lingtian said. Do you know why only quasi-third-rate forces in the Debussy subterranean have the Saint Martial's secret zone? Wang Fei Xian asked again. I don't know. Duan Lingtian shook his head decisively. He had only heard from other people that only quasi-third-rate forces in the Debussy subterranean had the Saint Martial's secret zone. As for the reason, he had no idea at all. Think about it. What do the quasi-third-rate forces have that other forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land don't have? Wang Fei Xian asked. What other forces don't have? Duan Lingtian frowned. He thought about it for a moment before he relaxed his frown. Let's not talk about the powerhouses and only talk about the things. I only know quasi-third-rate forces have different mineral reserves. Only quasi-third-rate forces have quasi-third-rate Saint Stone reserves. Don't tell me the formation of the Saint Martial's secret zone is related to quasi-third-rate Saint Stone reserves? The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Fei Xian. That's right. Chapter 1736. It's said that the existence of the Saint Martial's secret zone is mostly dependent on formations. Those formations also require an endless supply of energy to support them. The energy that supports them comes from the quasi-third grade Saint Stone Reserve. Wang Fei Xian continued to say, as far as I know, the foundation of the Saint Martial Secret Zone's formation will accumulate a large amount of heaven and earth spirit energy every once in a while. At that time, it'll explode. That's the day the Saint Martial Secret Zone opens. It's precisely because of this that the Saint Martial Secret Zone opens every once in a while. Wang Fei Xian continued to explain. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Apart from that, there are many things in the Saint Martial Secret Zone that even powerhouses who have surpassed the eminent saint stage would want to obtain. When Wang Fei Xian reached this part of her sentence, her voice became hurried. Things that even powerhouses who have surpassed the eminent saint stage would want to obtain? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was, naturally, shocked. Yes. Wang Fei Xian nodded. What's that? Duan Lingtian was extremely curious. He really could not figure out what was in the Saint Martial Secret Zone that only saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 could enter that would attract powerhouses who had surpassed the eminent saint stage. Divine ability. Wang Fei Xian spat out 2 words at a speed that was neither fast nor slow as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Divine ability. Upon hearing these 2 words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. If it was in the past, perhaps, he would not know what a divine ability was. However, after consolidating the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings some time ago, he already knew what a divine ability was. Divine ability was a technique that only powerhouses at the divine saint stage and above could master. It was above all martial tactics. Naturally, although most of the divine saint stage powerhouses had mastered divine abilities, more than 90% of them had mastered divine abilities that were of little value. They were completely useless in a real battle. It was similar to the divine ability, the duplicated embodiment, that almost all divine saint stage Tao cultivators could master. Apart from being a protective talisman for their juniors, it had no other use. It's normal that you haven't heard of the divine ability. It's a technique that only powerhouses above the divine saint stage can master. When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Lingtian was stunned, she thought this was the first time he had heard about divine abilities. She explained patiently, the divine abilities mastered by ordinary divine saint stage powerhouses are very ordinary. In the Debussy subterranean, only the divine abilities mastered by powerhouses at the exemplary saint stage and above can be considered as useful in an actual battle. As long as an ordinary divine saint stage Tao cultivator is willing, they can easily master a divine ability. That divine ability is called the duplicated embodiment. Wang Fei Xian patiently explained to Duan Lingtian and gave him an example. It was as though she was showing a world of divine abilities to Duan Lingtian. Of course, there are also a small number of divine saint stage powerhouses in the Debussy subterranean who have mastered some useful divine abilities. These divine abilities are either comprehended from relics left behind by powerhouses in the past or directly taught to them by other people. Naturally, even if they come across relics and are taught by other people, not everyone can master it. Mastering a divine ability requires innate talent and comprehension ability. Wang Fei Xian continued to explain. Then, does this mean there's a relic that contains divine abilities in the Saint Martial Secret Zone? Duan Lingtian was not stupid. It was easy for him to figure out something from Wang Fei Xian's words. That's right. Wang Fei Xian nodded. The relics left behind by powerhouses are the most precious treasures in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Although people like us can see the relics when we enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone, we can only remember them in our minds. It's almost impossible for us to comprehend them. Those relics can't be copied. For this reason, even if we obtain them, we won't be able to share them with the people outside. Only when one of us has broken through to the divine saint stage and mastered the divine ability will we be able to pass it down. Wang Fei Xian continued to say, no matter which quasi-third-rate force it is, the reason they value the Saint Martial Secret Zone so much is because of the divine ability relic inside. As long as there's a divine saint stage powerhouse among those who enter and master the divine ability inside, there's a chance they'll be able to share the divine ability. No wonder the mystical Sky Mansion has so many saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 but still wants to recruit disciples from the outside. As it turns out, they have such a plan in mind. Duan Lingtian finally understood. His train of thought finally became clear. Divine ability relic. That was something that any quasi-third-rate force would covet. This was because only saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 could enter the Saint Martial's secret zone to search for divine ability relic. For this reason, every quasi-third-rate force would seize the opportunity when the Saint Martial's secret zone opened to search for saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 to enter. Naturally, it was extremely difficult for any quasi-third-rate force to obtain the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic in the Saint Martial's secret zone. It was already considered good if there was a divine saint stage powerhouse among the saint stage geniuses who had entered the Saint Martial's secret zone. However, if they wanted him to master the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic that he had seen many years ago, it would undoubtedly be too much. For this reason, there were not many quasi-third-rate forces who had successfully passed down the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic in the Saint Martial's secret zone. Apart from the divine ability relic, the other things don't seem that important. In fact, they're not attractive to me at all. Wang Fei Xian looked at Duan Lingtian as she said. Let's get down to business. Duan Lingtian said as he raised an eyebrow. It was not difficult for him to figure out that Wang Fei Xian came to look for him because of the Saint Martial's secret zone. I'd like to work with you. When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Lingtian going straight to the point, she immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with a hopeful expression. Work with you? How? Duan Lingtian asked. To be honest, he knew nothing about the Saint Martial's secret zone. He did not know what was inside. It was apparent that Wang Fei Xian had a certain level of understanding about the Saint Martial's secret zone. For this reason, after he asked this question, he looked at Wang Fei Xian with a puzzled expression. He wanted to know what Wang Fei Xian meant by work with you. Wherever there are people, there will be battles. It's the same even in the Saint Martial's secret zone. Wang Fei Xian seemed to be able to tell Duan Lingtian did not know about the Saint Martial's secret zone. Therefore, she began to explain the Saint Martial's secret zone to Duan Lingtian. For example, there's a divine ability relic in the Saint Martial's secret zone that can only be comprehended by one person at a time. As a result, the people who see the divine ability relic at the same time will fight each other. Only the person who stays behind will be able to comprehend the divine ability relic. Naturally, it's a little flattering to say that we'll be able to comprehend it. Without a cultivation base at the divine saint stage or above, it's almost impossible for us to comprehend the divine ability relic. The only thing we can do is to memorize the words and characteristics on the divine ability relic. Moreover, although we've memorized everything on the divine ability relic, it's impossible for us to copy it. Even if we copy it by force, we'll only copy its appearance but not its spirit. It's impossible for us to comprehend the divine ability contained in the copied divine ability relic. Wang Fei Xian explained. Duan Lingtian could understand what Wang Fei Xian had said. Otherwise, those quasi-third-rate forces would not recruit saint stage geniuses below the age of 40. They did it so that there would be divine saint stage powerhouses among the saint stage geniuses who entered the Saint Martial's secret zone. Moreover, they would be able to comprehend the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic they saw in the Saint Martial's secret zone. Once one successfully comprehended the divine ability, it would mean one had mastered the divine ability and would be able to pass it down. Naturally, not everyone would be able to master the divine ability through passing it down. However, at the very least, there was hope. Moreover, it was a very high hope. The divine ability relics in the Saint Martial's secret zone are also divided into different grades and grades. The lowest grade divine ability relic contains the most useless divine ability. It's at the level of the duplicated embodiment. It's completely useless in a real battle. On the other hand, a better divine ability can be used together with a martial tactic to achieve a miraculous effect. A powerful divine ability can even bestow great strength to the person who successfully comprehended it. Mastering such a divine ability is equivalent to mastering an extremely powerful and terrifying martial tactic. When Wang Fei Xian reached the end of her sentence, her eyes burned with passion. In the Saint Martial's secret zone, the higher the grade of the divine ability relic, the rarer it is. In order to obtain the opportunity to comprehend it, one would have to go through many tests. During this process, if one fails the test, one would be directly kicked out of the Saint Martial's secret zone. When Wang Fei Xian reached the end of her sentence, she looked at Duan Lingtian. For this reason, I want to work with you. If the two of us work together, I'm sure we'll be able to go far. Even if we obtain the opportunity to comprehend the highest grade divine ability relic, it's not impossible. The moment Wang Fei Xian's words left her mouth, her eyes burned with passion. You're really counting your chickens before they hatch. After hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. However, I'm not interested in working with you. You. Wang Fei Xian did not expect Duan Lingtian would reject her immediately. Her expression turned grave immediately. Why are you like this? I'm asking you to work with me out of goodwill, and you're rejecting me without even thinking about it? Don't tell me you think there's no benefit in working with me. I really don't think there's any benefit in working with you. Duan Lingtian said bluntly as he sized up Wang Fei Xian. Put aside the fact that Wang Fei Xian was only an early refined Saint Stage martial cultivator, even if she was an intermediate refined Saint Stage martial cultivator, he would not be interested in working with her. To him, bringing along Wang Fei Xian was no different from bringing along a burden. If it was an ordinary man, he would have agreed to Wang Fei Xian's request without even thinking about it. After all, it was difficult to reject a beauty's request. Chapter 1737. After rejecting Wang Fei Xian, Duan Lingtian returned to his room. He did not even care if Wang Fei Xian was still outside before he closed the door. However, speaking of cooperation, I can work with Lu Jian and the others. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he recalled Lu Jian and Ren Fei who had entered the Heaven Palace with him. Lu Jian was from the Raging Wave Mansion. At the same time, he was also the nephew of Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. Ren Fei was from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and seemed to have a close relationship with Ren Zhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. Whether it was Lu Hongguang or Ren Zhong, Duan Lingtian had stood them up previously. Until now, he still felt a little guilty about it. He always thought of returning the favor if he had the chance. After learning about the matters in the Saint Martial's secret zone, Duan Lingtian immediately realized this was a good opportunity to return the favor. As long as he worked with Lu Jian and Ren Fei and allowed them to comprehend the highest grade divine ability relic in the Saint Martial's secret zone, he would be able to return the favor to Lu Hongguang and Ren Zhong. Duan Lingtian had never liked owing people favors. Naturally, he would feel relieved if he could return the favor. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to Wang Fei Xian that I'm able to find out about the matters in the Saint Martial's secret zone. Since I'm going to work with Lu Jian and Ren Fei, it doesn't matter if she's one more person. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he opened the door again. However, he discovered Wang Fei Xian was still lost in her thoughts. However, Wang Fei Xian stood there as though she had lost her soul. She did not regain her senses for a long time. Wang Fei Xian was the biological granddaughter of the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion. She was the eldest young miss of Tyrannic Saber Mansion. In the Tyrannic Saber Mansion, everyone treated her like a little ancestor, especially the younger generation of Tyrannic Saber Mansion's disciples. One could say that she was the pride of the heavens in the Tyrannic Saber Mansion. Of course, even if she left the Tyrannical Saber Mansion, with her identity, no one would look down on her. Other people of the same generation, when facing her, were also like a piece of bone skin plaster, sticking to her and not letting go. If she had any request, they would fulfill it. However, after coming to the mystical sky mansion and encountering Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian had suffered setbacks time and time again. All of these setbacks came from Ling Tian, the saint stage genius. He was also the most outstanding person among the saint stage geniuses who had just joined the mystical sky mansion. Today, she had finally waited for that Ling Tian. She had thought that Ling Tian would readily agree to her request for cooperation. Who would have thought that the other party would disdain to cooperate with her? Although she could understand this, she found it hard to accept. The reason why she said that she could understand was because she knew her own limits. With regards to that Duan Lingtian, her little bit of strength really couldn't be of much help. She found it hard to accept this because a great beauty like her had taken the initiative to ask for cooperation, but she was actually rejected by a hot-blooded man. Otherwise, if she knew that fellow already had 3 women, she would really think that fellow did not like women. Due to this reason, Wang Fei Xian was greatly affected. Hey! Just when Wang Fei Xian was about to go crazy in her heart, the voice that was extremely annoying to her entered her ears in a timely manner. It woke her up from her stupor, and she immediately looked at the source of the voice. That fellow whom she hated had appeared before her eyes again. What's the matter? Wang Fei Xian was not the kind of woman who would stick to the skin plaster. Since the other party had rejected her, she, naturally, would not be so shameless as to stick her hot face to the other party's cold buttocks. I'll agree to your request for cooperation. Faced with Wang Fei Xian's indifference, Duan Lingtian did not take it to heart at all. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Wang Fei Xian was once again stunned. The fellow who had just rejected her request for cooperation actually agreed to her request now. It was said that women were fickle, but why did she feel that this fellow was even more fickle than women? However, I have a request. Immediately after, Wang Fei Xian heard the voice again. This caused her expression to darken, and she glared at Duan Lingtian with an unfriendly gaze. If you want to use this to threaten me and take advantage of me, then you're wrong. Although I want to cooperate with you, I'm not at the point of selling myself out. Humph. After speaking, Wang Fei Xian did not wait for Duan Lingtian's response. She turned around and walked away. Her entire movement was as smooth as flowing water, and it was very elegant. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. This woman, did she think that he would make such a request? Did he look like that kind of person? Wait. However, Duan Lingtian knew that if he did not say anything at this time, it would be equivalent to admitting that he had such thoughts. Therefore, he quickly spoke up and stopped Wang Fei Xian. Wang Fei Xian stopped in her tracks and turned around. She coldly glanced at Duan Lingtian, but did not say anything. I say, Miss Wang, are you feeling too good about yourself, or do you think that I'm that kind of shameless person? Duan Lingtian spread his hands and shook his head helplessly. To be honest, although you're not bad looking and have a good figure, you're really not that attractive to me. My 2 fiancés and 1 confidant are not any worse than you. When Duan Lingtian said this, Wang Fei Xian was instantly stunned. She seriously looked into Duan Lingtian's eyes and saw the purity in them. For a moment, she realized that she had misunderstood him. The eyes were the windows to a person's soul. The eyes would not lie. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian's beautiful face could not help but blush. She looked extremely charming. What do you want? If it was not an outrageous request, she would still be able to accept it. After all, she really wanted to work with Duan Lingtian. Of course, rather than saying that she wanted to work with Duan Lingtian, it was more accurate to say that she wanted to ride on his coattails. She believed that only by following Duan Lingtian would she be able to maximize her chances of comprehending the high-grade divine ability relic. I need you to help me find 2 people to join us and work with us, Duan Lingtian said to Wang Fei Xian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wang Fei Xian's eyes lit up immediately. Who? In her opinion, even a saint stage genius like her was initially rejected by Duan Lingtian. However, now that Duan Lingtian had taken the initiative to work with 2 other people, those 2 people would definitely be stronger than her. This was a good thing for her. I can't believe this fellow has already gotten to know a Saint Stage genius in the Mystical Sky Mansion so soon after arriving at the Mystical Sky Mansion. In the Heaven Palace, there are only 2 Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 who are stronger than me. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian wants me to look for them. The moment Wang Fei Xian thought about this, she felt excited. If that was the case, then she would be riding on 3 coattails this time. It would be difficult for her not to obtain the opportunity to comprehend the high-grade divine ability relic. Lu Jian, Ren Fei. Duan Lingtian said to Wang Fei Xian. When Duan Lingtian's words entered Wang Fei Xian's ears, it was as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed on her head, extinguishing all the enthusiasm in her heart. Naturally, she was not unfamiliar with the names Lu Jian and Ren Fei. In fact, she had even met them a few times before. After all, they were both young geniuses from 4th-rate forces. Ren Fei had even tried to pursue her before. However, after being beaten up by her, he no longer dared to pursue her. Why you? Are you close to them? Wang Fei Xian asked with a frown. She really could not understand why this fellow would want to work with Lu Jian and Ren Fei. She was not even comparable to those 2 fellows. Not only would she not be of help to them, but she would also be a burden to them. I don't know them. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Initially, Wang Fei Xian thought Duan Lingtian knew Lu Jian and Ren Fei Xian and was close to them. That was why he wanted to work with them and help them out. However, when she heard Duan Lingtian's words, she was rendered speechless. You don't know them, but you still plan to work with them? Do you know that although they're young geniuses from the Raging Wave Mansion and the Sky Hurdle Mansion, their cultivation base has not even broken through to the refined saint stage? That Ren Fei, in particular, is only a mastery pristine saint stage martial cultivator. When Wang Fei Xian reached the end of her sentence, she had a gloomy expression on her face. Although I don't know them, I owe both of their seniors a favor. I've decided to repay this favor in the Saint Martial's secret zone. Duan Lingtian said, if you're unwilling to work with them, you can reject them. Naturally, even if you don't help me look for them, I'll look for them myself. If you don't want to work with them, it means you won't work with me as well. Duan Lingtian directly gave Wang Fei Xian a chance to choose. Upon hearing this, Wang Fei Xian felt even more gloomy. She wanted to work with Duan Lingtian because she valued his strength. She thought he would be able to bring her to greater heights. However, if she wanted to work with Duan Lingtian, she would have to bring along 2 burdens. To be honest, she was not willing at all. What do you think? Great Miss Wang, have you made up your mind? Duan Lingtian asked. It's fine if you let them join us. However, you have to promise that they'll work with us and won't drag us down. Wang Fei Xian said solemnly. Why? Great Miss Wang, do you have so little confidence in me? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Perhaps it was Duan Lingtian's smile that infected Wang Fei Xian. Wang Fei Xian could sense the confidence in Duan Lingtian's tone. Wang Fei Xian no longer said anything and obediently left to look for Lu Jian and Ren Fei. What? You want me to join your little group? And Ling Tian as well? Originally, Lu Jian was puzzled when he saw Wang Fei Xian coming to look for him. He wondered why this young lady was looking for him. However, when Wang Fei Xian told him the reason for her visit, he was instantly overjoyed. Wang Fei Xian and Ling Tian were the 2 strongest people among the 37 people who had joined the Mystical Sky Mansion previously. Entering the Saint Martial's secret zone this time was filled with difficulties. Initially, he was still thinking if he should find a few people to work with to help each other. However, he did not expect Wang Fei Xian would come before he could even make a move. Not only that, but she had also delivered a huge gift to him. If you're willing, then this matter is settled. Naturally, it's fine if you're not willing. However, you'll have to come with me to inform that fellow. Otherwise, he'll think I didn't inform you and say you're not willing. Chapter 1738. I'm willing. I'm willing. I'm willing. As soon as Wang Fei Xian's words left her mouth, Lu Jian quickly replied. It was as though he was afraid he would lose the opportunity to work with Wang Fei Xian and Ling Tian if he was too late. What a joke. Working together with Wang Fei Xian and Ling Tian to enter the St. Martial's secret zone was definitely a great thing that would only benefit him. Unless he was kicked in the head by a donkey, he would definitely not reject it. Since you're willing, then it's decided. However, there's still one more thing you have to do. Wang Fei Xian nodded nonchalantly. At the same time, she looked at Lu Jian again and said, You should know Ren Fei from the Sky Hurdle Mansion, right? Yes. Lu Jian quickly nodded. At the same time, he looked at Wang Fei Xian in confusion and thought to himself, Don't tell me this little miss wants me to help her teach Ren Fei a lesson to prove my allegiance to her so that I can work with her and Ling Tian? He had heard about Ren Fei pursuing Wang Fei Xian before. From the beginning, he did not think highly of Ren Fei's actions. In the end, it was just as he had guessed. Ren Fei and the others who pursued Wang Fei Xian were all beaten up. When he heard Wang Fei Xian mentioning Ren Fei, Lu Jian's first reaction was that this little miss was not satisfied with beating Ren Fei up previously and wanted him to help her beat Ren Fei up again. Ren Fei, I'm sorry. Lu Jian quickly made up his mind. In order to work with Wang Fei Xian and Ling Tian, he would accept it even if he had to offend Ren Fei and fall out with him. However, Wang Fei Xian's next words stunned him. At the same time, he realized he had misunderstood. Go look for Ren Fei and ask him if he's interested in joining our small team. If he's willing, ask him to prepare himself and compete for the spot to enter the St. Martial's secret zone. If he can't even get a spot, then he's not qualified to work with us. If he's unwilling, you can take him to Ling Tian and ask him to personally refuse to cooperate. Wang Fei Xian said. Let Ren Fei join us? Lu Jian frowned. Ren Fei's strength was a notch weaker than his. To be honest, even if Wang Fei Xian did not come to look for him today, he would not even consider Ren Fei if he were to look for someone to work with. He would only consider those saint-stage geniuses whose cultivation bases were on par with him or even stronger than him. Naturally, those saint-stage geniuses who were stronger than him might not necessarily be willing to work with him. After all, the St. Martial's secret zone was filled with benefits. No one was willing to cooperate with the weak and let the weak have a share of the profits. It was precisely because of this that he was ecstatic when Wang Fei Xian came to him for a collaboration. This was because it was like a meat pie falling from the sky. What? We haven't even despised you yet, and you're already despising Ren Fei? Seeing Lu Jian frown, how could Wang Fei Xian not know what he was thinking? Disdain immediately appeared on her face. Hearing this, Lu Jian felt a little awkward. That was right. With Wang Fei Xian and Ling Tian's strength, they did not despise him. What right did he have to despise Ren Fei? Miss Fei Xian. Lu Jian took a deep breath as though he had mustered up his courage before he asked, with your and Ling Tian's strength, you'll definitely be invincible in the St. Martial's secret zone if the two of you join forces. Why did you look for Ren Fei and me to work with you? If you bring us along, I'm afraid we'll be a burden to you. Can you tell me the reason? As one of the two strongest people among the younger generation in the Raging Wave Mansion, Lu Jian was, naturally, not stupid. Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian did not bring them along out of kindness. There must be a reason behind it. He really wanted to know the reason. Naturally, he did not think Wang Fei Xian and Wang Fei Xian were trying to harm them. With Wang Fei Xian and Wang Fei Xian's strength, if they really wanted to harm them, there was no need for them to go through so much trouble to work with them. In any case, the reason doesn't lie with me. If it's possible, I don't want to work with two burdens like you. Wang Fei Xian was a straightforward woman. She did not hold back when she spoke. Lu Jian did not get angry. He only smiled wryly as he said, in that case, the reason lies with Ling Tian. May I ask, Miss Fei Xian, did Ling Tian tell you the reason? He didn't say much. All he said is that he owes your seniors a favor and wants to use this opportunity to return the favor. Both of you are really lucky. With him around, perhaps you'll be able to come into contact with the highest grade divine ability relic in the Saint Martial's secret zone. Wang Fei Xian said indifferently. Don't forget what I asked you to do. After saying this, Wang Fei Xian left. She passed the task of inviting Ren Fei to their group to Lu Jian. Naturally, Lu Jian did not dare to neglect Wang Fei Xian's request. He immediately went to look for Ren Fei and told him about working with Wang Fei Xian and Ling Tian. Miss Fei Xian wants to work with us. When Ren Fei heard Lu Jian's words, his eyes lit up immediately. He smiled as he said, "It seems like Miss Fei Xian is still very sentimental. It seems like my efforts to pursue her weren't in vain. Sigh, with the way Miss Fei Xian has taken care of me this time, I'm sure she has me in her heart. If I had put in more effort back then, I might have been able to win her heart. However, it's not too late now. Since Miss Fei Xian wants to work with me, I'm sure she still has feelings for me. Perhaps, as long as I put in more effort, I'll be able to break through the last layer of paper and win her heart." As Ren Fei muttered to himself, his eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky. Although Ren Fei was muttering to himself, his voice was not soft. Everything was heard by Lu Jian, causing the corners of Lu Jian's mouth to involuntarily twitch. Isn't this guy a little too full of himself? However, in order to avoid angering Wang Fei Xian and missing out on this opportunity to work with her, Lu Jian could not help but remind him, "Ren Fei, don't think too much about it. It's not Miss Fei Xian's idea to get us involved in this collaboration. According to Miss Fei Xian, she really doesn't want to bring two burdens like us along. It's not Miss Fei Xian's idea." Lu Jian's words were like a bucket of cold water that was splashed on Ren Fei's head, causing him to wake up from his dream. It's Ling Tian's idea? However, I don't know him. I don't know him as well. Lu Jian smiled wryly. However, according to Miss Fei Xian, it seems like he owes our senior a favor, and he intends to return the favor in the Saint Martial's secret zone. I see. Ren Fei finally understood. In that case, it's a good thing. With Ling Tian's strength, we'll definitely be able to comprehend a good divine ability relic if we work with him. Indeed. Lu Jian agreed. Time continued to pass by quietly. Perhaps it was due to Ren Fei and Lu Jian's participation, Wang Fei Xian felt a lot of pressure. She actually managed to successfully break through to the intermediate refined saint stage before she competed for the spot to enter the Saint Martial's secret zone. After breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage, her confidence was, naturally, boosted. Even in the entire mystical sky mansion, there were only a few people who were at the intermediate refined saint stage below the age of 40. However, Wang Fei Xian was one of them. For this reason, apart from the boost in her confidence, Wang Fei Xian could not help but feel a little complacent. Ling fellow, I've just broken through. Why don't you spar with me? After breaking through, Wang Fei Xian instantly went to look for Duan Ling Tian. You've broken through? Duan Ling Tian was also surprised by Wang Fei Xian's breakthrough. He already knew Wang Fei Xian was an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. An early refined saint stage martial cultivator below the age of 40, moreover, she was a woman. This was already considered rare. However, Wang Fei Xian had broken through again. Duan Ling Tian had to admit that Wang Fei Xian's innate talent was second only to Ker's sister among all the young women he had met. If I don't break through, I'm really afraid those two burdens will drag us down. Wang Fei Xian snorted. In the end, you still don't believe me. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Then, he asked, however, are you sure you want to spar with me? Of course. I also want to know how big the gap is between us after I've broken through. Wang Fei Xian nodded eagerly. Come then. Duan Ling Tian nodded and calmly received Wang Fei Xian's attack. Wang Fei Xian did not hold back and made the first move to gain the upper hand by striking first. After her territory was consolidated, she launched a barrage of attacks at Duan Ling Tian from all directions. It was as though she wanted to defeat Duan Ling Tian in one move. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly in the face of Wang Fei Xian's attack. He calmly mobilized the Sun True Origin in his body. Soon after, the Sun True Origin appeared on the surface of his body and transformed into faint golden sword rays that flew around him rapidly. This was the defensive technique that Duan Ling Tian had cast by combining his true origin with the Sovereign Heart Sword and the defensive martial tactic, the Colossal Arrow Bell, that he had cultivated in the past. Of course, his current defensive technique was much more powerful than the Colossal Arrow Bell. He had given this defensive technique a name. Colossal Sword Bell. It sounded the same but had different characters. From afar, Duan Ling Tian stood there with a faint golden brilliance emanating from his body. At the same time, the golden sword rays were like golden talismans as they flew around him rapidly and formed a layer of powerful defensive light shield that seemed to be able to defend against everything. Finally, Wang Fei Xian's attack that blotted out the sky finally landed on Duan Ling Tian's body. Boom! 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 Wang Fei Xian was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator after all. Her attack tore through the air and set off a series of explosions in the air. The attacks landed on the golden light shield on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body like a storm. Break! At this moment, Wang Fei Xian cried out as her attack became even more ferocious. Boom! 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 At the same time, the golden light shield on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body began to tremble. Chapter 1739. Although Wang Fei Xian knew she was not a match for Duan Lingtian before she made her move, she was still curious. What she wanted to know more was the gap between her and Duan Lingtian. Before she had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, she did not even have the courage to fight with Duan Lingtian since Duan Lingtian was at the mastery refined saint stage. Moreover, he was not an ordinary mastery refined saint stage powerhouse. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had gone to the spirit pool to cultivate. Even if he had not broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, his strength must have increased tremendously. Now that she had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, her confidence was greatly boosted. That was why she thought of sparring with Duan Lingtian. How's this possible? However, when Wang Fei Xian saw she could not break the defense on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body even after she had unleashed her full strength, she was dumbfounded. The confidence she had gained from breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage had completely crumbled at this moment. Why you've broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? A terrifying thought instantly appeared in Wang Fei Xian's mind as she stared at Duan Lingtian in a daze. The only explanation for the scene before her eyes was that he had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. No matter how powerful a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse was, it was impossible for him to block her full-powered attack so easily. Originally, Wang Fei Xian was wondering if this fellow had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage after he came out from the spirit pool. However, after she tested him herself, she was certain this fellow must have broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so ridiculously powerful. Duan Lingtian merely shrugged and smiled faintly in the face of Wang Fei Xian's question. He did not say anything. However, in Wang Fei Xian's eyes, Duan Lingtian had tacitly agreed. If Duan Lingtian knew what Wang Fei Xian was thinking, he would be rendered speechless. The reason he did not say anything was because he was afraid it would frighten Wang Fei Xian. Moreover, Wang Fei Xian might not believe him. After all, his current cultivation base was only at the early refined saint stage. It was not even comparable to the current Wang Fei Xian. Of course, What was mentioned here was only cultivation and not strength. Duan Lingtian's current strength was no longer limited to cultivation. Even if he did not rely on his powerful physical body, even if he did not rely on external forces, his strength was already comparable to a great sage realm initial powerhouse. 3 days later will be the day our Heaven Palace will compete for the spot to enter the Saint Martial's secret zone. At that time, I'll come and look for you, and we'll go together. After being dealt a blow by Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian's confidence had also crumbled. She was unwilling to stay here any longer. The moment her words left her mouth, she left in a hurry. We'll compete for the spot in 3 days. The Saint Martial's secret zone will open in 13 days. I'm really looking forward to the Saint Martial secret zone. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at Wang Fei Xian's departing figure. Duan Lingtian was unaware that while he was waiting to compete for the spot to enter the mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial secret zone in 3 days, news of his identity as Lingtian had begun to spread. It had even reached the ears of a few quasi-third-rate forces. Lingtian, a saint stage genius who was not even 40 years old. As soon as he entered the mystical Sky Mansion, he fought to a draw with a mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse from the Heaven Palace. After that, he entered the Heaven Palace's spirit pool and only spent 20 days to completely absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. Let alone the mystical Sky Mansion, such a saint stage genius was extremely rare even in the other quasi-third-rate forces. For example, the Mountainshade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion were the leaders of the 2 quasi-third-rate forces in the Debussy Subterranean. Although they also had such young geniuses, they only had one. Moreover, compared to Lingtian from the mystical Sky Mansion, they seemed to be slightly inferior. Due to this reason, the news of Lingtian had spread to the Mountainshade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion, causing quite a commotion. In the Mountainshade Black Market's headquarters, the supreme leader, Dugu, had also learned about this news. Has it been confirmed? Dugu asked in an indifferent tone as he looked at the black-clad old man who was standing respectfully below him. Yes, Lord Leader, the black-clad old man replied respectfully. The black-clad old man replied respectfully, this news was sent back by the people our Mountainshade Black Market planted in the mystical Sky Mansion. There's no way it's fake. Lord Leader, Lingtian is definitely a rare genius in our Debussy Subterranean. If our Mountainshade Black Market can get him, even if you go to the upper province in the future, our Mountainshade Black Market will still be glorious for a few hundred years. You seem to think highly of him. However, do you really think he's stronger than Black Hawk? Dugu asked again. Lord Leader, I suspect that Lingtian from the mystical Sky Mansion has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Although Black Hawk is a rare genius in our Mountainshade Black Market, he's already 39 years old. He'll definitely have to wait until he's 40 years old before he can break through to the peak of the refined saint stage. The black-clad old man said again. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, those below the age of 40 were considered young. Those above the age of 40 were no longer considered young. How old is Lingtian? Dugu asked again. It's said that he's not even 38 years old. The black-clad old man replied. Not even 38 years old? Dugu's eyes lit up immediately. Then, does this mean that Lingtian is not inferior to Li Feng who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district not long ago? Perhaps, he's slightly inferior to Li Feng, but it's not too far off. The black-clad old man's eyes gleamed as he continued to say, however, that Li Feng was short-lived. Many people guessed that he's from the upper province. However, this Lingtian is different. If he's from the upper province, it'll be easy for him to join those powerful forces. There's no need for him to come to our lower province to join a quasi-third-rate force. Good. Very good. Dugu nodded. Make a trip there and try your best to bring Lingtian back. If he's unwilling, kill him. With him in the mystical Sky Mansion, won't they be able to ride on our Mountainshade Black Market's head in another 100 years? I don't want the mystical Sky Mansion to become the second Azure Cloud Mansion. Do you understand? Understood. When the black-clad old man heard this, he nodded solemnly and retreated at the same time. Ling Tian. This name sounds a little familiar, Dugu muttered to himself. Dugu muttered to himself after the old man left. Then, he seemed to have recalled something. Oh right, Duan Ru Feng's son is called Duan Ling Tian. Although he felt the name of Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion's son was similar to the name of the genius from the mystical Sky Mansion, leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market did not link the two of them together. The reason he did not link the two of them together was because he felt it was impossible for Duan Rufeng's son to be so monstrous. Secondly, he felt if Ling Tian was Duan Rufeng's son, he would definitely not go to the mystical Sky Mansion. Compared to the current Azure Cloud Mansion, the difference between the mystical Sky Mansion and the mystical Sky Mansion was huge. Since the Mountain Shade Black Market had received the news, the Azure Cloud Mansion that was not any weaker than the Mountain Shade Black Market had naturally received the news as well. On the celestial island that was suspended in the air, inside a huge palace, a blue-robed middle-aged man sat on the main seat in the main hall. The two jade beads in his hands were spinning continuously as they emitted a soft sound. It was especially ear-piercing in this quiet main hall. Elder Yuan, you said the genius from the mystical Sky Mansion is called Ling Tian? Finally, the blue-robed middle-aged man who was also the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, spoke. At the same time, he looked at one of the two old men seated below him. Yes. The old man that Duan Rufeng was looking at was none other than Rong Yuan. At the same time, he was also Duan Rufeng's right-hand man. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, he was as famous as Kumi. When Rong Yuan heard Duan Rufeng's question, he nodded solemnly. At this moment, Kumi, who was standing at the side, also chimed in, Lord Mansion Master, this mystical Sky Mansion's Ling Tian seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, his name is exactly the same as young Mansion Master's. Could he be the young Mansion Master? Tian, Upon hearing Kumi's words, Duan Rufeng's eyes flashed. In fact, he had also thought of this possibility. However, he found it hard to believe that his son's cultivation base was already at the peak of the refined saint stage. After all, how long had his son been in the Dao Martial Saint land? If he's really Tian, there's hope for him to fight with the five-clawed golden dragon, Di Ju, 2 years later to obtain the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool. However, is it possible that he's Tian, Duan Rufeng did not think it was possible. I don't think so. Rong Yuan shook his head and said, 2 years ago, when the young mansion master left Windfall Nation with the Devil Seal Tablet, he was only at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. How's it possible for him to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage in just over 2 years? Perhaps, it's impossible for ordinary people, but he's the young mansion master, the son of Lord Mansion Master. Kumi said confidently. Based on his words, it was obvious he had confidence in the young mansion master whom he had never met before. Naturally, this was also because of Duan Rufeng's monstrous talent. In his opinion, like father, like son. Upon hearing Kumi's words, Rong Yuan glanced at Duan Rufeng and fell silent for a moment. The rise of the mansion master of their Azure Cloud Mansion was definitely legendary. If his son inherited his monstrous talent, it was not impossible for him to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage in just over 2 years. When Duan Rufeng noticed Kumi and Rong Yuan's gaze, he shook his head. He was the only one who knew his own experience. He was able to rise up in such a short period of time mostly because of the powerful devil cultivator, Black Underworld. At that time, in order to increase his strength, Black Underworld took many shortcuts. It was not a cultivation path that could be replicated by ordinary martial cultivators or Dao cultivators. For this reason, only he knew unless his son had a fortuitous encounter as well, it was impossible for him to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage in just over 2 years. Elder Ku, whether he's Tian, or not, you should make a trip to the mystical Sky Mansion to have a look. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.